Hi everyone, my name is Bruce, and today we are with our alpha test group. We are in the middle of a dungeon, and the players with us today is Janet from another planet, Le Crafting Gamer.
Hello.
Nerdy Ogre.
Howdy.
And Six Nations, 31 Kings. I am your dungeon master today. All right, so here we are at the Apartment of Solitude. Hello, everybody. Y'all have a good week or a couple weeks?
Yeah.
All right.
It was a roller coaster, that's for sure.
Pro gamer move. I was muted. Yeah. Up until Monday, it was great. And now it's better.
A quick note for the players, because I've been keeping track of our gear, of the stuff we've collected so far. We might want to start selling, because at this particular moment, we've got a small, like probably a baby dragon's worth of hoard right now.
Can we still get into our little keep?
Oh, yeah. Bruce and I discussed when we first got that. We are, right now, one of the dwarven rooms is being used as a vault, but once we get a little bit more money from, well, once the guild gets more money for it, we intend to expand that room and get a proper vault put in.
Because as long as you can maneuver through it, it's technically not hoarding.
Yeah, that is true.
My uncle of Schenectady would like to say something about that.
Well, my office bin is not hoarding.
So,
As long as the cats are still alive, I think we're okay.
Some of my snacks.
I don't smell rotten flesh.
as you push your way out from the caverns whence you came, you navigate around in the corridors. You notice Tomas is kind of guiding you back because he had made some chalk markings on the walls. As you guys go around each and every corner, his brother Reynaldo is taking some water out of his limestone, out of his canteen, and he's rubbing the chalk off. You exit the lair of the Dark Folk, and once you make your way sufficiently into some intermediary caverns,
Oops, sorry.
I'm hearing my echo. What a melodious radio DJ voice that is. Okay. So as you're pulling yourselves out of the initial part that seems to be where the Dark Folk live, you find a place to catch your breath, find a small spring, refill your canteen.
Check my 3rd degree burns.
Yeah.
Well, couldn't I heal him?
Yeah, you can. How many mana points do you have left?
Hold on, let me look at my thing real quick. Plus, I think I have some channel positive energy too left. Hold on.
Okay.
While she's looking that up, is there any way to confirm that the spring water is safe for consumption?
Yeah. Purify food and drink. It
I have that too.
She can cast purify food and drink, and that'll get rid of the impurities out of it.
I have 4 channel positive energies, and I have 66 mana points.
Yeah.
That's cantrip. You might even be able to make it taste good.
But I
How
also
much mana have you used?
What are those berries I have called again?
Oh, good berries.
Yeah,
Good berries?
good berries. But that's a,
Dingleberries.
right? Isn't that a spell, or is that something I carry in my pouch?
It's a spell.
Okay, so how many mana points is it for me to use good berries and for channeling positive energy?
Costs
4 for each. Okay, let me take that off, and then I roll. Don't I roll it my percentage dice to see how much
For what?
For
What are you rolling
channeling
percentage
positive
dice for?
for the channeling positive energy?
For channeling positive energy, all you're going to be rolling is 2 dice 6.
Oh, 2 dice 6. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting all.
All right. God, I wish you could. Can we use your roll I just did with those two?
Okay,
That would be 11.
I rolled 5, a 3, and a 2.
I just rolled an 11. When I set that down, a 5 and a 6 popped up. If you want to use a 5 and a 6, Janet, for Isabu's
Okay,
channel.
well, if I'm allowed to use that, that'd be great. So we can all get some. Because I'm down a little bit on my hit points too.
You're good.
And I also I'm taking 4 mana points off for good berries for everybody, for us to eat.
Did you not use any mana last game?
Yeah, I used 8. I used mostly
Well, then
my sword.
I forget here. Bruce's clerics seem to be borderline paladins in how much they fight compared to D&D clerics.
I don't remember. I'm always saying, "Hey, I want to cast that spell," and he says, "You have to be a wizard or whatever." I have to do something else. I'm always, like the sleep spell and stuff. I think that all that's cool. I wish I had all that, but I don't.
When I think of cleric, I think of like the Crusades. I think of the Crusades and the monk card from the board game Talisman, first edition. Well, the Friar Tuck guy holding up the peace sign with the bloody morning star behind him.
And I have 3 healing potions left.
Nice.
That's
Bruce,
all
did I see that right? Did you just pour tang into a cup and then pour beer on top of it?
No, that's not beer.
Oh, it looks like
Nutrients.
It was a can of sub. My first thought was, is that beer?
How many mana points is it to use my channel of positive energy?
None.
Okay.
There's no channel positive energy cost. You only can do it so many times a day.
Topo Chico.
I
That
have
stuff's
3
good.
channel positive energies left. That's
And they don't sell that up here.
What is
At least not
that?
that I've seen.
Is that alcohol?
This is
No.
not alcohol.
Sparkling
This is
water.
Water. Okay.
Sparkling
They
water.
make a blueberry. I'm curious about the blueberry.
The blueberry does not taste like blueberry. I have blueberries in my fridge right now.
I
They do
hate
not
lime.
taste the same.
Did the raspberry
sucks.
taste like raspberries?
It's not the snozzberries.
Well, I don't like lime, so I'd rather have lemon.
Oh,
I don't like mint.
I don't like mint either.
I put lemons and lime in my sparkling water, and I added tang to it because I'm like, you know what? I'm not getting enough of vitamin fucking C.
Anti-scurvy. Yeah.
So you don't
awesome.
take multivitamins, Bruce?
I haven't had my vitamins yet today. I probably
You
should.
take them.
Let me go
Let's
grab
not go there because this is going to be an advertisement for like Centrum Silver or some crap, and I don't want to hear that.
I try to stay away from. I'm staying away from Centrum Silver from now on because I'm not noticing a real boost in my productivity, and I don't know if it's actually doing me anything or if I'm just swallowing this little pill from the mainstream public. Mainstream. Is
Well,
always good.
Best thing for each of you to do is to look up your symptoms separately. Like if you just seem tired a lot, or if you don't have enough energy, or if you
sleep.
seem like you have itchy skin, or different things like that, and then go to the health food store or get online and look up what vitamins help with those symptoms and buy them separate. And I always take all gel caps. I don't take any hard pill vitamins because I want my body to be able to absorb it before you poop it out. Most people poop out all their vitamins because they buy the hard ones or take liquid ones, and then you'll start seeing a big difference in your.
That sounds really complex. I got a simple solution.
It is.
Helps you lose weight, and it's light. So you snort some coke in the morning, a little in the afternoon. You have a sensible dinner.
Well,
Problem
you
solved.
can get arrested for that, so I'm not interested in that. But
It
Yes.
looks
Well, you
like
get arrested depending on what part of the country you're in.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard InfoWars
Mhm.
is going to be trying to shut down the InfoWars store, which is sad because I've heard a lot of good things about the products they have.
yeah, they have lots of good vitamins.
I really hope they continue to keep that up. We'll just funnel this into the illegal ruling against him for $1.5 billion to wipe him out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, aim to misbehave is all I got to say.
I'll do that. I promise you.
Mhm.
Okay. Resting up for a few minutes here. You guys feel some of your umph come back. You guys did have some exhaustive fights here.
Oh, most of us. I happened to channel frickin' David Carradine and Richard Pryor.
So I'm down to 6 hit points. So if I add the 5 to it,
Didn't you
That-
roll 11, Janet? Didn't you roll
oh, that's
11?
right, 11. I did roll 11.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. See, I'm lower on my hit points than I was on my mana, but now I'm up a little bit, so I'm 17 now.
Not dead yet. I'm getting better.
Well, how often am I allowed to do a channel positive energy?
You can do those every day. You can burn them all out. No pain to you.
Okay, well, but I want to save it in case we get in another big battle.
My question for you guys is, do you want to continue to try to plumb the depths here? Or do you want to try to go back and rest? Although it is a sizable 6-hour journey back to town through the way you came. Do you want to try to rest pretty close by?
Yeah, I
Well,
think
I could choke down some potions.
Yeah.
And max out my hit points. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm
But
gonna
then
drink.
if we go down further, is it going to get more hairy? We don't have those meth goblins to deal with.
I'm going to
Might
drink
be worse.
a health
Well,
potion.
I believe personally that we should actually go back to town for the purposes of don't have that as many potions as we had hoped, as we probably should have in the healing department. And Janet and I have no mana potions, which means once we're out of mana, we're out of mana.
Well, I have quite a bit of mana left. It's my hit points. I get hit a couple more times, and I'm gonna be dead. So,
And last but not least, the area that we were warned about from Janet's senses was a area of Dispotter.
Mhm.
Oop.
Remember correctly? And I wanted to take down a cleric of Dwarvader. I think I'm pronouncing it right, because they're basically polar opposites. Janet is a cleric of good, yes, but she's not the polar opposite of the evil god down there.
The only bad thing about leaving and coming back is having to fight through any new people who's filled in the place since we left, going back, or on our way back to get where we are right now again. See, that's the only thing. That's the only thing.
Got a question. And it's not like a Jordan Peterson thing about cleaning your room. We've got a shit ton of gear at our home base, right?
Yes.
We sell it. We stock up on all the potions and stuff. If we got enough money, let's go hire some hirelings and then poke them out in front and let them deal with the stuff. And then we hop in when they need some help.
It's a good idea.
I'm not saying meat shields, but I am saying meat shields.
Yeah. Not liking the idea of meat shielding one of the towns that absolutely adores us. We quickly go from, oh, those are the champions, to, oh, those guys got a bunch of our people killed.
Well, no, we don't go and get the dwarves and kill them off. That's just dumb. but there's a bunch of tourists and mercenaries and stuff, right?
Oh well.
Yeah,
in that
couldn't
case,
we
yeah, they wouldn't
find
give a shit.
mercenaries at one of the local pubs or one of those hangouts?
You definitely could.
Let's go there and see. Maybe we can get some people that want to, maybe get rich, helping us, and we tell them we'll let them keep the spoils or whatever. And
Oh no!
why not?
We
That way
pay
they
them. No.
then they
We pay them. If we give them our spoils, we get a huge chunk less of what we were going to get initially.
Okay, you're right. You can tell I'm not
Because we go from, okay, we give you, if we make this much off of everything, you get this percentage, is what we're going to offer them. Instead of, oh, well, you get the treasure, you get some treasure. Oh, well, I want this. That's the most expensive item in here. Yeah, but you said I could get treasure I want. Bye.
Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm.
I really like how you think. And I worried about it whenever you guys first started saying things like, we're going to give them part of the spoils. Wait, what?
No.
I never care about all that stuff anyway. So, but I don't want my.
Don't listen to the priest.
No.
I want my team to be happy with what they get. So I'm not going to go against what they want. But this is a suggestion.
Experience is the greatest reward. What do you mean, money?
I just get my joy from hanging out with you guys.
Yeah. Well, my character is slightly money oriented, so that's one of the things he would definitely think of. And another thing, Janet, a bit this early, not as likely, but still, we potentially run into a magical object that would, excellent example, good to give to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, "Oh, this is you said I could have a percentage of the treasure itself. Well, this is what I want. We kind of need that for our cleric. Fuck off. You said I could have a part of the treasure, and this is what I want."
Well, then I'll have to sleep with them and take it from them. Just kidding.
We need a Kamala Harris hireling.
Yeah, there we go. We'll make sure she has extra thick knee pads.
A couple of cure disease potions.
Oh, that's terrible. But yeah, I do think we should go back. I think the more I think about it, the better I think it is, because I'm so close. I mean, I was down to 6. I didn't think I was going to make it last time.
Well, I think as it sits right now, you and I have 3. I don't know about the other ones, but I'd like at least 3 more potions each. So we have
yeah, I have 3 heal potions right now. That's it. And then
I'm hoping to have at least 4 mana potions for you and I each. We have 4 blue, strangely smelling, lavender smelling blue potions back at the fort, which I didn't think about.
Yeah, I was looking at
probably
that.
are mana
We had
potions.
a bit of stuff in the loot room.
Oh yeah.
That I didn't really look at the last time because I just didn't really look at it. But there's quite a few things in there we might need to bring back with us this time.
Let's see here. There we go. Let's see.
Plus, didn't we say we wanted to get more holy water too? Because I don't have any of that at all.
No, we have holy water.
You could get
you made a gallon of holy water.
Oh, I can make it.
You
That's
just have to
right.
write it down. Yeah, you made a whole gallon of water.
I was thinking more like a holy hand grenade of Antioch would be great.
Mm-hmm.
If we happen to go up against some demons and whatnot.
Bruce, I'm sharing, I know you can't see the words, but you can see the page itself. All of that is individual items.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them have numbers attached to them that say, there's 20 pounds of melted copper. That is how much we have stored away right now.
Holy crap, put that away. Hide that.
What would we do with that? I mean, with that
Melted copper?
Yeah.
We'll sell
We
most
keep it
of
away from the meth heads is what we do.
You could the dwarves have some metalsmiths and smiths in general that they can work that and get the impurities out.
Two words, dude.
Ooh.
Moon shine.
Drink copper makes moonshine.
Say again?
You can turn copper into moonshine.
No. You
can use
Copper and
copper
distills to make moonshine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Copper
Make
piping,
copper
copper
tubing.
kettles.
And sell moonshine too, right?
You know,
All right.
like what the little dwarf kids make during the summertime.
One of the things we definitely have to do is take these two wax sealed scrolls of Dispotter to the dwarven clerics and see what they are, because depending on what they are, they might be useful for down there.
Yeah, or Dispotter will pop up when you break the seal.
Oh wait, Dispotter, that's the bad guy. My mistake. I was
Yeah,
thinking.
That's the bad guy. You're thinking of actually Dwarfader.
Thank you. Well, either way, those scrolls should go to the church so they can be purified, because they probably have nasty shit on them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want them sitting next to our loot for too long, so it starts corrupting our loot.
Smells like clove cigarettes. What is this? Some sort of edgy freaking diabolist scroll or something.
There are a few things I'm going to want to directly hang on to, such as can Janet's character use shields? Because we got a shield in the collection that we could give her.
Now, she's allowed to use shields.
Yeah, do I have one right now? Let me
Let's
go
see.
again.
It's pretty nice
I
quality, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it is.
I have. Yeah, I don't have a shield right now. So if it's not too big and I can use it.
Well, we have a master
Medium-sized shield in it.
Oh shoot! It
But
says
then
this one
if I
says
have
master
a
small shield.
I have to. That means I have something in both of my hands at all times, right? A shield in one and a sword in the other, or not?
Yes, technically.
Oh, is that a good thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, it might slow you down for getting potions or things like that out of your bag, but it will help increase your defenses majorly.
Hey, I have a question. Would you be able to say make a like a holy object to put at the front of the shield, like a holy symbol to say, what's the word I'm looking for? Repel evil / undead / anything that may want to kill us.
I don't
Trying
know.
to get what I'm saying?
There might be. I've slowly been going through the magical items that you can find. As Bruce basically said, hey, check this out. You can actually make your own magical items.
Like a Holy Avenger chainsaw +1 and maybe a gauntlet of disruption.
Yeah,
That could be all like Ash from Evil Dead and hacking and blowing up deadites.
+1 boots of ass kicking.
Say again, Nerdy Yogurt?
+1 boots of ass kicking.
Yes.
I kick ass for the Lord.
Yeah. If you guys want to go back to town, we can go back to town. That's not a problem.
Well, we're only going town long enough to lick our wounds, get up some supplies and some help, and then go back.
Yeah, montage and then Diablo. Woohoo!
Yep. Because we definitely have to strike while the iron's hot. Problem is our hammer just broke. So we have to fix that before we can strike again.
Okay. Well, you guys head back.
You don't want me being the one to hire the people to go with us because I don't think I'd pick the right people.
Well,
Well, too bad Six Nations isn't, and not Six Nations, Flady isn't here. I think the Bard would have the best chance of determining who would be good to go with us.
Yeah, I think his diplomacy is better than mine. Yeah, that's the one thing that I didn't work on.
I really wish I had like the lottery because I. All right, Flady, we're gonna chisel you out of Pennsylvania and get you a nice broadband here in East San Antonio on the gamer reservation. Tink 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 tink. I can just see that.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
In the compound of solitude.
You guys would get so tired of seeing me come back from fucking store with like a loaded up trailer. All right, guys, come on over to the deep freezes. You'd hate that. Oh yeah, I got a guy bringing in some propane, so we'll have a auxiliary power supply at the central house. Because I would just build cabins in kind of like a circle.
And I'd yell in the background and say, "Did you forget to get the chicken feed?"
No. What?
Everybody have a propane generator just in case.
We have bugs and we have outside. We'll be fine. The chickens will be fatter. Don't give them chicken feed. It'll taste like Gerber.
Well, mine, I feed them cracked corn and leftovers, and they eat bugs and stuff. So mine are spoiled.
Your chickens should be the fattest hens out there, Janet.
I do have some fat chickens.
We love fat chickens. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I was drinking there for a second. I was thinking about just having some nice farm fresh eggs, just like crack one in my mouth. That's how you get kids to vomit nowadays. Don't even have to show them like Fear Factor. Just eat a raw egg in front of them. What the fuck are you doing?
I used to do that with orange juice.
I know.
Crack a couple eggs, toss it in the orange juice, chug it down. It's good for Stallone. It's good for us.
Look at Stallone. He's 75 and wrinkly, but he's still fucking stacked. So you guys get back to town after 6 hours, and I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. You're tired. You guys just, you just did like a 4.5 mile hike through the cavern, some of them limestone, and it's not feeling too fresh on your ankles and your calves. And one of the things you notice is that on this side of the city, which this entrance into the city leads almost directly into the religious district, but there's a hospitality center there where there's like 6 or 7, I guess you'd say, relaxation locations. And 2 of them are hostels. A third is an official inn. The hostels right now are actually occupied by student dwarves that are in the middle of their apprenticeship. The hotel that's there has concierge services. And some of you younger men might think this is an apt idea where, like, you get out of the field and, like, the first thing you do is you go grab a geisha or a whore or whatever you want to call it, and you release. But that's a possibility if you want to do that.
You don't have time.
The thing that you guys recognize is that they do have an extensive therapeutic portion of their staff. Like these young dwarves, both sexes. There's only 2 sexes, kids. I'm sorry. Both of them are trained extensively with reflexology and deep tissue massage. So it's just a thought that crosses your mind as you're walking through the hospitality portion of the block going towards the Dispater Chapel, which is being upgraded to a temple.
Mm-hmm.
Temple has more services. And then once you hit Platinum Street, it's just a straight shot down to where your rooms are at. You get back in town, the guards don't eyeball you curiously. They just note that you are passing. And for about another 250 feet, as you're walking through the hospitality district, that's when one of the guard captains hails you and he approaches.
I'm wondering why we're back in town. Have we finished our duty? Probably.
So what's up?
We're going to ask you the same thing. You've been gone for just shy of a full day, and now you come back. Some of you have some bruising on your faces or scarring on your forearms. He points out to Lemmy. Are you okay? Have you had that cleaned of infection? Have you had time to rest, relax?
No, we just got
no.
back in. That's what we came back for. We're going to get cleaned up, healed up, stocked up, and maybe go over to that place where the ladies walk on your back barefooted for a little bit, and then we'll head back out.
Okay.
But we would like to find out where's a good place for us to go to maybe get us a couple of men that can help us with fighting off bad guys.
What type of situation are you inquiring about? Are you asking for mercenaries? Are you asking for temple guards? What is this?
Well, we would like a priest, possibly a dwarfader, and then wherever the mercs are hanging out, we'd like to select a couple of guys from out of town to continue this this endeavor of ours.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the temple guards, if you're looking for actual priestly type followers, a good place to start would be the Dwarfader compound and the adjoining temple that's next to that, in motions across the street. If you're looking for mercenaries, an odd person that might have that information would actually be our guard captain, Rudyarn Heftix. He knows where a lot of those types will be at, hanging out, where they're welcomed at. It's really weird, but he seems to keep the best tabs on the transient people in town, which for a while you were on that list of people because transients can either be good for the community or they can be a hindrance. When they're a hindrance, more guards have to be involved.
Makes sense. All right. So
with that
my
being
question,
said, what do you guys want to do? And I'll shut up here.
My question would be, how much would it cost to get me fully healed back up to 100%, minus the Wade Wilson visage afterwards?
I would,
like, if I were to go like full body spa, skin conditioner, whatever, whatever's in my network with Blue Shield or whatever the equivalent is in this game.
First off, I would see your immediate wound supervisor, which would be Isabu.
Mm-hmm.
And since you're back in town again, you could go into your in-room before you do your public information, trading, etc. You could have her do that burst channel the remainder amount of times she has before she gets horizontal and sleeps.
Yeah, I have two. I have 3 more I can use.
I would have her do that because those are basically free. Although, if you have the extra coin, you can give it to her. Or if you ever hear her say, "I can't afford this item I want," you can be the white knight with the purse. Be like, "Aha! This is what I've been waiting for.
Oh.
Coins from me."
I'd rather use somebody else's purse, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
I mean, I would use hers first because she's not going to be able to save these up day per day. This is just a boon from a deity that's very adept at channeling and giving his abilities of channeling to his followers. Not all deities are created correctly, or excuse me, are created equally when it comes to channeling. Some
And
of them,
if I do these, they're for all of them, right?
Yeah.
I can do it for all of us. So I'm going to go ahead
Yeah.
and roll 2d6 3 times, and then add it up, and then I give it to everybody, right?
that'll work.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do real
Everybody
quick.
gather around.
Just give me 1 second. Ooh, that's a good one. 2 6s. Okay, I got 12.
Doesn't a max roll explode on healing rolls as well?
Yeah, they do.
10. And
Janet, you rolled 2 6s that first time.
yeah.
Add,
What does that-
count from your first roll. Roll
Mhm.
the 2 6s again. Don't count it as the other 2 rolls.
Okay. All right, I rolled a 6 and another 6.
Roll them again. Don't count the next 2 rolls.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. What am I counting it? Oh, I got a 4 and a 5.
Okay, so you rolled a 4, a 5, and 2 6s, and those are explosive
3
dice.
6s.
Yeah.
4 6s actually, because 2 6s, 2 6s in a row, or 2
Yeah.
things of 6.
So she got actually
32.
when the trauma penetration dice. Whenever you roll max, on the re-roll, the first and subsequent re-rolls, it's always -1. So yeah,
So I got 36 added to what my 12 and my 10.
you initially rolled 2 6s,
That's 12.
and then you rolled 2 more 6s, which actually turn into 5s,
Okay.
and then you rolled the 4 and the 5. Correct?
A 4. Yeah, 4 and a 5 is my last
Okay,
roll.
so those are actually a 3 and a 4. So just to give context, I mean, you essentially rolled a 29 off of that.
Okay. So I got 29, and now
that's one channel we got 29 points off of.
okay. So now I can roll for my second one.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
Here we go. I got a 6 and a 2. So am I right there?
Reroll just the 6.
Re-roll that 6 on.
Reroll the 6, and I rolled a
Trauma
3.
damage. So that's a 2.
So I
So
got another 2.
Yep.
Okay, so that's 10 added to that then. All right, and now my
are you
last
guys still
roll.
hurt? Are you guys feeling hurt still?
Her first roll cured me completely.
Okay, hold on. I gotta add
Um,
it to mine. Let me
And
see.
before she rolls a third time, I rolled a 6 and a 5, and that's what we counted the first time was the 11. I freaking forgot about my explosive die, so I rolled an extra 3 points. You guys get an extra 3 hit points as well.
okay. I'm less looking like a scrotum and more looking like Lemmy. So
At this point, Janet is curing my acne. She has given me so much healing.
Well, I don't know how much damage I took from
Well, I have a
from the last
66
game.
now, so I'm feeling pretty good. It's not. I'm 72 when I'm totally healed up.
According to my notes, nerd, you took 35,
Ow.
and that should be about damn near everything that you have. Also, don't watch my channel if you have motion sickness because I have a wobbly. It's not wobbly. It's just It's a very narrow set of legs that we have.
Oh, I thought it was a fan blowing or something on your camera.
No, Janet.
It's
Well, I keep trying to brace my phone because, it's like I'm using my phone and it'll do that. I'll bump the desk and the phone will shake. So I'm thinking it's mine and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm holding it steady. Why is it so moving? Okay, good to know.
I
It's
have a
better than
double-
my camera.
I have a double
I'm on
layer
a
camera,
freaking hammock.
double layer table. Excuse me, and
And so once we stay the night, okay, I have 62 mana right now. So if I stay the night, I get 1 mana back.
did you? Is that all the mana you get?
Well, how do I get mana?
The next morning, you pray and you talk to your god about the spells that you have within your
Oh,
capacity.
and then I can go back to my normal mana, which is 72.
Your mana resets to 72.
Oh,
just
okay.
like
That's what.
just,
That,
wizards
Because I'm
do the
trying to
same
get my
thing.
sheet ready for the next day when we leave. I'm putting down my totals on there.
Isabel, can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
Who's your god?
It's not Freya. What's her name in this one?
And this one, it's Mir. M-U-I-R.
Yeah. Okay. Let me write that down too. Okay. Mirror. All right. I have that. Because I was always saying Freya because that's from my other game. So.
And what is Mir the god of? Out of curiosity.
In this campaign world, Mir is a god of lawful and goodness and many other associated things like the paladin-like virtues that are typically seen within D&D and its various editions. Mir is a older deity than many of the newer deities, and it's Frog God Games has this nice book, which Gods of the Empires, which is a FGG book, and Mir is kind of cool for the fact that you're looking for a god that talks about the various paladin style virtues. It's the goddess of virtues and paladins. It's a greater god, been around for a while. It's pretty ancient. She uses long swords or great swords, so all of her followers know those two weapons along with the basic weapons of the world. And typically, the majority of things you've seen Isabu do is the days before you guys know you're getting into a hell of a scrap. It's customary among the priest or cleric class of their ilk to fast
And pray.
And pray.
Mm-hmm.
The month of Eoster, it's the fourth month is named for Mir's Heldring name. And during the month, they gather and hear the stories of Mir and her brother Thyr's exploits to thank the goddess for her guidance and wisdom. So, that's a illustration of Thyr and his sister Thyr and Mir.
Okay.
This is a first of supposedly 4 volumes. In the history of Necromancer games and Frog God games, they've got over 366 different gods in that campaign setting. So there's a lot more.
Literally a god for every day.
If you want, yes. At first it was over 300 gods, and then somebody found some older supplements, and they're like, oh yeah, don't forget about these 60 plus, and we're like, yeah. I just wish they would just list them. And I finally broke down and bought zip drives so I can port the information from my other computers onto this computer.
Awesome.
because I've got a bunch of old modules, a bunch of old information, a bunch of things that Greg got, and so I just put it on there. And Bill Webb, the guy who designed the world, he had initially when they put out a map in 2012, the world was not that big. It was not. When they put this map out for the Slumbering Czar, which, boy, this book has seen a lot of help.
12 years later, it's like quadrupled in size.
Yeah, the world basically did quadruple in size. And so, like, you have all this stuff within this campaign here, and it was only supposed to be like, oh, from here to Farim, it's this far. And then somebody's like, Farim, but wait, don't you have a city named Reem? And it's like, shit, let me write that in. So, because it was first Farim, then, like, in another language, it was Reem, and somebody's like, wait a second, get this fixed. And so they did get it fixed. They started building the campaign world, and now it's just fucking ginormous, which is cool. But you're gonna have when you go adventuring, if you just like go around and look at how the world's set up, it's 50 mile hexes with not a whole lot detailed in every hex. So that's really good for guys like me. I'm gonna have a campaign, be able to make my
You've got
own.
an awesome chassis to work on stuff.
Yeah. And just based on how, like, atypically, whenever you are doing world building, based how deposits are and the flow of streams and how all that works, in a 50-mile hex, you're going to have like 6 to 10 little settlements of up to 50 people, but they're not notable, so they're not exactly detailed on the map, which is fine. Because I don't need everything detailed on the map. I need it detailed in my campaign notes. That's what I need. And so if you're interested to know more, if you'd like to know more, the campaign world that we take part in, it's kind of a shared universe. And I'll put it in the chat right here. You guys can surf this at your leisure. There's all sorts of things to discover in it. If you're impressed by it, I suggest getting at least the PDFs for the City of Reem and the World of the Lost Lands, because those give you a lot of good information for what we do, for the background of the campaign world. But you guys are up here in these Quill Valley Mountains. And every hex, there's about 6 to 10 little settlements. You have notable areas like Caredire, Dunhavenwood. There's an information on Eckland, Bellendeer, all sorts of kind of cool stuff. And if you really want to detail more, like, give me the journeys, adventures, and other information. Yeah, settlements, you know. And so, like, you get all that, and it just, this map goes crazy with all the various stuff that it's got within it, if you so choose. But great campaign world. I think it's a lot more concise than, say, Forgotten Realms or whatever that is for what was released in 3.5. Anyway, this is the world we play with. The gods that you want to know about, if you have questions about them, I'll read them off to you. But it's enough of a sandbox to where each individual GM can run his table the way he wants without criticism. Nobody's going to get upset at this campaign world about how you run your game. Just run the game. Just run it to the best of your ability. Okay. So
It's only as good as your imagination.
exactly.
Oh, crap.
So, what's going on? What's up, crap?
Oh, Only as good as your imagination.
Oh, I got it now.
Some of us are not as good as others.
I have a good imagination.
I have an imagination. That's all I can say while we're live streaming.
So once you guys get your channeling done, first thing you guys will probably do is try to get showered up. If you want to go to the spa and let them work on you, the price for that will be 3 silver.
Okay.
I'd buy that for 3 silver. Get me one of them Thai dwarves to walk on my back. Hell yeah.
That's what I was saying.
You know, yeah. If you want concierge services, just like ranging in terms of like moderately like attractive, like a casual secretary on a Friday, like a 3 silver, to like this world's equivalent to auto parts calendar girl, 7 silver. That's your variance in price. You guys pay what you want. I'm not going to detail everything. I'm going to leave a lot of that for your imagination. But it's going to take you 2 hours for them to professionally work on your body, plus maybe up to 30 minutes for extra things that you may have wanted.
Shit, that's going to be like 15 seconds.
Well, I need to buy. I want to buy some holy water and 3 more healing potions at least.
Janet, you keep forgetting that you already have holy water.
Oh, that's right.
You have
Damn
a
it.
gallon
Okay,
of it.
I'm gonna write that on. I'm gonna write that on my note real quick. Make my own holy water, because I always forget. I want
And
to.
you actually made a gallon of it a while ago.
I want to pick up that shield while we're here. Is it here, right?
Yep.
Which shield?
The shield that was
Well,
in
we
our.
have a. How big is a? We have a small. How big is that be?
A small steel shield?
Yeah, it's a.
Small
It's the only
steel
masterwork
shield.
one we have.
It's not like the size of a buckler, which is literally a pie plate that straps to your forearm. A small shield is more
Trash
about
can lid.
more of a trash can lid.
Wow, that's pretty big.
That's considered a small. A medium-sized shield, again, straps to your forearm, but they consider this. They
It's
consider
like a Viking shield.
Yeah, that's supposed to be a medium shield. That for some people would be a
Covers
tower.
the body and like lower chin, but not the entire.
What size is the shield that Wonder
Like a
Woman?
kite shield would be like full body, or
Small.
a scutum.
I'm gonna find Wonder Woman with a shield.
Because she used it in that one movie when she fought in the bank. I can't remember the name of the movie right this minute. I think it was just
the original Wonder Woman.
Captain America. There we go. Small shield.
Yeah, I want one this size that Captain America had, or Wonder Woman. If it's that size, I would like to have it for sure.
Well, we already have
Wonder
one.
Woman had a shield?
Okay, yeah, she
That-
used shield.
That's more like a
Oh.
medium shield.
Yeah,
That's more like a medium shield, but the small shield is not much smaller than that. Actually, small shield, if you can see where my cursor is, it's basically that inner portion of the gray inside the gold ring. That would be like the size of a small shield. And then a pie plate or buckler shield would be roughly about 12 inches in diameter.
yeah, that's too little. But I definitely want one that I can whip my arm around. You know what I mean? To protect it from being hit full on by something, but not so big that I'm going to be so slow I won't be able to defend myself. You know?
Is that considered field plate?
What she has on?
Yeah.
That's not field plate. That would be more of a medium armor, medium to light armor. I don't know the armor tech of where they're at. I would say that's probably medium armor, but not
That's
full.
like a plate bustier, and
Yeah,
it's a little odd.
She also used her wristbands as
hand
shield.
braces.
Yeah. Arm bracelets, whatever you want to call them. But I have seen her use a shield.
Well, Janet, your two options, unless you want to pay, is either large or small, because those are the only two shields we got.
Okay, I'll take the small one. So what is that? Does that add anything to me? I need to, so I can write it down on my paperwork.
+1 to defense.
A shield, like a light steel shield, would give you like a +5% to your armor class.
Okay, let me, because I have an
Does
80%
the fact that it's
armor
masterwork
class, so it would be
add anything to
85.
The masterwork will drag the armor check penalty to a negative nothing. It gets rid of the armor check penalty of 5%, which applies to her acrobatics or any sort of dexterity based skill she's trying to enact. She has no armor check penalty on it if it's masterwork.
Oh, that's the only small shield we have as a masterwork small light steel shield. And I just copy and pasted from Discord.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where.
Oh shit! We actually already have 7 potions of cure moderate wounds.
Oh, good. We'll just take them from our bags then. So I'm going to take 3 of them. So take 3 of them.
Are they good ones, or are they those smelly goblin ones?
Smelly potion. So it's a goblin one. But it's
okay.
2d8 plus 6.
It still works. So I'm writing
Plug your
down.
nose and choke it down.
Yeah, you don't want to. You want to heal up. You'll suffer a little bit of meds.
You want to be like Hungar, who can be found comfortably between a woman's thighs. Let me get you that link so you too can be a Chad like Hungar.
Is that what's on your shirt?
Yeah, Hungar's hanging out with the broads in this Frazetta.
So Jenny, you've written down the shield in your character sheet?
Yes, I just wrote it down. I added +5 to my armor class, like you said. And the thing
just making
is,
sure, because I'm erasing it from our list of. Sorry.
Okay, and my dexterity is at 11, so to stay at 11.
Dexterity will stay at 11 for the moment.
All right, that's fine. I just want to make sure. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go fill up my lemonade.
Okay. If you wish to have the same manly shirt as I do, there in the chat. Chat for Chad.
There's been some iconic T-shirts over the years, and I got to say, Hungar's got a lot of them beat.
He does. God. I need to hang out with him more. I was too tired this week. I had a fucking spill at one of my sites on Thursday, so we had to get written up for that on Friday. Pissed me off. Had a real breakdown in communication with what was going on, and now that's fixed. The boss has assured me, he's like, you're not going to have that happen again. I said, no, I'm not. I had to clean up. I had to clean it up. So now I know the proper procedure of things. Thanks. Spent basically within 2 days, 11 hours outside in the hot sun, 94 degrees. Thank God for my fuck you sun hat, which is a giant sombrero hat that I found at one of those truck stops. Best type of hat.
Nice.
It's so fucking big. It's things like over 18 inches in diameter.
It looks ridiculous, but it works so well.
Oh man, it is so good.
I used to have a sombrero years ago, and up here, all I got is my boonie hat, and that kind of works a little bit, but man, those sombreros, they were built that way for a reason. You don't cook.
No.
not just for drunken frat boys.
No, that's what the lampshade is for.
Yeah, I think I'm going to spend 2 hours getting a rub down in one of them volcanic mud baths or whatever they got going over at the spa.
The mud bath they have is kind of interesting because it's engineered is the best way to put it, to remove a lot of the toxins that naturally occur with your body in that sort of environment and that sort of activity. But you'll need a minimum of 8 hours rest, and the ladies actually tell you you'll need roughly about 10. With the level of activity that you do, you'll probably want to remain in the supine position, not hurt yourself. You don't want to endanger your well-being, because this is something that it takes time for it to work, and then afterwards you're going to need roughly about 1.5 gallons of water. Don't do it all at once, but it's going to be it's going to be significant.
I'm game. After the shit I went through last session, this will be a welcome change. Yet again, I was thinking about the life of an adventurer in between sessions. And I'm thinking, like, all the PTSD, the physical trauma, the psychological trauma. Like, who the hell would really want to be an adventurer with all the crap that goes on? Like, I'll farm turnips and live a long life and be bored off my ass, but it's better than waking up screaming for years on end.
Yeah, I'm just gonna settle for a hot bath and someone's bare feet walking on my back.
That is definitely something that for a moment feels a little uncomfortable, but as you allow your muscles to tense and then release, the therapy will continue for about a good 15 minutes and concludes with the exchange of hot stones being placed on your skin to ice cold water being massaged, not so delicately. And then once all of that transpires, about 3 hours have gone by, Nerdy Ogre.
Alrighty.
You guys will need to rest for about 10 hours.
So, how's the lemonade?
Great. It's delicious. I made it this morning, so. But then
I'm
I
drinking
couldn't find
orange
my
cream energy
wristband.
drink.
Yeah, we bought a sack of oranges last week, and they didn't turn out as well as we thought they would.
Oranges are really picky to get right. Really finicky to get right. Not picky.
Like, individually, we can get a couple of good ones, but when you get them in the sack, it's like half of them are like all dried out and funky.
Yeah, we bought some mandarins. They did not not all of them were in good shape.
Oh,
Yeah.
That stinks. You buy like a 3-pound bag of mandarins. You're like, oh, okay, cool. You get them home and you unwrap them, and like one of them's got this green stuff. Where'd that come from? I just bought this like 3 hours.
Penicillin.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's penicillin.
it's still not as bad as avocado. Not ripe yet. Not ripe yet. Not ripe yet. Ah, too ripe. Dang it.
You're right. That's exactly.
You got about like 3 seconds to get it right there.
One of the few pleasures living behind the granola curtain. My aunt's old place had 2 lemon trees, so whenever I would visit, man, they were like softball-sized lemons too. We used to pick them, make lemonade, or I'd go make lemon chicken takeout style. Man, those were so good.
Remember, when life hands you lemons, make margaritas.
Let's see, on my grandma's property, she has an apple tree, a crab apple tree, a pear tree, and 2 different plum trees. I can't remember what species they are, but next fall, I really got to get some of those plums. I would love to make a plum dish.
I updated my book. See,
Nice.
it's got all my stickies in it now, so they don't fall out. Because I just had pieces of paper before. Now they're all
Something I got to
stuck
do is start looking through Bruce's book a little bit better and
I
see if I
love
can
it.
find price lists for everything.
I'm working on getting the domains finished first, and then I'll get into the equipment. I got to go back to do skills and feats and all that. I'm working. I'm sorry it's taking me a while. Hey, Janet's Universe.
That's okay.
But I worked like 15 hours Thursday and 14 yesterday. I got home yesterday. I ate my fried chicken, and then I went to that bedroom, and I just went till about 3 this morning. I woke up. My wife had crawled in bed, apparently. And I got up, and I did dishes, and I went back to sleep because I was still a little sleepy. That just kind of happens. I apologize.
That's normal.
I was just referring to not having to rely on you for every little thing about your game, such as like, well, in this case, how much could we make off all that stuff? At least give you a ballpark number and then let you go from there.
If you want to make a copy of that equipment or that loot list you have there, or if you want to do that, I'll go through it. I'll fine tooth the shit out of it, and I'll let you know if you want to like. Well, I mean, if you want to separate it into things you want to sell here, maybe it's heavy, versus the things you want to sell up north at your trade stop. You make that decision. You let me know where you want to sell it and be able to help you with that. Because some things down here will sell a lot better than things up there versus and vice versa.
Yeah. Well,
Janet, would you like to make a plug for your licorice vine?
Like candy. So good. I'm almost out. This is my favorite one.
I forgot I had a huge. I'm sorry, Janet. Hey guys, you want to watch Janet eat? Subscribe to her now on Patreon.
Licorice. Delicious.
I don't know who the asshole was that sent her the $6 jug of pickles. Pickle jug.
Who sent that?
Well, it hasn't happened yet. Give it time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had someone send me a message one time and asked me to eat a banana. And I did. I made a little spoof out of it. I said, how to tell the difference between a married woman and a single woman eating a banana. You saw that one, right?
Yeah.
And I peeled it. And I was like nibbling it. And then I took the married woman, went. It was funny. But they asked, so I did it for them. That was great.
The only bad thing about this camera is that the perspective is a little different. Like if I put my hands here, I look like I've got like some sort of deformity, or I'm Bill Cosby of 15 or something. I don't know.
Oh, you put too much focus on your arms. I didn't notice it until you pointed it out.
Okay. I just noticed that the other day. I was staring in the mirror, the body mirror in the bathroom, and I'm like, ugh.
Make sure it's a regular, like, full-length body mirror and not like one of those funhouse mirrors.
Yeah. Hey, honey, look, if I bend down, I lost weight, actually.
Or if you stand up, you got long legs.
Yeah. Hey, I can wear my skinny jeans again from high school.
But the big camera right now, is that the new one?
Yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah, it's just so clear. I just can't believe how nice it looks. It's a nice camera.
I was stupefied by the price. It was only $30. That was the part about it that like
It's
that was
really, really nice.
cheaper than the Logi that I've got. The Logi I've got.
That's the Mexican, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Mexico.
it's better than a Mexican.
Yeah. Well, how true that is. So, for a full day, you guys rest, relax, get your bodies back in the shape that they should be, get yourselves ready. For those of you involved with certain roguish trades, and especially Nerdy Ogre, is there a specific name you want us to call your barbarian character?
Y'all were just referring to him as Ogre. That's fine with me.
Okay, Ogre works.
That's the name I have written down.
Nerds.
Ogre, the women of the spa, your Broomhilda, she looks at your arms after she dismounts from your back, and like she's got sweat running down her face, and she's, not long ago she was putting the hot rocks in your back and then pulling those off and hitting you with some ice water and then trying to massage. And as her poor little stubby arms, like you would think the short stacks would have endurance for days for massages. Not this one. She goes and she calls in what looks to be her like younger sister. She pulls a Janet move, as I call it, where you go grab your younger sister and have that be the focus of attention while you go grab some relief. And that's what Janet does whenever she needs, like, I can't have you guys staring at me right now. I'm going to bring my sister in. And let the sister pulls the ripcord, lets the sister talk, and Janet's there, behind the scenes, chewing on licorice, grabbing lemonade, slamming down things, reading like the next 3 tabs that we have set up for stuff. The younger sister is just yammering away, and you don't even recognize what's going on as like various tendons and muscles are being reset in your forearms by this little 4'9" dwarf girl. And she's just talking at about 65 kilometers per hour. And I say that because we do have reach in non-imperial metric and imperial measurement countries. She's talking about 40 mile per hour for us Americans, but for her to be yammering that fast, she's tiring out the what are those people? The dictation lady on YouTube is getting like a good workout right now. This lady's just jammering up, and she's telling you about how you hold your axe and the way you should probably try to do your underswing and then cut across. And as she's feeding you this information, you kind of get an idea that one thing you could possibly do if you're ever given the chance is you could try to do an opener with a half strike from your war axe and then follow up with an upward swing across the body, probably at a diagonal 45 or 40 degree angle. And that's almost guaranteed to take a nice leg injury to a point where you've disabled somebody for life. The half strike would be like almost like a precision type of strike per se.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I'm just setting up, but you hear her talking about that, and she says to you something. She says, if you're going to be in town next month, I'm going to be taking the whole month off. I'm not even going to be doing this because I need time to attend classes and make sure that I myself improve my mastery of the axe. If you're going to be here, I could take you with me and we could go train together because you look like the type that could actually withstand some of the punishment I deal out. And about the same time that she's saying that, you see the first massage therapist you have, she's shaking her head violently at you. Her sister's not seeing this, and she's going.
So he says yes.
I'll probably be here
That's
next month.
hot.
Mhm.
She seems really sweet, but there's a part about that just has there's like an attachment commitment that's on there. It doesn't rub you the wrong way, but just with your chaotic style of nature, might not be something you want to plan ahead more than 2 days ahead of time.
Yeah.
She seems sweet, and she seems like she's trying to help you out. Finally, the last thing she does is she graduates from her forearms and your metatarsals. She does a great hand massage. Like your hands spasm for a good 20 seconds after she's done, because just all the stress and all the work she puts into the palm of your hand and in the meat of this bottom part right here. She does a masterful job. You're kind of feeling like you don't need to leave. This bed could be your tomb. Where you're laying right now, you could just like happily die here. If she'd do this for you every time after a big fight, like you could, this could be good.
Yeah.
Broomhilda's little sister, her name is Naomi, should you desire to know further, but she gives you
Naomi.
Naomi.
I'm going to warn you. If you marry it, you're going to have that jabbering mouth 24 hours a day. So just remember that.
Beware the clingers.
They're the most fun because when you start giving them attention, they attach to you, and it's easy for like sex to erupt out of that, or like, a good struggle snuggle session, and then like that was great. Like, what are we gonna do with the rest of the hour? We want to play video games, and they don't care. They're just there. Somebody's talking to me. Somebody's listening to me. I can talk now. Rub her shoulders, pet her, maybe go toss her roast beef. Whatever. It's a good day.
Just eat her meals and tell her how wonderful it was.
Buy her a little bit of chocolate for the days you'll be gone.
Mm-hmm.
She's a nice little dwarven girl. But
Yes. Her name and dear mother too.
And she'll shave your name on her chin out of her beard.
Oh God.
Sweet Jesus.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Dear baby Jesus, show me how she braids the silver pieces into her beard.
I actually left pictures of what I consider female dwarves in your meme section of your Discord that says, if anybody's confused about what a female dwarf looks like, show them this.
Where did you post that at?
Hairs open her top, and in her dwarven chest hair is ogre with a big heart and an arrow going through it. Yeah.
He's gagging behind the scenes.
It's all the
I mean,
hair.
the pictures themselves look like females, but they also look like what I would expect a female dwarf to look like.
The only thing is, when you've been frisky with a dwarven woman, do you have to do you use dental floss on your teeth to get the hair out?
Well, actually, I think the dwarves have little tiny machetes. So you go whacking through the deepest, darkest parts of the Underdark.
Is it going like that?
Well, here's the thing. From what I know of dwarves, their beards are a point of pride because they take good care. They're well groomed and manicured.
Mhm.
I mean, that's if you're going like Tolkien, right?
Oh, in
There's
general,
the male dwarves.
But see, I was just wondering because that's why women started shaving their legs and stuff so they wouldn't have hair in the way, right?
Jeez Louise. How far did I put that
Landscaping.
joke back? Oh, there it is. Here he is, way back there.
Mhm. So that's on Discord.
I'm looking
Oh, the
for
female
it.
dwarves I placed it?
Yeah.
It's way up there. I actually,
Oh, it's a way back. It's a while back.
Okay.
yeah. I have them now if you want to see them. I'll do the share.
Could do an Antifa search. Get an approximation.
I know, it's just randomly, I mean, completely randomly on Pinterest, those dwarven females popped up on my feed. It's like, you know what? I'm going to take advantage of that. Plop, right in the meme section.
Kind of envy you folks. I got banned off of Pinterest before I even got a chance to sign up.
How'd you manage that?
Probably something I said on YouTube.
Yeah.
This was before the unpleasantness from 2012, 2017, and currently.
Mhm. Well, right now we're all grabbing our ankles and bent over and not enjoying it.
Can't fit a grease BB up mine.
For those of you that are getting the concierge services, you find yourselves to be talked to the whole time as if somebody is in a little bit of awe. They're really happy to be able to have such an intimate moment with you or intimate few hours with you. They feel really special about things. They make mention of a lot of the events that have happened within the past 6 weeks. And then after that's all over, you guys are
Well,
pretty much
before I
Go ahead.
leave, I offer the one that was massaging me a whole gold piece in exchange for some information on. Let's see, what was it? It was crap. I forgot what I wrote down in my stupid contract. I know I had an alcohol smith, a clockwork smith, and a armorer smith. And what was the other two? 5 dwarves total that I was gonna.
Oh, stoneworker, obviously for the repairs on the.
Yeah, stoneworker and one more cook. That's what it was. A cook. Is there any rumors of any of those 5 descriptions that are kind of looking to get out of Stoneholm?
Some journeyman, maybe.
Well, you find you put up those informations, and as you're giving that to the chiseler, he's putting it all on a slate, and they discuss with you at length what type of stonesmiths you need, what type of tradesmen would you really want, and as he's doing this, you don't notice his chisel working. He says, I have a brother that his entire goal in life is to not be here anymore. He wants to live on the surface of the planet. We all think he's kind of crazy, but nothing has came his way like this opportunity. Before I make this, I'm going to actually discuss this with him first. Would that be okay?
Even if he doesn't fall under the categories of what I'm looking for, I'll take anybody who's willing to lend a hand at my fort. Somewhere in the main beta test, on the alpha test, is the contract I put in there a while ago that says what exactly I'm planning on doing. Which it's kind of an open-ended contract because I don't know exactly what's going to happen in the future. But I did write in the clause that if the dwarves feel like it, they can just walk away.
Yeah, it was like a portion of the fort to do their craft, and then I forget what the rest was.
Yeah, it was talking about how they'll be allowed to expand. Oh, that was one of the things they needed to do. It'd probably be too small for to have their own dwarven priest there with us, but at least get a little sacred statue that the dwarves can pray to. So they have their own little
a little shrine or something.
The plans for a shrine that they can have.
They would want to enact a shrine. There's really there's nobody from Dwarf Vader's clergy that's operating in your section of the map right now. About an hour later, you guys are going to be at the table, which same table as always. Anyway, you'll be eating at the table, and that's when
Is my crunching too loud? I just thought about that.
That's not that loud.
Okay, good.
I got headphones. I have a little bit of a misophonia, but it's not about chewing. It's about people talking with their mouths full.
Oh, I'll try not to do that.
I get a little self-conscious when I'm munching away on pretzels or something, and it's crunching really loud in my head, but I can't tell if the mic is picking it up.
If a quartet of dwarves approaches as you are eating some bits of, you have deep fried Rockholm lizard tail. You have fried axebeak legs. This must be the Fridays in Stoneholm because the friars are working.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have exactly catfish fries, but you're having everything else which is available to be fried is fried. And as you're eating this dangerous cardiac food, you notice that Roberto and Tomas are just enjoying themselves, picking away at the bits of turkey leg they were given, and they're there's more tendon on. There's almost more tendon than meat on this. This thing's huge, so I should, in theory, be filled up by the time I'm done with this, right? So they're both complaining about that, but that's their discussion. The dwarves come up, and they politely ask if they can sit with you and talk with you about things. We understand that
Sure.
You're looking for people that are interested in traveling. Is this correct?
Yes, I am.
When would the guy that appears to be the obvious dwarven wizard?
Mm-hmm.
He says, "I need to know pay. I need to know what pay would be like,
Well,
if that's possible."
Well, at first, pay will be based off of what you can get for work outside of my fort. I'm not in a position to immediately start paying you wealthy amounts of money. However, this also turns into the contract I have put out. Start getting a real revenue, you will actually earn a real pay, which will be properly negotiated based on how much the fort gets. Plus, you'll be allowed to keep 50% of any commissions you do after that point. In fact, I encourage it. So admittedly, pay is not immediately guaranteed unless you know a good trade, hence the reason I'm looking for tradesmen who can easily get work outside my keep.
Okay.
At this point, I can afford to feed you. That's definitely not the issue. It's anything more than that. But that's part of the reason why I need the help, is so I can actually start getting a real revenue.
Basically, room and board until everything is up and running.
Yep. And it also states, another thing it states in the contract, I don't think I'll have a good reason for elves, honestly. I know their metals can be lighter, but I don't need lighter metals. I need stronger metals and materials. And I have a potential deal with a storm giant, so there might be a possibility of a giant living there at some point to facilitate trade. But in both cases, you are not allowed to, you do not have to like, just no open fighting, and you are allowed to drink them under the table anytime you want. And oh yes, at some point before I leave, I'll be getting the plans from the church for a right. I already forgot what it's called.
Proper shrine.
Thank you. A proper shrine to be erected in the keep specifically for you.
So we would hire on with you. What would be the date of departure?
The exact date at this moment is unknown, but we have. Don't suspect we'll be here for more than a month or two longer. And not even that, I'm hoping. But as we still have unfinished business with the crypts and our and some of your leaders, as we're trying to figure out what exactly is going on with the mind flares, deep and cut, and all the other shit that has happened recently, we agreed to not immediately depart until after we've helped figure that out.
Wouldn't be hard. We can definitely negotiate on this.
Oh, and there are two things. The contract is purposely open-ended. I understand it can be renegotiated in the future, but that's because I cannot plan for everything as much as I might try. And two, there is a clause that I wrote in specifically. You are allowed to walk away if the contract is no longer to your liking.
Okay. I'm the stonesmith that my brother was talking about. These are my three friends who we have done everything we can to learn about our various talents, abilities, our trades. I need to get a dwarven name generator set up, and I will give you names.
Adam. Will you put the names in Discord so I can just copy and paste them straight to my fort?
That'll work. Oh. There we go.
Oh, yes, and I have named the fort Doragon.
Say, that's the name of the fort?
Yep. Well, I'm sticking with my character's Asian theme. It's Japanese for dragon.
That works. All right. In the alpha test, I'll be dropping the dwarven names are now dropped into Delorsic.
All right.
Hopefully one is Urus. That would be epic.
What was that name?
And these are people
Urus.
that are joining our group.
Yes.
Okay.
Spell that.
URIST. If I remember correctly, it's Dwarf Fortress for Dagger.
Okay.
the generic dwarf name.
I need to play more of that.
Same here. I got to hit up my buddy. He's got old school Dwarf Fortress on his PC. Have yet to play Steam. And I think Tarn just did an update a couple of days ago for not finished with, but he's currently upgrading adventure mode.
Yeah, I need to. I need to play more of that. That's such a good game. Kai, if Kai's in the chat right now, Kai's like shaking his fist. It is such a good game. Such a good game. Losing is fun.
Did you change the name?
Yeah, I did. Everything's in
It looked
alpha
like
test.
it looked like you did, but I wanted to make sure.
Say again.
Oh,
I said it looked like you changed it, but I wanted to make sure. So I
Yeah.
did copy and paste, and then come to find out, oh, now I've changed it. Oh, shit.
There we go. They even got their various talents there off the
Nice.
side. Oh, they're really heavy on the dwarven wizard stuff. That's cool. All right. What other questions do you guys have? Okay. As
There we go. All right. The Dwarf Fortress Wiki link is in the private chat for names or some basic names.
Now the three I definitely still have to have to make this work for sure is a chef, an alcohol smith. So I say smith because I'm pretty sure the dwarves take their alcohol that seriously, and
brewer. A brewer is a very important job.
I believe the proper term is brewmaster. But,
yeah,
depends on how.
I've done a little bit of brewing, but I haven't dealt that deep.
You brewed?
Yeah, I've brewed a little bit.
Okay.
Yep. I definitely prefer 5-gallon batches where I could keep a better eye on it.
I've yet to go solo. I've done some assistance on beer and basically fruit juice wine.
I've made mead.
The dwarves talked to you about a few other things. They discussed with you just the quest, the in general sort of information, which most people would want to know. And once they get through all of that, once everything's discussed, they help you finish the rest of your meal as you guys are feeling fuller.
Mm-hmm.
The turkey legs, for those of you, or the axe beak legs are absolutely huge. But an axe beak is basically like an ostrich that stands about 5 feet high with this huge beak on it. And it's kind of obscene, the level of, that's a huge beak. Like there are people that might think like God had a problem whenever he made these things.
I think of the Monster Manual first edition. It was a good representation of it, just a ostrich with a freaking bearded axe for a beak.
Yeah.
Whenever I think of an axe beak, all I can think of is Quest for Camelot.
Not played that.
It's not a game, it's a movie. Not to spoil too much, but the bad guy uses alchemy, sorcery, whatever, to literally merge a chicken with an axe, and its beak is a giant axe. And this chicken also becomes sentient and is capable of talking right afterwards. It is a movie much like Cutthroat Island that's kind of a hidden gem, but it also would be loved today because the main female character is uber strong. But with that said, unlike today, so are the males.
And for those who don't know,
That
what
was
Max-
the animation, right?
Yeah, with the two-headed dragon that each head hates each other.
Yeah. It's a late 90s film. I vaguely remember it. My brother used to
I
watch it a
grew up
lot.
with that movie.
You know, the movies you guys have selected for us have been pretty good here lately. Appreciate that, guys.
Well, honestly, right now I'm thinking of that scene in Demolition Man, where they're in the sewer, he's eating that burger, and Huxley's like, "Yeah, just don't ask where the meat comes from. What's that supposed to be? Look around. Do you see any cows?"
I mean, there was a
That has a
time
point.
years ago when I worked for Terminex. I had a situation where we had a customer. I had to go to his barn and place bait stations with bait, fill it up with bait. Well, I got there a day later than they wanted me to, but it was all we could do to get there that day anyway. So I got there and I started installing things. As I'm walking around this barn, I'm smelling something cooking and I'm getting hungry. He's got like a 55 or 65 gallon steel drum that's mostly rust, and it's loaded to the top with rats. And he's burning. And I'm like, this is the source of the smell that was causing my stomach to want to fucking eat. I'm mortified on one end, but I remember Demolition Man, and they were having rat burgers in the sewers. And I kind of get it now. I understand. So
It's not that bad. I just think of like Never Cry Wolf and Demolition Man. Those are two fine examples of eating rodents. No harm, no foul.
I've had a bat before.
My buddy Josh went to Peru and had guinea pig. And that's basically the
to make it worth it.
similar thing.
Does it taste like rabbit? I wonder.
I don't know. I don't think he's ever had rabbit.
Oh,
Don't eat the rabbits up here.
rabbits are kind of
Oh, no. We
rabbits
got infested rabbits. Desert hare.
I thought squirrel and rabbit tasted a lot alike to me. At least in the
They
state
do.
of Washington.
At least gray squirrels and rabbits.
Mm-hmm.
I've had kangaroo before.
I've never had kangaroo, but I would taste it. I mean, just so I can say I did. But I like alligator, and it's a giant lizard. Oh, I thought it was delicious.
Gator's good.
I'm a big fan of gator.
I've always wanted
I
to
don't
try
think I've ever
it.
had gator.
You live in San Antonio?
Yeah.
There's a franchise called Smash and Crab, and they have gators as a appetizer. Get about 8 ounces of fried meat. Looks like chicken nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
It's delicious.
Gator nuggets.
Yeah,
It's good.
I would recommend. Would definitely eat again. It was nice.
What's the name of the place?
Say again?
What's the name of the place?
Smashing Crab. And oh, thanks, Google, for listening to me. The western side of town and the north side of town is where you have 4 various locations for 3 locations for Smash and Crab. One by Chavano Park. Oh, there's 4. One by 1604 281, one by 10, then one off of 16, what I've been to, and then one way over by 151, where 151 dead ends into Alamo Ranch. There's one over there. Then there's also a Mambo Seafood in Lackland, and that popped up because it's sponsored. I wouldn't go there. They have a 3.8 rating. That is not a good rating. Not for San Antonio. You should close soon. Sorry, did I say that aloud? I'm sorry. The dwarves help you eat. They discuss some various things. They show you some small capabilities they've got. They seem like they're a little lower level than compared to you, but the fact they're willing to try and do all the right things for whoever is paying them, that's nice.
Yeah.
And they don't seem to be having any issues with the idea of leaving. In fact, all of them seem very excited about it. We've been playing this boring game of Dwarven Fortress for generations here. There's no challenge left. Which is a lie, because they've not gone down in the catacombs beneath the city.
Yep. Which is where we're heading to when we finally finish our rest.
Do you want us to work with you tomorrow? Do you want us to go with you tomorrow on this, or do you want us to be primary point?
If you're willing, I will not say no. Down there was looking pretty messy.
We'd be willing.
We can't guarantee safety.
No, that is
There
true.
are risks. But if you're willing to come along, we won't say no.
And once we divide up the loot and sell what doesn't get kept, you will get paid a percentage.
Let me know when you got the loot divided up, and I'll let you know how much it goes for. Okay. I'm hearing something. Is somebody hearing something?
Janet?
As well?
Oh, sorry.
Does it sound like water?
Sounds kind of watery.
That's me. That's
Okay,
me
yeah.
pouring water into my cup.
Okay, I'm hearing something here. Like, I'm
I
not
didn't think it was that
guy.
bad. Just don't think about peeing.
So these dwarves seem pretty amicable. They talk a lot about the history of this area, but they're only about 110 years old. That's their average age, the 4 of them.
Yeah.
That's not the combined age. Their average age is 110. So they have a lot of time they can talk to you about down here and various things that's happened over the years. So The supper turns pretty long. You guys get into discussion of various brews and beers, and that's when other dwarves join your table. Some of you quietly slip out and go off to your bedroom. About a half hour later, people are like, "Hey, where did this person go?" And by this point, it might be a good idea for you all to leave so you can get early tomorrow out of town and get started on the remainder of your exploration of these catacombs and various other things that are going on.
Yeah.
You don't want to take too much time in recreation. There's plenty of time for that later, you hope.
Agreed.
Huzzah.
Once the morning stops, or once the morning pretty much gets to the point where you hear the chiming of anvils signifying the day has started, Isabu, Quinn, Mongoose, they all gather together, start doing their morning rituals, getting their spells and mana ready.
Since I don't have any magic, I guess I'll just pose in the mirror. Flex. Yeah.
Downstairs, downstairs in the main room, you hear others are already awake and they're doing things in the kitchen, getting breakfast ready. Once their morning ritual, it takes about a full hour for the morning rituals to finish. But the three of them gather with the rest of you, Tomas and Roberto, making an extendedly large breakfast because they found some bacon that made its way down here.
Hot damn.
Bacon.
I love you guys.
He's bacon drunk.
You each have a lot of it. Well, I say a lot. I say 5 pieces of bacon, not small bacon. But you all gather around the kitchen area. Burris and the others are talking to you about the various threats. Chromoid, Cutdrock, Urist are all doing what they can to make the morning less hostile. One of them is brewing coffee. I would prefer if all bacon was made equal, but not every bacon can be chop house bacon.
I've never even seen that brand.
I love the product placement.
You're right.
No monetization, no sponsors, just full on buy this because this shit's good.
Fucking. If you're doing a lot of cooking in a pan, you just get the ends and pieces, and you can cut that to fit. Because it's just like the scrap bacon that they package up. sometimes a lot of it's fat, but fat tastes good.
Hey, the ends and
Fat
bits are
equals
best
flavor.
for bake. The ends and bits are best for bacon gravy and shoving in other things.
I forget the name of the company, but they literally make a tub of bacon grease. Like they make various types of bacon for
I must
sale,
look
and then the grease they save, and it's basically like country crock the way it should be.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
I must find this place.
Yeah,
My brother-in-law doesn't know shit about saving bacon grease for using later.
Yeah, you use bacon grease in lots of meals. I mean, for flavoring. It's really good in different stews and stuff too.
Oh yeah.
Hmm. I don't know anyone that
Passes
doesn't like.
for passes for gun lube if you're doing cap and ball too. I wouldn't
That's yet
recommend
another-
it too much, but in a pinch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
another scene that stuck in my head from Family Matters. There's a point in there where basically Carl's the only one with a job, and they all have to like tighten up. And Grandma living there, she makes a meal, and they're all eating it, and they're like, I can taste the bacon, but I don't see any bacon in it. I don't see any bacon in there. She goes, well, that's because there isn't any bacon. You're just tasting the fat. That bacon, that's a whole nother meal. Look, and things are getting tight. I grew up in the Depression era, so it's like, yeah, just take 1 pound of bacon and pull out like 7 different meals from that 1 pound.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch my channel and you don't get fatter, I somehow feel offended.
Well, I'm trying to get thinner.
I know, so am I. Actually, this week did pretty well. I had only 2 beers, and that was yesterday when I had my fried chicken. I was beat from like 29 hours of work in 2 days, and so I just stopped by Popeyes. Get me chicken. I need chicken because I'm going to eat it and go to sleep. And this morning, woke up, did a little bit of exercise, did the dishes, did all that stuff, and went back to bed. But feel so much better now. These dwarves start drawing maps for you of various places that you may want to investigate, may want to take a look at. You found the evidence of dwarf Vader cultists within the lair of the dark folk. Also, you found some unusual looking ants that had funguses all over them, all up and down their carapaces. That kind of scared you. I'm just going to say that.
Oh.
Yeah.
For those of you that are looking for a 9-pound pail of bacon, though,
It's now on everybody's bucket list that likes bacon.
I have found it. It cost you $55 plus shipping, handling, etc. But bacon up grease, 9-pound pail.
What was that movie with Demi Moore? Indecent Proposal?
Yes.
Substitute the fucking Vaseline with bacon grease. I can feel it squishing between my toes.
I've never used bacon grease as a sex object, but I might have to.
Coconut's better. Or
Coconut oil is awesome.
coconut oil's better.
It's like being at the beach.
Well, When do you want to leave?
Well, I'm assuming
As soon as I have my morning glory, and I'm all set.
Morning glory. It sounds like a limboism right there.
I was just going to say, after everyone's eaten their 9 pounds of bacon fat and drink their gallon of coffee, let's keep going.
We're heading into the catacombs. Dispatter cultists, and whatever nasties they brought with them are conjured up.
You leave from Stoneholm, you head on into the little mapping area of the catacombs. And catacombs is interesting because you've got some areas that are large and cavernous. You have other areas that are very cramped. Even the dwarves are like, man, this is a tunnel that's really like I gotta suck in my gut to walk through here sideways.
Maximizing space, I guess.
Get into one of the caverns on your way into where you're headed to the lair. I assume you're going back to the lair of the dark folk to cleanse or to clear it out. Am I correct or am I wrong?
I suppose we could. I mean, the
Well,
other
our big
option
thing
was
trying to sorry.
go for it. Go for it.
What we were originally trying to do is figure out why Strawn Deepen Cut sent us down there. And at this point, it's kind of like we kind of need to cleanse this area just to get to where he wants us to go.
Okay. On your way into it, there's this large cavern that you have to head into. And while you're moving around, you all hear it first and you stop. But the way that you're seeing it is that there's in the opposite side of this cavern, there's some limestone stalactites and columns that are coming down. And there's looks like a war party. And I say that because you count roughly 20 of the little dark folk that are camped out on this side of the cavern here. Let me know how you guys want to proceed.
Ooh, 20. Those little... If they were regular goblins, I wouldn't be worried. 20 of those little fuckers, though. We got to come in with a strategy, otherwise we are dead.
Those are the meth goblins.
Yep.
I like how he classifies them as meth goblins.
Those are the what goblins?
Meth
You missed
goblins.
it last week. These things are at least 5 times, maybe even 10 times tougher than a regular goblin.
They're like ninja gobos. Sneaky little bastards.
I picked up these 3 modules to use our game for our game, and I was mostly running it as it was written. But as time has gone on, I realized like a lot of the combat encounters are more struggles for the dungeon master than the players, because the dungeon master can throw an adequate challenge at players in PF or whatever game system he wants, and the players can either deal with it or they fail, or maybe they have an alternate solution to it. But the way that this set of series modules is written up, like a lot of the monsters are hit point sponges, and I, as a DM, just don't like that. I really don't.
Yeah.
I know that sounds weird from a guy that has racks and racks of fucking miniatures ready to go on the battle mat, but I
Got all this potential to use, and you can't use it because the handful of whatever we're fighting is still up. Meanwhile, we're at half hit points or what.
I just don't. I don't like the way they. Every fucking combat in this campaign module series, this little 3 series, is just like. And if your players survive the 15th round, they have a chance where they've been victorious, but they have to go through 15 rounds of action, and it's like that's way too much struggle to kill a goddamn advanced goblin. I don't give a shit what you are. Like there's a level of like there's being a dick, and then there's like I needlessly torture the people that pick this up and use it verbatim, and that's where the category is for it.
How to beat a dead horse.
Like I designed my game system so it would have good mathematics, it would have smart play be an option, but when I bump into shit like this, I'm like, this is exactly what I'm trying to get away from.
This is probably what spurned the whole D&D 5e, nobody dies, everybody's fine mentality.
Probably.
Does the Dwarven Wizard have the ability to cast Sleep?
Okay, is there a path around them where we can like avoid them altogether?
Is there a path around it? From what you're seeing, there is a possibility of stealth option if you hug this wall here, but there's just a lot of goblins in that area.
These
Still.
crackers.
And none of all but Lemmy is. I think Lemmy's the only one that has the sneak ability. Therefore, we're all at a huge disadvantage if we try that.
Is there a way? Is there a way to find a magma flow and then play the floor is lava with these sons of bitches?
I can't make that. I can't make fire or lava. So I don't know how to do that.
That would be more of a magician or arcane trick, Janet.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. But it's a great idea. It's just that I don't have the capability.
Kill them with fire.
Burn them at the stake.
And
Do you have any?
the only reason you guys know about these guys is that they're cooking, and you see them gathered around 2 sets of large campfires, which the ceiling is obscured in smoke, I might add. But you've been smelling this for the past 500 feet as you guys came up a sloping set of walls and floors. And once you got to that point where you could see what the fuck is going on, then you smell the cooking of flesh.
Isabel,
Yeah.
do you have any illusionary spells?
She's a worshiper of a cleric that does paladinly virtue. And so if this was a worthwhile fight, like as it is right now, Mir probably doesn't suggest wholesale wanton slaughter unless there was like a need for like the obliteration of these dark folk.
Well, I'm not trying to fight them. I'm trying to find a way to get around because, you know, 20 of these little snot goblins is a serious problem. Then yeah, getting around them is preferred to fighting through them. So my thought was have create an illusion to draw their attention to the north side while we hug the wall to the south side and kind of try to sneak around them.
No, I don't have
Doesn't
anything.
Quinn have that ability?
I have like Shield of Faith, where I can like put a protective shield around you, but I can't make them think you're something else. At least I don't have that power yet.
Quinn says something. He's like, I could cause a distraction. Quinn offers some magical assistance to get them distracted.
That's probably our best option. Let's just hope it
I
works.
can attempt to burgle my way in and get around and maybe reinforce that distraction while you guys are following. Because, like, if there's 20 plus of those little buggers, our best bet is to avoid them, like hands down.
That's what I'm trying to do. Then that's what I suggest we do. We create that distraction to the north side, to the north end. Because if we stick to the south end, we sneak through. We might be able to do it, but if we have a distraction at the north side, that would help our chances of sneaking through.
And admittedly, my first consideration was try to put them all to sleep with me and the dwarven wizard. But if we have the ability to sneak, I think that's definitely the better option.
The pyromancer, Delorsac and Urist both say both want to know what the bard is up to, and the bard says, I'm currently getting it right in my head what a group of wild lizards sounds like. And if I can get that right in my head, producing that with my magic is a lot easier. But that's what I'm doing. And once I get the proper call of a wounded animal in my skull, once I can get that possibly spackled into the air properly to where I can get the goblins, the dark folk, to realize they have additional food on the table they're possibly ignoring, and they should go and gather that for their resources and put that over the fire too. If I can get at least half of them to split, that'd be more manageable. You don't want to try to go put them into a defense where we're defending ourselves in a pincher attack. But if I can get half of them to get up and leave and go try to find that thing that's making a noise, boy, I've done my job well.
Oh, yeah.
Urist says, I have a couple of spells that, when properly placed, they can help render unconscious various creatures that are within that area, but it taxes me quite a bit.
I have a question real quick. I have knowledge, nature, and survival. Would either of those help in creating a sound of, what do you say, a herd of lizards or whatever, large group of lizards?
Yeah.
Go
Go ahead and and roll your survival check.
This percentile.
Add your percentage that you have listed on your sheet, what your die roll is.
It's survival. Okay.
I did not realize I was out of peanut butter.
That would be 24 total.
You start making a little bit of progress in your mind about how this would work out to your favor. And as you're trying to explain your thought process to Quinn, you realize that your inflection is a little wrong, and you take another minute to discuss it. Between you and Quinn, he says, "I think I have it in my head how I need to do this." And not long when he says that, he said, "Get ready to run back up this tavern and down the slopes." But he looks at the two dwarves and says, "Do either of you have a grease spell available?" The two dwarves think about it. I have it. I'm usually not prone to using it, but I can produce a grease spell. Yes. Okay. If things go for the worst for us, we're gonna hightail it out of here. When you get to the bottom of the slope, the sloping passage, what we're going to do is we're going to have you cast that grease, and then just have all of our melee, all of our meat ready to go at the bottom of that affected area. And as they come along, we just brain them like it's an assembly line. Unless that's too wrong. You guys let me know.
Sounds like a good idea, honestly.
I just imagine that episode of Kids in the Hall with the sausages.
I wish I'd hung out with you a lot more, Six Nations. That's all I'm going to say.
Janet could be the chicken lady.
Yeah, I would. I would be the chicken lady.
Is that the lady whose husband was dying and the doctor came over? And as the doctor's looking at the husband, "It's going to be some time for me to help out your husband today, Mrs. Crawford. And there's a rooster in the yard, and it's making noise because that's what they do. Is that a rooster? You have a hen house?" "Well, yes, I do. Tell me my husband's going to be okay." "Oh, he might be okay today, yes. Man, it was quite a trek to come from town to your country home. A little chicken would be nice." "Oh, let me go and get that prepared for you." "Oh, that'd be so wonderful. I'll go sit at the table while I wait in anticipation." And then fucking Death crawls through the bedroom window, looking at Mr. Crawford lying on his deathbed, and Death pulls out his long box and he puts the two parts of his scythe together and he's screwing it together like it's a pool cue.
Yeah.
Just high fucking comedy. We don't have things like that anymore. Well, we do, but nobody's seen hundreds of beavers yet. Okay.
Good times.
So Quinn goes and he makes a couple of distracting spells. And he makes sounds to where it sounds like there's an injured Rockholm lizard or animal crawling about in the caverns. And he's making it sound like it's getting closer. And that's when you notice that the hunters of these dark folk, they start to rise up and gather their weapons, and some of them stop by their fire pit and peel some flesh off the food that's rotating there, eat it, and then they run off. As those dark folk run into the darkness away from the campfire, your two wizard friends wait for them in the darkness behind some stalagmites and ambush them with various spells. Quinn is busy doing his best to, after he makes distracting sounds, he creates another spell off of his lute and creates a zone of silence to muffle the sounds of the fighting. He does a really good job. Lemmy, you count 8 dark folk are left.
Whew. All right.
That seems more manageable.
Mm-hmm. Still kind of sketchy, but definitely a lot better.
All right, so are we sneaking by him, or
What do you guys want to do?
Yeah. I'm going to attempt to sneak using my stealth. So that's a decent skill.
Well, don't we have to come back this way later? Now that we have their
True, but
power
we'll worry
divided?
about that after we find the cultists and potentially have to fight a frickin' devil.
Well, it's
This is
catch-22
small-
either way. Do you want to deal with
small
them on the way
potatoes
out
here.
after fighting a devil?
I don't think we're going to survive, to be honest. But
I don't have any stealth, so I'm not going to be able to sneak by very good.
Lemmy is the only one with the stealth
But
capabilities.
before I go by there, can I cast the Shield of Faith on myself?
You can.
Okay, and what is that? 2 mana? I'm trying to look real quick.
That should be 4 altogether.
4? Okay. Let me write that down real quick.
After you cast that, Lemmy casts yet another spell, but he comes up to you and you don't hear what he says. He gestures for you to take the rock out of his hand.
Quinn made a magic rock.
You note that around her, it's silent.
Oh, portable silence.
You put it on a rock. You gave it to her.
Hot dog. We might just make it. Sweet.
well, if Isabu doesn't protest, I was going to pick her up. I'll pick her up and put her on the back and kind of carry her. If she's that worried about being sneaky.
No, I don't care. I'll give you a little of my Shield of Faith.
Oh, that.
That'd be awesome. I want to live.
So
So do I need to?
When you go over to her, when you talk to her, you don't hear anything coming out of your mouth. And eventually, like, you kind of get irritated because you walk away from her, you can hear yourself. You get close to her, she's not allowing any sound around her.
Oh, that's fine. I just go up and pick her up and put her arms around my neck and start to carry her.
This is kind of what it looks like.
Oh, not a gentleman and an officer? Darn.
Frank, we miss you, sir. So,
Man was a prolific artist.
one of the best. Let me roll me yourself. You're going to be the one escorting everybody through here, pointing to where people need to be stepping and how they need to be operating and moving.
The Dallas proverb goes, when the blind lead the blind, they will surely fall off a cliff. Hope that I proved that wrong. Got a 72, that's 97. 97, shit, yes. Thank God. Successful stealth roll. I'm going to be doing my ninja-esque moves. And my magical sword +1 that goes off with goblins near, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to kind of slowly pull it out of the sheath every once in a while so you can see the blue glow. If it's too dark for you guys to notice me, I'll be doing my impersonation of cat eyes on the back of the helmet type of thing. As we navigate.
Your navigation skills are fairly cohesive between you and the dwarves. You lead your party through a section of the cavern unattended to by the dark folk. Once you get past where they are at and into the narrow confines of a tunnel, you guys note that Quinn takes the rock out of Isabu's hand, sets her, Ogre sets her down, and Quinn puts the rock at the front of the tunnel. We have a few more minutes before that spell goes away, but I gotta ask, dwarves, I know you guys have no love for the dark folk. This is a fairly well defended location. Do we want to go back in there, perform a offensive, and then do a militia style retreat after 2 volleys of spells? The dwarves think about that for a moment. That would be splendid, yes. If you would be open to it, because getting rid of 10 extra dark folk, that would be a fantastic contribution to our society down here before we leave, of course, permanently for the land of sunshine and honey. Notice that the dwarves, a lot of the dwarves
Go ahead.
call the above ground land that. The land of sunshine and honey. They don't have bees down here.
They ain't wrong.
Is that what you guys want to do?
I very much would like to, yes, because I don't want there to be 20 of them after we're licking our wound from the big boss fight.
If the spells kick off the way that I think they will, I think we got a better chance of fighting them.
In hopefulness, yes. I almost dropped my favorite miniature. That would have been catastrophic. Six Nations. Did you ever play the first Fallout from '96?
I played very little of it. I watched my friend play it a lot, but I personally didn't play too much of it. That was back before I had a computer.
There was an encounter on it I thought was really good. No, it was Fallout 2. And you meet this guy, and he says, I've got problems. I've got ghouls or mutants or something ransacking part of my operation here. If you help me and get rid of them, I will give you my whole life's treasure. So you agree to help him out? Sure. And after you get done slaughtering like over 400 hit points worth of goblins and other things, ghouls, excuse me, the undead which won't lie down and fall out. You kill off all these fucking things, and once you do, he says, "Oh, you have saved my entire state. I'll give you my lifelong amassing of my greatest treasure," and he gives you like 200,000 or 400,000 bottle caps. But those would have been good in the first game when bottle caps was currency. Now the world has moved on. We've gone back to coins, and the bottle caps are useless.
That sounds so familiar. What was that dude's name?
Brian Fargo? That was the guy that created the game. My bad.
Oh, no. The actual guy. He was out there in, what was it, Broken Hills?
Yes. That sounds very familiar.
Yeah, it was like fucking 10K worth of bottle caps, all new California currency from the old game.
Yeah. Here's something that'll weigh you down and give you nothing in return. I liked how that game worked because that game worked on a barter system. Anytime you were doing trading, like you had to make your end a little sweeter for the others to get involved with it.
It was like a realistic interaction between buyer and seller. That's all the inside jokes and shit, which is something that Fallout 3 and the other games, once they went first person, and the lack.
I hated Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. My jam is absolutely Fallout Tactics. Probably the best.
That's one that I haven't touched.
It's got Arlie Ermy as a main cast member in that game.
Oh, that's crazy.
No, he plays part
that
of
alone would be worth it. That would totally be worth it.
It's very much worth it having him as an AI that is from the old America, the America before the bombs fell, because all the things that have happened in the world since then causes his bigotry to come out. So, like, if you're not into mutants, if you don't like having all the ghouls around, like, his general is your guy, and you want him to survive. there's endings for both ways, but just the amount of script writing that's at a professional level, that game is so fucking good. Masterclass. Okay, here's how your visibility set up. So like you can't really see out of the main cavern area, but you can take up positions however you want. You guys decide. The two dwarven wizard arcane types, they want to set up shop like right here. Their cleric wants to be behind them like that. And how do you guys want to be set up?
I'm going to be, since it's going to be to the front, but
Oh, there's the call of Josh. He's came back to us.
Hell, I dropped out for a sec.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Got the little swirly thing it was thinking, and then it thunk too much and booted me off.
Hello, Mr.
okay,
Johnson.
where did we just come from? Which side of this did we just come from?
They're going to be coming from over here. What was the thought process was we have something go off, possibly drop their numbers again, and then that person hightail it into here and fight the weakened amount of them in this bottlenecked area. But I need to know where your placements, where you want to be at.
All right, okay.
Is that up or down in front of us?
This is going up.
Okay.
Well, I and the archers should be toward the back.
Yeah, the archers can prepare ahead of time and they can have a readied shot. But once that goes off, then they're subject to initiative like everyone else, but they can get their bows ready.
See here.
Now the entrance there, is that like one person wide or one dwarf wide, or is that like at least two?
It looks like two. It's like 3 people wide over here, then it goes down to 2 for the most part.
All right.
So if we got some heavy hitters,
who do we
left
have
and
that
right.
does well with sneak attack?
well, if I get the drop on them, I can do a sneak attack.
Okay, well you should get in that little. You should get in that little crevice there in that corner. Because if they come run down the stairs. No, the one that's further closer to the stairwell. Or the
Right
slope.
there.
Nope, back, right there.
Okay.
Right in that little nook. Because if they come rushing down, they're going to be looking at the main fort, and they're going to most likely run right by you. And that should be able to allow you to get in behind them.
They also have magical darkness.
And I'm going to be up at the front, visibly seen.
So once they start coming down, whatever the area of effect is, it's going to be like kind of a clusterfuck.
Let me find
So just keep that in mind.
his character real quick, because for some odd reason, I've taken his character off the board, and I don't know why.
It's good hard to tell which one is me.
I've got another thief if I can't find his. Have no fear. Huzzah! Have no fear. Leveled up, Lemmy is here. Yes.
Supplies.
Did you say supplies?
Shit, I forgot to buy a whole mess of D4s. We could have tossed them out into the open there.
Okay, so Quinn will take position here behind the archers. Mongoose, where do you want to be located?
Probably alongside the archers.
Didn't our paladin die last game?
Almost.
Oh no, she came damn close.
Okay. I'm sorry for abstaining from role-playing her.
Yeah, we had to drag her along, didn't we, for a little bit?
Yeah.
We tried to heal her because she was so bad off.
Her ankle's all fucked up.
Yeah.
She got Hillary ankles right now.
Cankles.
That would be great, though, if Hillary became Kamala Harris's Veep, because it would be cackles and cankles.
Not for long, because you know that Hillary's not going to play second fiddle. So that'd be dumb on Camilla's part, honestly, if you think about it.
Let the left eat themselves. That's all I got to say.
They will.
I like it. Okay, so what happens is one of the dwarven wizards goes out with his silent stone, and he goes amongst a group of them, and he says, "You'll hear me come running back. I'll get rid of the stone. That way I can at least have benefit of spellcasting. You're the only one that can really see out there, Lemmy. But as you're watching it, you see the dwarf kind of get close to a group of about 3 of the dark folk, and he drops it. He drops a pretty impressive fire spell. He lets go of a spell, dumping it right on top of a group of 3, which absolutely shocks a bejesus. Shocks the group of them to the point where they're very surprised. Somebody would try to get so close and do that. After he catches them with their pants down, he starts hoofing it back this way as best as he can. He runs to here, and it's about this time where they start to show up. Just drop something. Oh, okay. they start to show up in mass. As the first of them gets to the start of the slope, starts making his way down, you note that there's an archer positioned up there. And that's when your companion dwarf, he unleashes his grease spell. So and it looks like 5 of the affected, some of them with fresh burn marks from the same dwarf, I might add.
That makes me happy.
They slide down to here on 5. The rest of you, which have been holding your actions, not going to have an initiative roll. You guys have been prepared for this. Oh, and let me make the shots for the archers, as they are going to take pot shots at prone targets of opportunity. Actually, they can't. They have one shot on this dickhead right here, but that's literally on 5. Anybody have an initiative that's at range? If anybody has a ranged weapon they want to use on one because of preparation, you may.
Well, I got a short bow I could use, and then I could immediately drop it.
Yep.
Sure, why the hell not?
Janet,
Yeah.
roll me a D8.
Okay.
This is for your companion for his damage. Damage. Baby girl. Hello.
Okay. I rolled a 7.
All right.
So have we already set up our what is it called when you're in order?
Yeah, you don't have a surprise of the initiative die. You basically know what you're going to do, and I'm not making you pay for preparation. You've been holding action
Okay,
for the
because
past 30 seconds. So
okay, I've already did earlier. I did the Shield of Faith, and
Mhm.
this time I'd like to do Divine Favor. I think that's
Okay.
yeah. I want to put that on myself to give me a extra. It says I get a calling upon the strength and wisdom of my deity, I gain a +1 luck bonus on attack and weapon damage rolls for every 3 caster levels.
Okay, so what Divine Favor does
Mhm.
is it gives you a +5% luck bonus for your attack. But for your
Okay.
weapon damage,
Mhm.
it'll give you an additional 2 for your weapon damage. And that only applies to. This is completely a mirror type of spell. Because
Mhm.
mirror would not want you to solve your violence with spells. Mirror wants
I
you to-
know, but I want to have my. So it doesn't help my roll because I always roll so bad. I was wanting to give
it
me
gives you a plus. Excuse me, a plus 10% because you're fourth level. 10% to your attacks, and +2 to your weapon damage.
and +2 to what damage? I'm sorry, there was crackling or
To
something.
any of your weapon damage. If you're using a bow and arrow, a crossbow, a sword,
Yeah,
a
I'll
dagger.
be using my bastard sword or whatever.
Yay!
Okay, I'm writing it down so I'll remember because I always forget that
Sorry.
too.
Yeah,
Right.
Divine Favor is a very low level but scalable spell because up to level 7,
Hmm.
it gives you like level 7's where it caps, but it gives you a +15 to attack at level 7 and +3 weapon damage. This is
Okay, so
if you
when
now,
does it? Like plus what is it start on?
it starts at +1 to damage and +5% to hit at
Okay.
level 1, but at level 4 it goes to +10 +2. And then at level 7, it goes to +15 to hit and +3 to damage.
Okay, so I'm at level 4, right?
Yep.
Oh, I'm at 4. Okay. All right. Well, I want that. That's what I want to do for my first action.
All right. So you do that. What are you going to do next, Janet?
I'm gonna go with my team towards the bad guys to fight.
Okay.
That's why I need it
All right.
to defend myself. Divine favor. I'm writing it down.
Okay. He casts grease and they slide. On 5, the goblins try to follow up their buddies. And these guys are slipping and sliding all over themselves. They have magical Crisco all over their corpses, all over their bodies. One of them even has an arrow sticking out of his chest. Some of them have like burn damage because this asshole right here. On 5, I might add, he also will retreat back to the caster's line, as I call it. Yeah, perfect. If anybody else has a held action they'd like to let go of, go on ahead. Quinn starts playing the Battle Hymn of the Republic, or insert AC/DC song of choice. I say AC/DC because in their 50 years of jamming, they've never made a love song or ballad.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Now they're at
I
that
will
age.
tell you.
What?
Technically, they didn't make a love song.
Shook Me All Night. That's not a love song. That's a slap your hands, high fives to me. I just nutted in the Hooters girl and I'm 18. That's not exactly a love song. I'm Casey Kasem, and today we are having a love song of dedication to one of our
What about let me put my love into you, babe? Let me put my love on the line. Like, isn't that romantic?
It's about
Like
as romantic as a pearl
you're
necklace.
in the truck stop stall. You found the cleanest toilet in the truck stop stall. You're banging away. Like, God, it's beautiful.
Janet, you had baby girl on your show once, right?
But she was in here earlier.
No. She's in my chat now. You
Okay.
had her on the shit show, right? Shit show 2.0?
No,
Oh,
no,
I was thinking you did. I'm sorry.
no. She follows me on TikTok.
Oh,
And I share some of our, I started sharing my shorts for our show over there. So she's come to a few of those.
you know what might actually get more views for especially your channel? We have 2 hours, usually 1.5 to 2 hours we do on movie reviews. But if you find like a minute and a half you really like, Janet, on that, you could splice that and put it on your channel.
Yeah, I did it one time because I'm trying to learn how to do that. So hopefully I'll do that. I did it from the my alien show, dressed as my green, with my, antenna and stuff.
And if you want to see Janet like that in real life, she's going to be at the science fiction convention in October in San Antonio.
Yeah, I've almost got my costume ready, I think, where I like it.
On Initiative 5, he runs back to that location. Anybody that's acted so far, what's your next action? Janet, you said you were moving up with the rest of the line.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get a chance to cast sleep for my held action.
Okay.
Plus, it's not that time yet.
They're in view. They're in range.
All right.
These guys.
Do we?
Now, what are these guys again? What are they called?
They're called dark folk.
Oh. So
They're the myth goblins we fought last time.
Okay. Are they like, they're not undead, right?
No.
No, they're like ninja goblins.
Okay.
You know,
So the last time I thought we were fighting like rats that can go in and out of a smoky mist or something where we couldn't see them.
No, that was a while ago.
Okay.
Which we still might have to keep an eye out for.
Those in the catacombs. That's what I was thinking. That's what we would probably fight.
These little buggers have the same magical darkness type of thing. Well, similar. I think the other one was a little bit different, but
2 of them stopped struggling and succumbed to sleep. Any other actions? Mongoose, what do you have next? We're on 5 right now because now you're in range to see them for sleep. You casted sleep. Yeah. What are you doing next?
Definitely out of range of burning hands. Of course, I don't know if the grease would burn either way. So, they're going to be there for at least for a little extra while trying to get up. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can cast sleep on them a second time, get a couple more of them knocked out.
Oh, wait, was it 4 mana for the divine favor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I forgot to do that. I always forget to do that. So I have to make sure I write it down.
All right, that'll happen again on 18.
Okay.
damn, y'all am like crazy.
13, excuse me. And what's wrong, Janet?
Oh, I just put eye drops in.
I heard you moan. I'm like, clip that, somebody.
It burns. Oh, it hurts so bad. That's why I took
Make sure that it's eye drops and not bleach.
Oh, no, I have them by my desk with all my other allergy stuff. I've got itch cream and nose spray. Eye drops. It's terrible. But, oh, my eyes are burning. It hurts for a few minutes, but then it starts to get better.
Janet, did you remember to write down the fact that we each have 3 magic potions?
Yeah, I now have what kind of magic potions? The healing
Both
ones?
of them. No, these are mana potions. Like they give you extra mana.
No, I didn't know that. I'm gonna write that down.
I said earlier we had 6 of them.
I know. I forgot. I'm sorry. So I got 3 of
That's
my
good.
own.
Yep.
3 mana potions. Good. Thanks for telling me.
2 of them will smell like lavender. 1 of them smells like ginger. That's the description Bruce gave.
Is there a difference between the 2 of them?
I presume,
One
given
smell
when we
like
got them,
lavender.
I'm presuming from when we got them, the older ones would be the lavender ones, so they're probably not going to do as much as the potions that we currently have.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we got those back when we still had basically the base potions where it's only a D8 or D6.
Okay.
And the ones that smell like ginger, we got actually quite recently. Not last game.
No, they're both
the
blue?
game before that, I think. Yeah. So I can't actually guarantee their mana potions. I'm just taking it on faith.
Well, I got that.
All I do know is that they were purified, as per the usual. Janet purified. I have Janet purify all of our potions to make sure they're not poisoned.
Detect poison.
Yep.
You know, I
I'll
thought
go
about
Bruce
that
would do
for a
it.
second. I thought about that for a second, soy-based Jeremy. But if it was Larry Bird, the real Larry Bird in chat, he would have said thank you. But that's not the real Larry Bird. That's probably a third worlder that just heard the name Larry Bird. Let me put that name down as my avatar name. Some immigrant that's wanting to be an engineer or future scientist, but has to resort to like casual crime at bodegas.
I thought Larry Bird was like a basketball player or something.
He is, and he's a ginger too.
Okay.
Not to mention, I believe Larry Bird spells his name with a Y, not a I.
Yeah.
So,
Like I said, he just heard the name, didn't understand it. Let me put this down as my character name for YouTube or Google. And by the way, if you live in an area where there's future scientists and engineers that are wrecking your hotspots of choice, maybe you live in a bad area and you shouldn't have voted like a shithead. All right, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Okay, so on 6, 7, 8, all of you have Bless, which is plus 5% chance to hit.
Okay.
It's a divine bonus because it's Bless. It also stacks with the plus 10% that you get from your Bard to hit and plus 2 to damage.
So total, what do I get to add so I can remember?
You have a 10% morale bonus from the Bard.
Okay.
You have a plus 2 to damage from the Bard. You have another plus 5% to hit divine bonus from the Cleric.
Damn it, Bruce, and your math.
I know, right? Like, this is why Chris and I argue about Pathfinder. He's like, I need Hero Lab up so I can do the math right. I'm like, why are you not happy with Pathfinder? I don't know, because it feeds you everything and makes you a superhero before 4th level. I don't like that. I want a game that's longer, that's meant for people that want to play together for years or decades at a time. Chris and I are about to celebrate our 10th year together as gamers. So, like, if there was ever a Gatorversary or like Gamerversary, whatever you want to call it, Chris comes over to the house. I know his wife pretty well. His dogs absolutely love me, except for the fucking pit bull. She tries to eat my hand out of joy every time I see her because I put my hands down like, oh, look, it's Bear. And Bear's like, oh, and he starts slobbering all over me. And then, like, next thing I know, like, he says, Dewey, deep tonsil search. And you get yanked in. He's got this wonderful set of dogs. 5 fucking dogs. When you live in the country, you start with 1. And then over the course of time, until you have 5 dogs, every 4 months, you get a new dog. It's just dropped off at your front doorstep, like what Janet had.
Well, you're gonna love a Deadpool then when he hooks up with the ugliest dog in the world. I think that's what the dog is, the one with his tongue just hangs out all the time. It's a little hairy Chihuahua mixed breed or something, terrier.
You ever notice the
Something
ugliest
inbred.
dog in the world looks like a Chihuahua?
I don't understand why
Every
people
single one.
find them. I like, there's breeds, like there's certain animals that God doesn't want around on the planet, like the panda. If it wasn't for humanity's intervention, there'd be no pandas.
Mm-hmm.
Now China's recalled all the pandas back to the mainland. They want all the pandas. Fine, go ahead, let them starve over there because we would feed them here. But I know you communists, you'll make everything starve. So there'll be no more pandas.
Well,
eventually.
they eat bamboo. That's one reason why they went extinct, is because there's not enough
They're
nutrients.
picky about the bamboo that they eat too.
That's the part about it that I don't understand. Like, of all the things that you could eat, like, you have hipsters going to the zoo, you have fucking infirm, and you have dumb kids. You have the occasional kid that falls into your enclosure. Like, you have good nutrients, but you choose to eat bamboo. You're a stupid fucking animal.
I know, that's why
Not
lots
a-
of animals went extinct.
Not a true bear.
And I look at pandas like, you've got meat and muscle on you. You should be tasty. But nobody's allowed to think like me. Like, I wonder how pandas taste.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know.
I've never had bear.
Look,
Never had any kind of bear.
I have. I've had black bear before.
Is it good?
Tough. When I had it, I had staked the shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and I realized like I had an inch slab of bear meat, and it was not the way that it should be prepared. I found out later, actually that night, as I'm trying to cut into it, and I'm realizing I need the sharpening stone after every slice because like it's gamey as fuck, and it just
Yeah.
it tastes
Well,
okay,
It's
but I wouldn't
gamey.
recommend it.
The longer you let the meat hang up and stuff, the gamier it tastes too. Same thing with
Oh, the-
geese and duck.
The thing that I learned about bear steaks was that they go rancid quick
Yeah.
if you do not take care of them.
Next time
We lost a hibachi because of that.
next time we have bear, we're just gonna fucking turn it into a roast and have as
Mhm.
many of our friends. Come on, everybody, get a bowl. Come on, put it on your fucking tortillas. I got potatoes for you. Hey, we got rice cooking up. We're gonna put it all in here, and we're gonna make sure this shit gets eaten because, like, within a day's time, it goes from palatable to not.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, I've had really good venison and I've had really bad venison, depending on who cooks it.
Deer as a food product is great. Deer not as a food product sucks. Sorry, didn't mean to get into a food rant.
Go ahead. It's all right.
Okay. On 6, he does that. 7, 8, 9.
I don't remember what my number is. Sorry.
Okay, so
I'm going to attack with my sword, remember?
you moved up on 5, and that got you to here.
Okay.
And then if you wanted to move up again, like, I recommend you guys kind of gravitate back here and let them get towards you. That's what I recommend.
I thought that was the plan.
Yeah, Janet
I-
kind of likes to do her own thing sometimes.
I'm going to yell at them and tell them what big pussies they are, so maybe they'll come running at us. I would probably won't use
Just
that.
use the wrong pronouns and they'll
I'm just going to say you
They'll
big
rage quit.
cowards or whatever, something like that.
Oh, look at those scab kobolds laying on the ground there. He called us scabs? Kobolds? Ah! Whee! I don't think that's really nice. I don't think that was really nice. You compared orcs to black people. What?
Wait a minute.
That's the argument that I will never understand. Like, how the fuck did they let you graduate high school with that thought process? Okay, so that's on 10.
One retard with the AI art. That's all it took.
Yep.
Okay.
Orcs are orcs, not orcs with sombreros.
On 10, these three move past their affected friends. I need a stealth check from you, Lemmy.
Oh, that's my stealth. Shit, it was 45, right? That's 84. I think that qualifies for a hit. 2d6.
No, stealth check.
Oh, stealth check.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was base 84 plus
Okay.
45.
Now you don't really you don't think that these three see you, and that happens as this guy or you take cover, and you basically do what you can to not be seen, being part of the wall. It's on 10, 11, 12. 13, 14.
I was casting sleep on 13.
Yes, on 13. My bad. Go ahead and you cast your sleep, drain your mana pool there.
Yep. Already a 6 through my mana. But sleep is useful, so.
Oh, that's close.
You make two of the others in the pile go asleep. This guy's still struggling. Of the 5 that fell down in the grease, one of them is still active, trying to get up, trying to clamber to his feet, sliding around, acting like he's just come out of like the nastiest, greasiest sex session with a pig possible, and he's still trying to get to his feet. I didn't hear no bell. And these guys are moving. That's on 13. What are you doing next, Mongoose?
By the time I get off sleep a second time, the 3 in front will probably be in with the party, so. Is there any archers that are still awake?
Not that are still awake. The archers are on the ground, and looks like they're nice and tight and tucked in on the limestone slope.
Okay. No, I might be. Oh wait, I probably can't see him at this angle. The guy who's struggling to get up.
Probably not.
Knock him out. Yeah.
You can definitely hear something struggling over there, though.
Yeah. Well, let's hope someone takes him out. So I'm going to ready magic missile to hit whichever one runs up first.
Okay, that'll be on 21.
All right.
On 14, 15, 16.
Sorry, I don't remember what
I think-
number was.
I think that was mine. I don't remember, but I was gonna drop the bow and switch to my sword.
I had it notated you were switching to your sword. This guy's within striking distance of you because he was right there, and that's a very small. That's less than 5 feet, so he's in the danger zone. If you want to go for a precision attack on him, you can, or if you want to let him pass, you can.
Decisions.
Well, if you hit him, it looks like
If
all
he
those
passes,
numbers are
I've
there.
got him from behind. If I take this opportunity, it'll do some damage, but it'll alert my presence. I think we're going to let him pass.
Okay.
And then try to get him with a stealth attack.
All right. As these three pass to try to engage on 17, I want to give the party first whack. Nerdy Ogre, want to swing for this this lovely dwarf with the two-handed hammer?
Yeah.
His name is Termoid. Termoid.
Yeah.
He's got a plus 30 to hit.
Mm-hmm. 43.
Is that with the pluses I gave, or?
Yeah, that's what the pluses. Oh, wait a minute. I'm rolling with my war axe. So I add that. So I add the hit number.
Yeah, add the to hit. We're doing roll over,
Okay.
not roll under like Palladium.
All right. 40.
So-
Okay, so that's 53. Plus you said 30. Plus 30, so that'd be 83.
All right. You connect with the first gobbo as Termoid and roll a D12 bludgeoning for that Earthbreaker he uses.
That's 3. I rolled a 3.
So 3 plus that lovely number from his strength bonuses. That's pretty good.
I have a warhammer now?
No. This guy. You were rolling for this guy right here.
Oh, okay.
You're right here.
Oh, okay.
He was like, damn, I'm lucky. That's what he was thinking.
Yeah.
Clobber in time.
We miss you, Clobby.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say. Mm.
Although I am happy that Rachel stopped popping up in my feed. Okay. Raquel, excuse me.
Yeah, Raquel.
That was a lot of drama. Good God. That happens. This Gobbo approaches. Go ahead, Isabu, and wail upon him. Isabu, go ahead, roll your attack.
Okay, let me get my other dice.
I know it may disappoint some of you, but I'm going to take this camera and relocate
I rolled an 80, an 85, and what do I get to add to that? Since it's a roll, I get
You
to
roll
add
an
10.
85. You get to roll the initial plus. You have a plus 15 because of the Bard and Cleric.
Yeah.
You have another +10 because of your basic martial ability. You also have another +10 from your spell, Divine Favor.
So I definitely rolled enough. So now, which one do I roll?
That's the longsword,
D6?
right?
Yeah.
The longsword uses a D8, which is
A
basically
D8. Okay, let me grab that.
these.
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
I rolled a 5.
All right. Then you add your
Don't I
strength
get a
bonus.
+1? A plus
What's
one
your-
from my divine
You get a-
favor?
You get a +2 for Divine Favor,
Okay. +2, that's right.
and you get a +2 from the Bard.
Okay, so I get +4 total then.
What's your strength What's your strength? Is it a 16,
My
17, 18?
strength is 18.
Okay, so you get a +4 from your strength damage. So
I rolled a 5, so I get a 11. That's my number now.
and this guy has fresh burns on his face, so he's really not looking well at all. Isabu, what do you want to do next? You want to attack him again in 8
Yes.
seconds?
Yes. I want to go at the same guy I'm at right now, wherever I'm. I
All right.
think that's me right there in the middle, right?
Yeah, this is you.
Okay. Okay. And what number again? I'm sorry.
We're on 15. My name is Isabu, and I like to kill things.
Okay. But number 15.
I like to kill the enemies of my deity.
You know, sometimes forgetting you have your mic on is a blessing in disguise.
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, you're good. We hear you loud and clear.
Cool. I had to swap out the other earbud.
Hold on, I gotta. There's Six Nations. You've seen Iron Sky, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay. No offense to Janet, but whenever she talks like Isabu in public, I'm reminded of this great moment.
Oh, yeah.
I just think of Janet. Janet's really
I
playing
don't
her.
think I've seen that. I don't know what this is.
That's Iron Sky.
It's an
Is
awesome
that with
movie.
the Nazis or
The
something?
Nazis are on the
Or
moon.
live on
Yes.
the moon or something?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but
We
I've
will.
heard you guys talk about it. So
We talk about it a lot because it would be preferable to the timeline we're in right now. I'm just saying.
Oh, God. Does that mean that we got to deal with Agartha and dinosaurs and lizard people?
What would be wrong with that? I'd be perfectly fine with Agartha and the dinosaurs and even lizard people.
Well, I don't want to be fighting Adolf Hitler on a T-Rex is all I'm saying.
I can understand that. Completely understand.
Like,
that.
as funny as that was, like, yeah, I would rather have the T-Rexes.
Hey, Mac Thompson, how you doing, sir?
Well, there is a song called oh fuck, what is it called? Anyway, the song goes about oh crap. What's the song called? Fuck, it's been so long since I've heard it. Oh yeah. Laser Shooting Dinosaur, that's what it's called. It's about a post-apocalypse where a guy with superpowers has taken a T-Rex from the past and turned it into a cyborg T-Rex.
Sounds about right. Imagine what would happen if the Russians actually clone to woolly mammoth.
Oh dear God! That woolly mammoths, like those have even like best they could tell. I mean, obviously science hasn't proven everything perfectly, but best they could tell, those were animals of attrition. No matter how many hunters you were, in the end, you just had to wear it down. There was no easy kill.
Yeah.
And especially in today's world, where most weapons are designed for hard armor plates, not not layer upon layer of blubber. Most guns aren't going to be able to penetrate its vital organs.
Not unless you go like 4-bore elephant rifle or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
That's what we've got right now. And let me let this. Yeah, I'm going to make that. There we go. So here's a new way for me to show you guys what bonuses are in play.
Holy crap, technology. The marquee.
All right. Okay. Nerdy will be right back. He's dealing with the dog. As he got in front of the fighter, he uses his dog slicer on the dwarf, and he misses. As this one confronts Isabu, the one with fresh burns, he tries to use his spear on her after he receives a wicked blow from her. And he exceeds her armor. Oh, God. His spear is doing the same amount of damage that her blessing, that her channeling did earlier as well. Janet, you will take 16 damage from a goblin with a spear.
Okay.
And he puts it in your abdomen. That hurt.
Okay.
Okay.
It's
Finalizing their movements. The Paladiness. Go ahead, the Crafting Gamer. Roll me a percentile for the Paladiness. She gets a total of, including all the bonuses that are listed at the bottom, there's a plus 15% from non-player characters right there. But including that, he gets a plus 50 to his roll. Roll me a percentile, please. That's for the Paladiness. He's playing Star Wars. It looks like the Old Republic.
126.
Sweet. 126. All right. So that is a very good roll. Give me a die 8 plus a die 6.
Great attack roll. Pitiful hit. 2 damage.
You rolled snake eyes?
Yep.
Happens.
I'm going to blame it on climate change. The air up here is pretty thick.
This dwarf, 6 Nations, give me a acrobatics check for this cleric right here. He has a -5 to his acrobatics roll.
Okie doke. That is a 70 after the -5.
Okay. All right. Goblin with the dog slicer will try to attack him as he tumbles past, and he misses. The one with the spear will try the same, and he connects. Okay.
Good luck to your Yuggin, Mac.
Yeah,
Godspeed.
that sounds like a lot of fun, but that could be a lot of pain. At least they did take away the ability for hazing to happen. I'm not saying hazing's bad or good. I'm just saying that, like, some guys got just too carried on with it, and they really thought that it was important.
If you all want to see how it's properly done, check out Angry Cop's latest video.
Yep.
On horror marksmanship.
Oh God.
It says it all.
Oh no, we've been found by a legion.
Who's that?
Hello, stranger. Okay. That was on 13.
Hey, Legion of Myth.
Never heard of her. Who is that? Must be a small time channel or something.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
Mhm.
For those of you that are not in the know, that don't know who Legion of Myth is, let me pull them up, and you should give them a follow. They have a lot of transactions, a lot of discussions with newer creator channels that are making their own RPGs. Max says he just watched that video like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, Pepperbox has been the best bang for my buck in subscriptions I've had. I'm thinking about canceling my YouTube membership, but because of YouTube Music, I hold on to it.
I don't know how Legion of Myth does it. He's working, for the government.
50 hours
and he's a full-time YouTuber.
Yeah. Good channel,
Yeah,
good people.
I have no job, but I find keeping up even every other week content to be absolutely almost undoable for me because of editing mostly.
Yeah. Get it. All right.
Hey, 5K is bigger than you think it is.
Yeah, it is. Got us together.
Great way to use the banner.
Yeah, if it wasn't for DM James, which led me to Legion of Myth, which led me to the rest of y'all, I wouldn't be having fun on Saturdays right now.
Is Nerdy in the group, or is he still with the dogs?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and roll me a to hit for your badass axe wielder. Because he just entered your readied zone. You get an attack before he gets his attack.
Go.
I blame Legion of Myth for a lot of things, but he was a lot of fun, and he was a lot of service when I was in the hospital.
Let's see. 10, 15, that's 25, 65, 73.
73.
Yeah.
Fair enough, Mac. Fair enough.
So, is that including your bonuses there?
Yep. That's
okay.
including everything.
And that includes what's on the ticker at the bottom, right?
Yep. That's including everything everything I know about. The bonuses on the ticker going by, the hit, everything.
Your weapon gets blocked by his shield. Takes a little bit of damage, but his shield is still in serviceable condition. And the goblin squeals with joy. Even or odd, he attacks you or paladiness. He's going for the paladiness because a female is more a juicy target for the dark folk than anything else. Also, for those of you that have a sword that glows whenever you have goblins around, your sword's glowing, so you do an extra die 6 of magic damage. All right, he rolls attack her, and he fails horribly. On Okay, for those of you that attacked in unison just now, now you want to start ticking up for your weapon timers. That was on 15, 16, 17, 18, 17, excuse me. The two archers we have in the party, Janet,
Mhm.
roll me a percentile, add 40% to it.
Okay. Whoops, I dropped that one. Whoops.
I'm jealous, Mac.
I rolled a.
Eat one for me.
What'd you say I could add
Eat
to
3
it?
for me.
Add 40 to it.
Okay, well, you got 50%.
Janet, it's okay. We're
Oh,
we're
I rolled
good.
a 10.
I had a newbie mistake happen to me on Thursday, so it's okay, hon.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. You said 15, and I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you till you said the last number, so I'm sorry.
You're
I was supposed to swing at the guy again.
actually because of go ahead, make your swing.
So that was my roll, right?
No, you
Oh.
were. It's fine.
So go ahead and roll.
Yeah, you actually rolled a 15 or 50. You said
I rolled a 10 for whoever it was I rolled, and
You
then I
rolled
added
for-
40.
Roberto, the archer over here, and
So he missed.
he missed on a 50. You
And I-
get to swing your sword. Go ahead.
I rolled an 88 on the dice, and I add what, 15? Is that what you said? 15?
From you, it's 10% for your base offensive bonus. You get an additional +5 from the Cutrock because he casted Bless, and then you also get a +10 from Quinn the Bard.
So it's 11. So I rolled a 99.
Okay, Janet, you need to roll damage.
Okay, so I roll 1d6, right?
You roll a D8.
A d8. Oh, darn, I'm trying to
Long
remember.
sword.
Okay, I rolled a 6.
Hey, that's better than nothing. What are your tallies on that?
Shit. I
You
get a plus 4,
You
right?
get a +4 for your magic,
Mhm.
from your clerical magic, and then you get your you get +2 from divine favor, get +4 from
Divine,
your
yeah.
strength, and
So-
+2 from Quinn. So
Is that 11?
that's 8 plus
8.
your 6 is a 14.
A 14. So plus 14, and I rolled a 6. So
A
that's
6 on a
20.
D8. That you rolled a D8, not a D6. If you rolled a 6,
I know.
D8, that doesn't explode, but still, 14 is nothing to sneeze about.
So that's what I rolled.
That's fucking good.
Because he did 16 damage to me earlier. So that's another reason why I wanted to make sure I got to hit him again, if I could.
And I assume that you're going to try to swing again at this SOB.
Yeah, as long as I'm still alive, I'm gonna. So my number is what?
That'll be on 23.
23.
Yep.
Okay.
20. Okay, so we're back to 17 on 18, 19, 20. 21. 22.
Hold,
To me.
the Crafting Gamer is casting Magic Missile on 21. He said to let Janet do both the roll and choose which target.
Okay. Janet, I would actually party if I were you guys. The one that's got the blood coming out of the wounds is this guy right
Yeah.
here. For a magic missile, what you do is you roll 2d4 and add 2 to the result.
So you want me to roll?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Got to get 2 of
Well, the
them.
way I've been rolling, you definitely don't want me rolling.
Okay, I got 2 die 4. Okay, here we go. Oh, come on. Don't want it to be good, right? A
Say again?
3. I want it to be good or bad. I rolled a 1 and a 3. So a 4 total.
That's a total of 6. As he knocks one of these SOBs down, you see Goblin's teeth get knocked out as he gets tumbled to the ground. Yeah, I'll just leave him right there for right now, at least. They're all engaging on these targets. Do you want to get over and get a precision attack?
Yeah, I was going to wait for 22 to bum rush whoever's standing, and then I was going to pull my my closest Malik maneuver from Conan the Destroyer and shiv him a few times.
Okay. It's 22.
So, holy crap. That's 80, 81. Does that make it?
It does.
Sweet Jesus. Got worried for a second. And then my magic sword +1 that glows blue. It's got a bonus now. I'm going to cram it up as colon. And that would fall under the 2d6.
2d6 for the.
That's 6 and 1.
Don't
plus
forget die damage. Don't forget you have exploding die damage.
Yeah. Shit, I grabbed two the same color. Let me switch that one. It's a 5. Sweet. I'm gonna keep you. You're rolling good. So that was +1 damage. It's 11, 12 total. And then what was it? +2 to damage from Quinn is still in effect.
Yep, he's not going to quit playing.
Okay, so that's 14 altogether with various bonuses.
All right, you see that dark folk just completely the dark green color pools out of his face, all over your blades. It's on 22. On 23, Isabu, it's back up to you again. Before Isabu connects, Nerdy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You attacked last on 12. Were you going to attack on 24 again, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Isabu, and make your swing on this guy right here. She's so quiet. I think she's on mute.
I was on mute. Sorry. I rolled an 81, and that's with +11, right?
Yep.
So that's a 92. So now I roll. That's big enough, right?
Yeah. That's.
I roll my D8.
And don't forget your 8 damage.
7.
7 plus 8 to damage is total of 15.
15. That's it.
All right, you got
And that's on the same dweeb, right?
no, the one right next to him.
Oh, okay. Good. Well, at least I can hit somebody. So my next move is on
That's 23. It'll be 31.
31. I'm gonna do the same thing. Try to hit him.
Now, the next thing that would be able to happen, because of the few feet that it is, take you an extra second to get over there. But on 25, you charge into this jackalope here, unless you wish to go over here in the grease and try to get that one surviving dark folk. But I would assume you'd be trying to get rid of the guy that's a direct threat to your dwarven allies. That's directed to nerdy to Mr. Ogre.
I know, but does anybody have a torch or something they could throw over there and get that grease on fire?
Not a magically, it's a magical grease that's non-flammable.
Oh,
there
okay.
will be an option that no, Janet. There will be an option at a higher level to make a spell or scribe a spell for the wizard to where he can create flammable grease. And yeah,
Right now it's just like a neuro massage.
Hey, at least they're still stopped and laying on the ground, so that's what's good. It worked.
This Gabo that's right there, he sees Nerdy Ogre leap over his fallen friends, and go ahead, Nerdy Ogre, get your plus 10% extra to charge. Go for it.
Straight up Captain Caveman here. Just
The 88, 128, and that's just on the rolls with my to hit modifier. That's not counting the 15 or anything.
Jesus.
That'll be.
We can skip straight to damage if you so choose. That's really damn good.
8 damage. Oh, wait a minute. 10 damage.
Did you add your strength modifier in? Hey, Nerdy, did you add your strength modifier?
That's the +4. I rolled 2 2s. Then I got a +4. Then the +2 from Quinn. Or wait a minute. Yeah, Quinn.
Okay. You have a 18 strength?
17.
17? Okay, yeah, you got a +4 to attack then. Or +4 to damage, excuse me. 10 total.
Yeah, 10 total.
That guy's not feeling too good, I'll tell you what. Janet, on that idea for flames, though, Alchemist Fire would work fine on these guys because that creates a 10-foot diameter spread, and you could probably get all of them. I
don't think I have that.
You don't have any vials of Alchemist Fire?
No.
That's sad.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't. I focused on healing stuff and holy water and stuff like that. But hopefully someone else has it. Didn't somebody? Who was it? Was it Lemmy that said that they had something?
I got lamp oil.
Oh, okay.
Which needs to be lit.
Yeah, but that's so good. That's something. Because remember, I even just put a spell on the end of my sword to light up as a torch. I didn't even have a torch, so. But that's a good idea. I need to think about that now.
I haven't even thought about that.
As the cleric and the wizard, the cleric swings his axe from behind, and he misses, but the wizard from the front, casts a magic missile spell, and he batters the goblin with the dog slicer and the whip unconscious. And at that point, you guys descend upon him with furious blades. Not long after that, it doesn't take long for the archers just to take a pinpoint shot on the one struggling goblin trying to get up. The other 4 that are in this pile are asleep. The grease spell wears off, and that gives you enough time to go along and just slice goblin throats. You guys work fairly well as a team, and you do very good work when it comes to coordinating. Plus the fact you roll well, so I can't really complain.
I'm not complaining today. This is a rarity.
I would have had vials of alchemist fire if I'd known I could actually have them. I asked Bruce if a non-alchemist could use alchemist fire, and he just suggested take an alchemist with you. So I just presumed that meant you couldn't.
You can. It's easier to take an alchemist with you because they can create it fairly easily. But that's fine. The lamp oil that currently is in Lemmy's possession can be a main resource to help create alchemist fire. How many ranks do you have in your alchemy or craft alchemy?
I hadn't gone that way yet. I was going to do it on level 5.
Okay.
For instance, we need to save money. We need somebody who can at least do healing and mana spells, potions.
Sure. That's fair. About 3 minutes after you dispatch the last of the dark folk, you hear a ruckus from the cavern you just left, the one you snuck around and had at that moment you had looked like 20 or 30 of these damn dark folk in a room snuffing out the life of something over a fire. And then I'm assuming you're going to want to go investigate, see what the hell's going on. There's a lot
I suppose. Unless somebody else wants to do my job for me.
I put my hand on your shoulder and say, nobody can do what you can do.
Burglar, go burgle.
Wait, where's the quiet stone?
Well, you're the best at being you than anyone else.
Yeah, but I'd like to continue being me.
I know.
I'm like
that's
one
what
die
I'm
roll away from being choked or burned or worse.
So my next turn, do I need to channel positive energy again? So
No.
I haven't been injured yet.
Okay.
I think you guys had the best combat you've had in
In a while.
Yeah.
I took a good hit, but I'm all right now. But if anybody else needs it, you got to make sure you remind me because I don't know how weak anybody is.
Last session reminded me of when we first took the fort.
Yeah. Kind of dead, actually.
That's where I got the goblin PTSD and the aversion to being burned alive.
Nerdy, the Silent Rock was just a temporary spell. It's not a permanent effect.
Aww.
It only lasts for about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes.
Don't worry, I'm
Got
working
enough.
towards being able to do such a thing myself, actually, making it actually permanent, I should say.
So once you get up there, Lemmy, you see it looks like about 30 armed dwarves carrying tabards and armor, signifying they're from the city of Stoneholm. They're dispatching the dark folk as best as they can. And you hear one of them say, "Fan out. Let's try to find these guys before they get too far in here. They might need us." Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh,
You hear them
Jesus.
saying that. What?
cheese it. Like, holy crap. So
As the last,
I'll run back down and let everybody know that we got some dwarves up there and they're looking for us. So
more?
hold your tits, everyone.
One of the Urist goes, "Are they going to help us? Or are they going to kill us?"
Yeah, I don't know. They
Who
said that we might need their help, so I'm assuming that they're here to help. But
Wait, are they from the city?
they're from the city. They got city tabards, and I'm hoping that they're here to help. And it's not some weird faction play that we haven't factored in.
Oh, well. Let them know we're down here.
I mean,
Thanks, Legion of Myth.
This is a confusing turn of events.
As you proceed out of the bottleneck area, back into the large cavern with stalagmites, stalactites, and about 27 more dwarves than what you realize could be possibly your allies. You see a watch captain and some others that you recognize. They give you a friendly salute. Hello, we found you.
Ahoy, ahoy. Hey, old friend, what's going on?
Strange turn of event. We were proceeding with getting some things accomplished within our city that have been eating at the core for quite a while. I'm not trying to make any illusion as to what your loyalties may be, but Ston Deepcut has been arrested because we found him in possession of various ritual items that are common for the devil worship of Despotter. One of our agents went into his dwelling and started reading around and found a room that he had access to. Came out, immediately returned back to us. More so, we were of the mindset that Ston Deepcut sent you here to get murdered. So either we adventure together to whatever perilous location this is, or we pull you out and we take care of this from here on out. This is really not the purview nor the responsibility of outsiders. This is something for us to handle as a city, and we need to be more mindful of those whom are in our positions of authority and respect. No offense to you. You've helped open our eyes. There's been problems we've had. Are you okay? One of the clerics from Dwarfader steps forward. I can heal you if you need it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh,
you already have it.
I'm perfectly fine.
I could use a little healing.
One of the dwarves looks
don't
up at you. One of the dwarves looks up at you the same way that many men look at, but Bryn, the Valkyrie.
I say
And,
to Dwarven, to the captain, I'm not directly opposed to the idea of leaving, but on the same hand, I'm worried about those fungus ants. And I have this feeling we've left something undone.
What the blank? That's a great costume, though. Oh my god, I love those wings.
Do you want to live forever?
Why does she look familiar?
I've shared her quite a few times.
Oh, I was gonna say
I'm
her
pretty-
face. She looks
Either
very familiar.
Either
to me.
she's a CIA psyop, or she's just like really good at finding thirsty people.
I love that costume. Dang, it's nice.
Yeah.
I want those wings. I could use them for multiple things.
Anyway, that's
Does she
the
go to a
same
lot
way
of
we look at-
cons?
I don't know if she goes to cons. I believe she lives in Colorado, but she's got a lot of friends here in San Antonio. I discovered.
Oh, well, I think she goes to cons because I think I've seen her. I think I've seen her one, maybe more than one down in New Orleans. If she goes to cons, do you know? Do you have any of her apps or anything? Her profiles. I can go look.
Let me pull up her profile.
I swear she looks familiar. I'm really good with faces. I can't remember people's names, but she.
Well,
looks
that's going on. I'll say this. If somebody asks you, hey, you look familiar, your response always, regardless of the situation, is, oh, yeah, I do porn.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The same thing.
I think she probably does that too, because I've seen things on Reddit. I don't take pride in Reddit, okay, but I've seen things on Reddit, and I think she might do a little bit here and there. I know she's got like some serious bits of. I think she had MST happen to her when she was active duty, but she deals with her demons a little differently than everybody else does. So good on her. Speaking of people with trauma, if you haven't seen it already, if you were wanting to know when the time to pull the trigger is on Pepperbox is, now would be the time to pull the trigger on Pepperbox, because
What is that?
It's the GunTuber YouTube.
I don't know what you're meaning. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
There's a guy by the name of Jody Plowshy, and I bought the shirt where it shows his daddy on the payphone, and he, with his other hand, tucks his hand and barrel of his, looks like a 38 special, basically, under his arm and blows the left side or right side of some very bad man, blows that part of his face off. And it happened on live TV on like June 22nd, 1984. And so the son of the man that did the shooting, he was on unsubscribe, and I listened to that all day yesterday. Quite possibly the darkest, fucking most hilarious unsubscribe I've ever listened to. But it took a kid being molested by a karate sensei to get that episode 40 years later. And I've never laughed so fucking hard in my life, but there's a lot of shit to laugh about. Also, I believe the title of the book that Jody wrote about his dad's excursion into that place where he shot the man who assaulted his son, the book title is Why Gary Why? Which I find that to be far too funny. They will give you a 2-week freebie on Pepperbox, but then you have to pay after that if you decide to keep going with it. Oh my God.
Good times.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Gary died in 2014. I thought he was.
Yeah, it's been 10 years.
Yeah. Wow, that's sad. His son Jody's a fucking Chad, though. Good Lord, that guy's he's so
Apple didn't fall far from the tree, in my opinion.
No. In March, Gary was quoted as, or Jody was quoted as saying, "My life is great 40 years after my dad killed my rapist on live television." So he's a badass. That's all I'm going to say. So
Remember, kiddos, feet first and the wood chipper.
yes, always feet first. Can I find that? Let me see if I find that. Jody. And if you want to know more, here's a link to the Google Books, because let me give Google some money. There you go. All right. So, with that stated, these dwarves are busy piling up the dead. The unfortunate victim that was going to be cooked as the meal for the Dark Cloak is given last rites and sent to the halls of Dorfader. The rest of the time that you're there, the dwarves ask you if you really want to continue on this, we'll go with you, but we'd rather not. We'd rather come back down here. This is a search party. We came down here hoping we would find you. We were successful. We really don't have the armament to take on any devils, nor do we have the possible manpower. We have numbers, but that would be a dwarven wick of death if the devil's using fire or some other large area of effect. We would die, and we would
A
be
war of attrition is not the way to go.
now. Let's go back up top. Let's go discuss things with the people of the town. There's a lot of things in motion, but it's our duty to make sure you get back to town safe. You don't deserve to have to do this. The town has rested upon your abilities and talents for the past 7 weeks. We've had 7 weeks where we should have stood up for ourselves for the years before, and it took you to do it. Let us
Well,
buy
there
you
is
some
one
good
thing
luck.
I would like to do before we leave, which is I point at Lima here. Our friend here talked about a cave full of mushrooms. I believe it would be best to have a sample or two of some of this fungus, since it is infecting giant ants.
We could find some mushrooms, sure. With that,
Alright,
you
let me-
guys. Let me go ahead.
Well,
Saying, all right.
I think we should probably discuss this, our little group here for a second.
Sure.
So, guys,
Team huddle.
yeah. Team huddle. Okay, so guys, do we want to keep pressing forward? I mean, we did kind of prep for it. We can keep pressing on, because here's what we can do. If they insist on coming with us, we press forward like we were planning on doing, and we hold them back in reserve in case things go south and we need to retreat. We can do we can have them as a rear guard to, cover us as we pull out of there. See what I'm saying? It's kind of.
Well, here's my 2 cents, and I'm not a theologist, nor a philosopher, nor a spiritualist, but I think we are sorely ill-equipped to go after a potential devil. And as they said, it's really not our fight. They're not up to it. We're not up to it. Even combined, could be a clusterfuck. So, I think our best bet would be to go topside, back to the city and formulate another plan. If we want to assist them later on, cool. But right now it sounds like there's some drama happening at home base, and we're not up to the task, in my humble opinion.
Well, I was kind of curious about finding out what's going on with Stoneholm, a steep and cut. But as you say, I'm not entirely sure. Problem is, we tried to come equipped. We have a lot of holy water.
Mm-hmm.
But if it is a literal devil, we're SOL. But right now, one of the things that bugs me is that fungus. If the fungus
Have a good day, LOM. Take it easy.
If the fungus is doing what I think it's doing, it's actually aiding the demons.
We hope you
If we
enjoyed
can get samples of it, sorry,
Look forward to seeing you soon.
we get samples of it and bring it back and find ways to kill it, it'll aid them and potentially us, depending on what happens in the future.
Well, only ensures that we have better mobility with trade and exploration in this area.
Yes.
So, what do you say, Isaboo?
The ants were elsewhere, right?
Yes.
No, they're
They were in
further in
the,
the cave.
Same area as the mushrooms.
Is Janet muted?
Mm-mm. I can hear.
No. Oh, okay. Well, I asked Isaboo what she thought of this. What she thought we should do. I couldn't saw your head moving like you were talking, but
no. The thing is that what isn't our quest beneficial to them also?
Our quest was supposed to be our demise.
Well, I know, but not. What I mean is, the thing is that, but what we're doing, getting rid of these other creatures, or whatever you call them, isn't it beneficial to them for their existence where they live?
Yeah, but do we have to actually do it? That's the thing.
Well,
if the circumstances are what we think it is, Janet, we could do it, but this one push wouldn't be enough. We'd have to do a Diablo 1 thing. Go out, kill everything we can, run back as quickly as we can to do basically have towns of teleport portal, and then go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It would take us, our characters, years to do this.
See, I don't think we should do it. What I'm saying is, what I think we should do is tell these people, find out as much as we can about them, and go back to the city and tell them what we found and what we took out, and share the information. And maybe if this group wants us to, we can introduce one or two of them, the leaders or whatever, to some people from the city, and make some type of alliance for them.
Janet, these guys are from the city.
No, I know.
Are we sure they're from the city? Are we sure they're on our side?
What I'm saying is,
or maybe
tell them that and see how they react, and see whether or not a few of them might want to come back with us. And if they say no, then we know that maybe they are who they say they are.
Janet, they don't want us to go any further is the thing.
I know.
It's not the other way around.
Why? Why do they not want to go any further? She has a point. We don't know if they're actually from the city. We don't know if they're not actually cultists trying to divert us from our objective. We don't know.
If we make it look like we're trying to help them, see, maybe, and then if they don't want to do it, then we know that there's more to what they're saying that they're not being truthful about. I don't have any kind of truth serum or anything, so I can't do that. Do you have anything like that?
If you really want us to go that, Janet, we might as well just start pulling out the red hot pokers.
Okay, well then we won't. I mean, just saying, sometimes just paying attention to how they react to what we ask or what we talk about can give us the answers that we need. I mean, what's it going to hurt?
I don't have any red hot pokers, but I do have the mace, and they have kneecap.
Mm-hmm.
You know what sounds good right now? We should stop and have some lunch. All this slaughtering has worked up a massive appetite.
I know, but are you going to eat what they prepare?
Well, back at the city,
we
can have whatever we want.
Do you think some of them might want to come back with us and eat? Think they might be hungry and want to socialize?
No? Yeah. They're here to take us back to the city, right? Let's go back to the city.
Going back to the city, yes.
Assuming they take us back to the city.
God bless you.
You know, like I said, like Dan said, we don't know. We don't know if they actually they could be cultists trying to stop us from getting to. So
do they have any pertinent information from someone, a specific person that we know, to prove that they are who they say they are? I mean, do we have anything? Is what I'm asking you guys.
We got holy water, right? We could splash them with the holy water. If they burst into flames, we don't trust them.
But somebody said earlier when I said we could use truth serum, also get the hot pokers out. So I'm trying to be as cordial as possible, but you know, I only trust you guys. I don't trust anyone else, even in the city. So I'm just thinking about us. That's all I'm thinking about.
The sooner we clear this contract with the Traders Guild, the sooner we get to go up topside to the sun.
So that's what we need to tell them.
Fresh air.
That we can't go back yet because we still have something we're not finished doing. I mean, we could tell them
we were sent by Sean to get killed. That thing is moot. We don't have to be down here now.
Wait a minute. How do you know we were sent down here to get killed?
You guys want to die down here? Go for it. I'm going to go head back to the city.
What makes you think that's the only reason they sent us down here?
Amelia, the paladiness, says, I can cast Zone of Truth right now, and I can make sure.
Do it.
I think you should.
This doubting ourselves shit is slowing down the game.
I'm not doubting ourselves. I'm doubting them. There's a huge difference.
She says, I'm going to cast
if they wanted to take us out right now, they could do that. They don't have to be sneaky about it.
Or maybe only a few of them want to take us out. You see what I mean?
Look, he's going to cast a Zone of Truth, okay? That's it. He casts Zone of Truth. We ask, what's going on? If they tell us the same story, well, okay, they're telling the truth. If they tell us something else that's like they're cultists sitting here to lead us into a trap or something, well, you know, then we kill them.
Either way, we can't go further in because there's potential that we are outclassed by a magnitude.
Okay. Look. That potential is always here, no matter what. When we came back down here, every time we come down here, that potential is always there. That we come across something that can smash us to bits. Okay, no matter what. So that's not a factor. That's not a factor into what's going on here, because that's always a factor. That's just a moot point. So you
want to head back to the original chamber next to where the fungus is. That's an entirely different matter. Want to check that shit out? We can do that. But as far as going further in,
Amelia casts a spell, Zone of Truth, and one of the dwarves understands what she says and is very, very amenable. He says, "We are under orders from the watch captain that's on shift right now to bring you back alive because we feel that you're going into a den of evil and you're going to be slaughtered." And as he says that, nothing changes. The air doesn't start blaring an alarm. The Zone of Truth spell doesn't start belching out vocalities that you are in grave danger. This is man as a liar. None of that happens. Amelia says, "I believe we are within the possibility that this is the truth. I think we are definitely in a circumstances that we
Okay.
are stumbling into an area that could be very detrimental to our existence."
Okay. All right. I'm willing to go along with that. Now, let's go check out this fungus room and see if we can't defungify it.
You go into a chamber about an hour away. According to your maps, it might be shorter, but in reality, it takes you an hour to get there. And you see a couple of those strange ants moving around. And you have all these dwarves here with their heavy crossbows, and you have your two archers. It's not even a challenge. They put the ants down, and then after that, you get access to these underground mushrooms, of which you can grab 8 full samples of them. 8 full samples means that you need more donkeys. You have all the weight you can carry, and you have these strange version of these mushrooms, which you've never seen the likes of before in your life. And now you have that. That takes you about an hour. But as you're wrapping things up, you notice that some of the mushrooms have a unusual stickiness to them. Once you get done sampling them, you bring into existence some water and soap with the cleanse spell and clean your body up. You feel that you're safe, you feel that you're good, and your natural resistances should protect you against any other infection or exposure to this strange fungus. You feel completely normal. Over the course of the next 6 hours, as you guys hike upward towards the surface into the city of Stoneholm,
Mhm.
I need a fortitude save for your second consecutive positive save, Mongoose.
Total of 97.
You don't have any problems. The fungus is inert against whatever is in your body. And over the next week, if you are allowed time to work on this fungus, you'll find a lot of unusual properties about it. But when you arrive back in the city, you hear from damn near every guardsman that's out there that, like, hey, we found what's really going on with Stawn, and one of our agents got into his house and found all the things about Dwarfader that's been hinted at for decades. Can we say we're sorry?
You mean this better?
Despotter, yeah. We found all these things about Despotter that reference the city's founding, the original lineage of the cultists, Staun's cousins, which are deceased, but they were high-level operatives within the cult. We found maps to potential other sites that are of some unholy significance, but there's There's no need to trouble you with this. We need to handle this ourselves. We need to be responsible for our own safety and our own fellowship and goodness amongst each other to not allow our city to have such depravity, especially for greed.
I can respect that.
All right. So, what does this mean for us? Are we clear of this contract? What?
We're going to consider this contract fulfilled. You have turned over a lot of evidence that made us look really lackadaisical towards the policing of ourselves. And we had given authority to people that had done harm to our city, hurt many of our citizens. Families, some families can't even be given the justice that they deserve because of the time that's been allowed to foster. This city was founded upon true tenets of evil, and we need to put our faith in Spader to help rectify and consecrate this place for good.
Yes.
There's going to be an overwhelming request amongst every dwarven city if they can spare inquisitors and purifiers to send them our way. The idea of uprooting and leaving here sounds foreign to most of us, except for the 4 that are with your party now, traitors. Most dwarves don't ever turn from home. They always grow up in the same spot where they were born. They never leave 50 miles from where they first stood. That's just the dwarven way. We are not normal to think that we're going to go travel the world and find the rocks that we want to call home. No, we were called home when we were born. That's the majority of dwarven thinking. And for us to think that we would get run out of this place as we go about our new crusade to purify the very ground upon which our town is based upon, and then from there we'll go out and eradicate the occasional evil that has been allowed to foster and to develop. There's no need for us to drag you along in this. Stone is a fugitive. He is a cancer to any society. He's a master manipulator. He had everybody fooled. We all thought he was a force for good. What idiots we are.
Yeah, happens to the best of us.
This is a turning of a new leaf.
And speaking of darker things, back at our, I guess, castle, the headquarters of the guild here, we have a couple of despotter things that needs to be turned over. When we first found the scrolls, I didn't recognize the symbol, so I didn't know I should have given them over. But we also found a tomb that we've been purposely hiding because it's, let's see, what was it about again?
One of the dwarves says to the others something in their dialect, and he says to you, "We will make it our solemn vow from this day forward to always put forth our best intentions along with morality of choice to where we're doing things within the right, and we're forging a path of brotherhood and trying to ensure that our brothers and sisters can grow and flourish no matter what evils may have been benefited this city in the past. We have to turn over a leaf. Those things were shortcuts to power, and Stone has taken it. One thing we noticed when we raided his home was all of his valuable treasures are gone. He has taken them or secured them in a place that we do not have access to.
Mm-hmm.
We are sorry. This will be the only time this happens.
I believe you.
But do the dwarves have people among them that are working for the bad people or not? I mean, do they
That's why
know?
we put a call out to our inquisitors and the brotherhood.
Mhm.
That's why we ask for all of the people that have titled their church as Purifier or Inquisitor to come here and start working with us, start working for the benefit of the city, so it can grow under the proper tutelage and the proper mentorship. We do not want to have this place be dedicated to someone that's evil. We want to have a place to where families can grow and flourish. They don't have to worry about a sacrifice every 18 years. We don't have to worry about devils that try to eat upon the souls or the morals of the people. We want to have a place to where everyone has a chance to survive. It's not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. But what we want is to at least have a better ability to do that than what we had when we first rolled into town. When we first rolled into town, Sean was behind the scenes moving things around, trading assets with other locations, and trying to put the blame everywhere but his own. He did not want to own up to that. And in fact, his entire ability for him to get your friendship and to gather you under his home and give you his food and his gifts, all of that was to shove your head away and turn your gaze away from him, as he was the one doing everything he could to keep you under his thumb.
Mm.
According to the maps that we have here, where you were headed to is an old sanctuary dedicated to the spotter. Not only is it sanctified in his unholy name, but also there's 3 devils that lair within that area. We do not feel that you would survive. We hope to get a hold of you before you arrive there. There is no need for you to throw yourselves upon their claws and blades. You need to stay alive. You have families up topside that want to see you again, that love you. It would not be good on our conscience if you would have continued. Please, if you wish to stay in this town, you can. We will welcome your assistance. We know that your time belongs up there. And that is my Max Boyven impersonation.
Well, I appreciate that, and make Stoneholm's great again. Yeah, there we go.
Not here. I'd like to thank the Deep State for not causing a major fucking political event during my fucking game. I swear, I've not forgiven you. I get a chance to take out Soros. Either of them, all of them, I'm taking it.
In Minecraft. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
No, I'm not even trying to like. Oh, but I'm just being sarcastic. Only in Quake. No. I would, real life, be happy to mount their heads to the gate outside the city.
You cannot make the killdozer if you announce what you're doing ahead of time.
Everybody knew what he was doing, it sounded like. Maybe I was reading from the guy that was just being a publicist for his own books and movies and shit, but Killdozer didn't sound like a guy that was keeping things quiet. Like, how do you hide all that goings on, what you're doing? You fitted concrete reinforcement on the fucking caterpillar.
I'm working on the HOA allowing concrete planter boxes in front of my windows. They haven't agreed to it yet, but eventually I'm wearing them down.
The good thing is,
It's been
everybody died.
7 years.
As much as the Rothschilds have made their ritual sacrifices, they will eventually go away. All causes fail.
Through that.
Okay.
Bruce, are Scrolls of Shield divine or arcane?
They are arcane.
Okay.
Over the next couple of days, between packing and getting things ready, what you study about these mushrooms is that they have a proclivity for getting into the inner workings of carapaced insects and vermin, both things that you've seen and things that you kind of experiment on, because you do have your ability to find little bugs in the dwarven city. They have their own version of the palmetto bug, a sewer cleaner. You find one, you apply the fungus to it. About 2 days later, before you squash it, it's covered in this green mossy fungus, and you can tell its behavior is different, so it's altered its little brain. Kind of weird. But you have you overturn, or you turn that information over to one of the College of Forge, and you keep one of the big mushrooms for yourself. It's about 85 pounds and it's 6 foot in diameter.
Oh, jeez. The real question is once I start making potions, what can I do with it? How do I make poisons?
Yeah, that's one thing I don't think I can do. I don't think I can make poisons.
Well, I could have sworn you got in potion crafting during your last level, but
No,
if
I
you
can make
didn't,
potions,
I'm
but
going to.
I don't think it's in my realm to be able to make potions that I know are going to kill people. If I was to make something to put someone to sleep, like you're sleeping.
In your case, that would be mostly up to your god. As to
That's what I'm
you
saying.
Could not make it.
My religion, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Just
Because
because
if
it's
I expect
poison,
my goddess or whatever to help me when I'm in need, I should be responsible with what she would want me to be. You see what I mean? So I've tried to look at my character that way. So
Hey, Bruce.
just because it's poison doesn't mean it's going to kill somebody.
Well, she would know into my heart if I'm making something, whether I'm going to use it to kill someone or not, or if I'm just going to use it to, like weed killer to kill weeds or something like that, or am I making it specifically to kill a person? I think she would know.
No. But what I'm saying is, it's like just because it's poison doesn't mean it's going to kill. I mean, you can make a poison that incapacitates.
That's what I said. I could make something to put people to sleep or to make them ill, to make them throw up or have diarrhea, to maybe use it to our advantage. But I wouldn't.
One quick, Janet.
There's to make it to kill people. Yeah.
Janet, there's one very quick way to answering this.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Bruce. I'll let you finish.
No, the thought of Isabu giving the unholy blessing of Montezuma's revenge. Part of me says that is a battlefield tactic.
Yeah, if you're shooting yourself, you can't fight.
But
I'm just picturing Isabu. Look, I just made a potion of dysentery.
Well,
the
as
thing
I was
is,
going to say to
I
Janet,
was in a circumstance where I felt like my whole team was going to die unless I sacrificed myself, which would be my religion, to make something or do a spell that I know is totally against my religion to save all of them. You know what I'm saying?
Right, Mac?
I think at that moment I could do that. Okay.
Well, Janet,
but I know I would burn in hell for it, but I'm still going to do it because I'm going to do what I think's right for my team. I mean,
yeah,
I don't
Janet,
know
there's a quick way to answer the whole poisons thing.
Yeah.
What does I've already forgot her god's name? Mara? Okay. What does Janet's god think about Mir? What does Mir think of poisons in the battlefield?
Mir is not favorable to anything other than an honorable conflict. A paladin of Mir that goes from that goes under Mir's banner, they never offer. They never try to gain any sort of subterfuge or stealth. They go in with their shoulders back and their head up, ready for an honest fight. Like there's a paladin prestige class called the Justicar, which takes the paladinly virtues and accentuates everything by huge magnitude. The penalty is that they can never go into anything. They don't go stealthily anywhere. And even if like they have to abstain from like stealth tactics. They can't even like be like, hey, I'm okay with you like attacking him from behind. they can't gain bonuses from flanking. They when there's a rogue involved, like it's funny, but at the same time, it's like, ooh. But that's just
Okay, well,
Mir is
if
like
that be the
stand-up-
case,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Well, if that be the case, Janet, it's quite simple. Don't even bother using sleeping potions unless your direct goal from the very beginning of the battle is to not kill the person. But like there's a little bit of a paradox there where Mir wouldn't be too happy, but if it's like the only way to not kill the person is to use a sleeping potion, then the Mir might let you get away with it.
Well, see, I fight in a battle with a sword, so I know that I'm most likely going to kill them. But at that moment, I'm able to do it because I am fighting to stay alive, to keep doing and worshiping my goddess, right? And that to me, I'm fighting for her when I do that, because I'm fighting to spread her word to others and to save lives in her name. See, I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys at all, but
Think of it.
that's how I look at it.
It makes sense to your belief, yes. No, well, all I was saying is that the only time you might be able to get away with using a sleeping potion is if you weren't intending to kill the person and you believe it's the only way to keep from killing them.
Yeah, now see,
But
like,
as for-
to me, I would use the potion. Let's say that we were traveling along and we remember that I don't know if it was in this game or not, but one of the games I was in, we met this woman and what we knew that she wasn't really a woman, she was really a dragon, pretend to be a woman. Okay, and she wanted us to get an orb. That's from the other game, right, Bruce?
Yeah,
correct.
Okay, so if I was in that situation and I met her again and I knew who she was, but it was some way I wanted to trap her so that we could encage her or whatever, so we could get more information from her, but I knew it wouldn't kill her, I could knock her out just to, make it so I could capture her, then yes, I would have no problem using that spell, because I knew that I wasn't going to slice her head off or something after I got.
Well, in that instance, Janet, you would lose your religion.
Why?
Because
I'm not hurting her. I'm just going to capture her to
No.
information.
That is literally when I said a paradox, I meant that literally. Capturing a dragon or beating it down. Well, first off, casting sleep on is next to impossible. Well, it's a dragon.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, at the time, I didn't know she was a dragon. I just knew that she had information that we needed, and I was trying to get my team to help me capture her so we could figure out who she was, to find out why she was wanting us to find this orb. See, I didn't know she was a dragon at the time. So if I was in that situation with you guys in the team, to me, I wouldn't see as it being wrong to put something in her food or her drink if she's sitting with us. If I didn't,
that's dishonorable, Janet. Your God would literally consider that dishonorable.
See, I wouldn't, because she would know that I'm doing it to try to help us.
That doesn't matter.
Janet, I can help with this.
Okay.
You've seen The Princess Bride, right?
The what?
The Princess Bride. The movie The Princess Bride.
Like, yeah, some of it. I didn't see the whole thing.
Did you see the fight between Wesley and Fezzik?
No.
Oh,
sorry.
No. Janet, your God is very, very, very honor based, and gods are petty children. The moment you do anything that's remotely dishonorable, such as putting a sleeping draft in someone's food,
I'm going to step about 10 feet away from Mongoose right now.
Just like I said a while ago, I've never done anything like that I know of so far.
No,
but
I'm just saying don't do that.
If I felt like that was the only way I could save my team, I would do it. I would break my own rules.
Well, hold on a second. Now,
but your God was frowned upon that.
There's a difference, Janet, between you poisoning someone's food, which you just suggested a moment ago, and, oh God, if I don't go against my own tenets, I will lose myself and my team. Under those circumstances, you at least have the ability to potentially regain your power. Like the gods, okay, all right, you did that because you literally had no choice. You will have to do penance for it, but I won't take all your power. There are subtle differences when it comes to certain things.
I would say the perfect example, remember that video that we all saw a while back of the guy that stole the cell phone from the old man and then he took off running around the corner on the opposite block. Like, that was a bad thing.
Uh-huh.
But then he got hit by a bus. Now, that could be coincidence.
Yeah, I remember that video now.
Or
yes.
that could be God executing his vengeance is mine policy. And we all just trust God to do his thing. Because eventually everything's right. So what would baby Jesus do?
Well, so far, everything that I've done is I've done what I felt like I need to do at the moment to protect myself and to protect you guys, to try to keep you as healthy as possible. And that's the only thing. I haven't thought past that. See what I mean? That's as far as I've gone. And so far, I since I'm young, and that's just how I look at life. It's because tomorrow I might not even be here. So I have not tried to do anything that I thought my deity would think was wrong.
Yeah. You're a cleric, right?
If I felt like this would be, I had to become something I'm not, to save everyone else and sacrifice myself, even if it meant like what happened to Constantine. Okay. He was doing good things, even though he knew he was never going to go to heaven. He was trying to save souls, even though. And I feel like I would do the same thing. I'd be willing to lose my soul.
You really don't have to worry too bad about being nerfed if you piss off your god. As bad as a paladin would. As a paladin has to be set to a higher standard, has more strict guidelines and whatnot to follow.
So Bruce just said her god is like a paladin, so no, she's got some pretty strict rules to follow too.
Well, yeah, but she's not going to get axed like a frickin' paladin. That's why nobody ever plays paladins. Clerics can get away with it. They're like the Friar Tuck, getting a little sauced after prayer or what have you, and okay, don't do it in public. Bad. Wag the finger. Say a couple of Hail Marys. Call it good.
Don't forget Six Nations.
He goes about his business.
Don't forget Six Nations. Bruce has already changed this class a little bit. I try not to assume too much about Bruce's game. And no offense, you get just a little assumptuous that Bruce copy and pasted the cleric.
Anyway, we've already sucked up about 15 minutes of this stream debating.
God, it feels like a half an hour.
All this shit. So,
anyway, I have a quick question for Bruce.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm currently sorting loots for what sells and what stays. It says all it says here for something is 2 sets of axes. Is that like 2 sets of hand axes?
2 sets of hand axes. You have that in the.
Well, what it says is 2 sets of axes.
Yeah,
it says 2 sets.
Yeah, they're hand axes.
Hey, Ogre, you want a set of hand axes as spare weapons?
Beats chucking bodies, but it's not as fun.
Because if not, they're just going to go.
Yeah, if nobody else will want the hand axes, I can throw them at people, I suppose.
All right, do you want both sets or just one of them?
Both of them.
All right. Write them down on your sheet. I'm erasing them from the.
Wait, is it 2 sets or is it just 2 hand axes?
2 sets of hand axes.
You have 2
So
sets
4
of
total.
2.
Okay. All right. What would be the to hit modifier for that?
What's your for these basic little hand axes? There's really not much of a modifier to them. They offer you die 6 for damage plus your strength modifier for it being 17. Your first attack would be like your right-handed weapon attack would be a +3, and then your left-handed attack would be a +7, or excuse me, a +1. Excuse me. So like you'd be +3 with this hand, +1 with this hand. If you're trying to do 2-weapon fighting, that's how that works. Being the low levels that you guys are, 2-weapon fighting is rarely used because people usually wait to get higher level. Even in 3.5 D&D, there wasn't a lot of 2-weapon fighters unless they had like light weapons because they had to add in their dexterity and their strength and But your modifiers for these hand axes, like you don't get the same bonuses to hit you would do with a war axe. A war axe is your baby.
Yeah.
Like you're almost at the point where like if you choose when you turn 5th level, once you get some time off, you'll train with your war axe and get significantly better with it. And what I mean by that is like more bonuses.
Yeah.
And more damage. Like level 5 for non-fighter characters. Level 5 is like that happy spot where they first get their first taste of what weapon masteries are. And like fighters get it earlier, but barbarians, paladins, rangers, they all do that shit at level 5 and beyond. And you'll never get as cool as weapon with a weapon as you would be if you were a fighter, a straight fighter. But you can still be pretty fucking impressive. Even a wizard can climb up that ladder.
Nice.
Anyway.
Well, my intention for the hand axes for him was basically the same exact purpose as the dwarven dagger is for me. Emergencies.
Okay. Emergencies, yes.
This is my war axe. There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Yes. Matt, don't know who you are, but no. This is a game and an established campaign. Appreciate your interest. Watch, talk to us. We'll talk to you. We'll chat with you. We're playing a game, though. When you get back to the city of Stoneholm, you get more of the same from the dwarves. They tell you, like, we want you to be healthy, to be alive. You're young kids. You were sent here kind of as a test, I guess. But when you got here, the game, and this entire game was rigged against you because the person that was in charge of dealing with you was the person that was one of the ringleaders of whatever evil cult this is. You don't deserve that. And over the course of the last 7 weeks, you've been here eroding their power base and taking away the things they had. You've destroyed a lot of assets in their network. You've made them really good for their network because now they're the only real surviving member that has any levels. But for crying out loud, like, you don't understand, this isn't something that you need to be part of anymore because what you have in front of you is a mess, and it's not your mess. You wish to be part of the cleanup, that's great, thanks. We will definitely take it. You've been an asset to us. But you don't deserve that. You deserve to go back to your homes and enjoy the sunshine and live your lives. We'll be in good contact with each other. You have a physical address we can ship things to, and we can take part if we ever have trade caravans above the surface. Some of our kids will see you. We guarantee it, and your kids. But we don't. This is our problem. Is that fair?
It's fair. Makes sense.
Seems fair to me.
Poke the Clintons, you get the horns. I mean, bear. Did I say Clintons? I meant bear.
Yes. So, the next couple days, you guys spend time with each other. You do a lot of things preparing for your trip to the surface.
Mhm.
And then it begins. You wake up. You don't even know what day it is. You just begin your ascent upward through the caverns with Bill, your trusty donkey, and with others in your caravan, along with the 4 new friend dwarves, which are part of your party. And they're your first hirelings: Delorsac, Termoid, Cutdrock, and Urist. And you guys have this crew of people.
I was hoping to at least get a brewer and a cook, but oh well.
Tell you what, we have diplomacy as a skill in our game. I don't really want to rely on diplomacy because I would rather rely on the player's ability to talk and to negotiate. Talk to the dwarfs. You got time?
While you're doing that, I'll pick up some sunglasses in Coppertown because I think we're going to need it.
Did they even have that?
No.
No, we'd have to make our own sunscreen.
You'll have to do that by yourselves in an area where you have the resources.
I think it would be like chalk slate or something that you'd slather all over yourself.
Probably lead. You know, that's what they used to use: lead powder, lead cream. That's why so many people died.
Well,
Unless you're a dwarf.
Since we're spending a few days getting packed up to go, within that time, I'm going to go back and have Naomi walk on my back one last time.
All right. As Naomi's walking on your back and she's doing all the right things to your body that you have a healthier respect for her than you thought you did. And
Yeah.
like she's a fun person. Naomi says something to you of the mind that, like, she says, I understand you're going to be leaving soon.
Yeah, we're packing up our stuff. We're getting ready to head out. Head back up to the surface.
She says, I don't know you that well, but can you draw me a map of where I would have to go once I decide that maybe I've spent enough time here?
Well, I can, I think I can draw you a map.
If you need some assistance, I can give you a hand with that.
You think she's smiling, but her mustache and beard covers it up. She's adorable.
I'll be your wingman, bro.
She starts working on the small of your back, and you can feel her stubby fingers going to work like magic. And for the next hour, she just talks happily about how it is that, you live life in this clustered area, and people have passed on. People your age, they just mysteriously disappear, and then these strangers appear one day, and for the next month and a half, they're there wrecking the establishment, just completely putting things in check and turning the local area around the city into a potential hospitable zone. The city doesn't really have that. It's a city that's always been basically under siege. Too many dark folk, too many goblin variants out there. And you have this group of people, and by the time she's done massaging your back, 46 minutes later, after she's done walked up and down your lats and your spine, she lays down next to you, bawling her eyes out, saying how much she is so thankful for you. And she wants to know, Ogre, this can't be your real name. Give me an actual name. I'm going to name my firstborn after you.
Holy crap. Abort!
So-
Abort!
She's the cutest little thing. She has this little bitty beard, like you get after a weekend off.
Bruce, I sent you a picture of little bitty beard. Oh, I sent you a picture of one of the dwarven females that I found earlier.
Oh, that'd be perfect. She looks all sweet and innocent. There we go. Here's Naomi.
Cute as a button. Oh, that's good.
At least she's clean. She cleans up nicely.
Oh yeah, I mean she's a massage specialist, Janet. So of course she's gonna. Tune in later tonight for dwarf porn. Listen as they rub together.
Oh, way. That's
Well, let me
funny.
go find the shears first.
I love my job. I love my job. I love my job. Why my dwarves date halflings? Wow.
Back to what I was doing.
So they can part the
Oh, great.
curtain in height.
They all
Little
need
fur burger
bulldog.
and fur toes.
All right, Bruce, I just put a Google Doc.
The halflings would need
I
bush
just put a
hogs.
Google Doc in alpha test loot. That is the list of things we are selling.
Okay. You're selling all that here before you leave?
I got a few things that I think might be more valuable topside, but I think with dwarves, our best option is to sell the stuff that fits them down here, which is most of what we got.
All right, I just sent you an email request so I can get in there and take a look at it.
Oh, I have to give you a request.
Yeah, I have to have authorization.
Oh.
Remember, kids, loose lips sink ships.
Whose ship?
So, Nerdy, you
What's
could
up?
just say, I appreciate the sentiment, but you have to be this tall to ride this ride.
Access updated.
All right, here we go.
What are you about to show us?
I'm not about to show you guys anything. I'm about to look at the list of stuff. Here, Mr. Hoffman.
I pretty much a few of the weapons we might be able to sell topside, but most of what we got is dwarven sized,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
But
you
it's
could sell
so
it.
it wouldn't be worth that much up top.
You could sell it to the
I'm sorry, what?
dwarves, right? Or
Yeah.
donate it to the dwarves.
I'd hang on to that
I kept a
smelly
few
leather.
items that are meant for keeping.
I tell you what's
I
going
have
to
a few items that are meant for
Farmers
keeping.
market for that stuff.
the stuff that you guys are really going to make a mint off of here is the coppers and the silver.
Oh, so I'd be better off selling the weapons and armor up top.
No. You're good. You can definitely make money on the weapons here. It'll sell. It'll sell pretty close to.
Let's keep what we can make more money topside
Six
and
names.
limit the amount of weight.
I need to
The
plug
amount
in
of
your
livestock.
headphones again.
Oh, I might be leaning on my earbud more than I thought it was.
Okay, sorry, because it
How's that?
sounded muffled.
That's
I was
much
like, oh
better.
no, his stuff's about to die again. I was gonna
Yeah, my
Yeah, well,
my pillow adjusted.
as Bruce can attest, almost everything on that list is weaponry or metal in nature. Yeah. Which didn't leave us much to keep the tail topside. Now, if we had more human-sized weapons and armor, then yeah, I know I could sell that topside real easily. But most of it is either small or dwarven size to begin with.
Mhm.
So I didn't know what exactly among that list I should and should not keep. Well, for selling topside versus side.
Is there anything that we might want to keep for ourselves?
Well, you already got the Masterwork shield. Nerdy got the
okay. That's what I forgot.
axes.
I got something from there.
Yeah, you also got some potions. I got some potions. There's some scrolls I need to learn to. I need to read off.
Is there anyone on our team that we don't really have for that might want one of the items? Now that you said that,
Lady, if you're in the chat, send us a message.
Oh, oh, you kidding me? I already saved something for Flitty. I saved the compound bow for him.
Oh,
cool. Bruce, don't you have Lady's number?
I do.
Have you been able to send him messages and let him know that we're thinking about him at least?
Let me do that.
Yeah, tell him we're thinking about it. We miss him.
Wellness check, Brosivus. Where are you?
Yeah.
That goes for Garrett too. You're in the anywhere on the interwebs.
Actually, I don't think if I have. I don't think I have his number. I think I have him only on Discord.
Oh.
Let me check his Discord here.
Well, send him your number on Discord and tell him, hey, if you get a chance, give me a call so I can make sure you're okay or whatever, something.
Don't make me drunk spam you with "I love you, bro." Because I'll do it.
Oh, I almost forgot. Nerdy Ogre, or Ogre in this case. I saved something special for you. We have a flagon of dwarven ale.
Is it an everlasting flagon of dwarven ale? That would be cool.
I wish. Oh, yeah. Not just one flagon.
Beer, the cause and solution to all of life's problems.
Did you remember to write down those 3 silver bracelets, 2 silver earrings, and 24 silver pieces you found a couple of games ago, Nerdy? Because they're here in the list.
Yeah, I've never contacted Plady off of phone.
Okay.
I don't know if it's.
No, I did not copy that down.
Okay.
Is it 2 silver earrings?
2 silver earrings, 3 silver bracelets, and 24 silver pieces. I keep things organized by when they were found.
Well,
keep their little baubles in the beard.
Any money that I get, I want to donate some of it to you for your fortress thing that you're building.
The Pagoda of Death.
You don't have to, Janet, but...
I know, but I want to, because I might have to stay there someday.
Yeah, that is true. Well, don't forget to donate to your church first.
Oh,
thanks to the guild, I'm good.
I always donate to my church, but I want to give you some money to put it to the side or whatever it's for, so that, because you're going to have people to work there. So
I
want to help. I was going to do that last time, but I didn't get very much money, so
I
had to pay my bills and buy some stuff.
Well, sitting in our I've left them in hoard as an emergency, but we still have 200 gold pieces and 8 silver pieces. 200 silver pieces and 8 gold pieces.
Because I put
sitting as emergency money currently.
What's my list real quick?
I put a offer back to you in Discord, by the way.
Okay.
I do not see Plady online, nor do I see a phone number that I've got of his. I think I did send him my number, but if you guys see him, he's not using his regular computer. I think his regular computer just upright shit itself and stopped.
Yeah, usually he's on his phone or something, from what I recall.
Yeah. Infinite sadness on that. I'm so sorry to hear that, dude.
But I just wanted to say that I put at the very beginning when we got that one big amount of money, I put $700 in the 6-month security thing back where we grew up. Same place I took my cow when I took it to my calf, and I gave it to my family. But I have right now on me, I have 28 gold pieces and 9 silver. See, that's all I have on me. So.
We are literally 4 silver pieces from getting exactly 3,000. It's more than I was actually expecting for that. So, how does that sound to you guys?
It sounds good to me. I mean, I don't know.
I got no complaints.
Stuff's worth. So.
Well, neither do I, but I was actually expecting, especially where the dwarves need to make money, I was expecting less. So. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. We also have to pay our new followers from this as well.
Mm-hmm. And we got to pay for our room and board.
Oh no, we were getting that for free.
Okay, unless they're gonna let us stay there. Thank goodness, because I'm not rich.
Well,
But
after a certain point, they're like, "Oh." Well, after a certain point, we weren't technically staying for free so much as the city was paying for us.
Yeah,
because we were doing so much for it.
And what was it? I don't remember if it was this town or the town before this one. They didn't even have a church for me. So,
Bruce,
sir,
I don't mean to sound too greedy, but do the archers count in the percentage splitting of money? So I know how many ways to split this.
Yeah, the archers and Quinn do count. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Because I never
That's
thought
not gonna be
about
much
that
of a split.
before. About going back and seeing how much stuff we've collected and what we're doing with it. You know, I never even, I don't know why. Unless I didn't put it in my pouch, I didn't even think about it as it being around. What time is it? Man, I'm getting stuffed up. No wonder it's almost 7. Ooh, I was like, my eyes are still itchy.
We've got her completely like.
Okay.
All right, Janet's timer goes off at 1900.
I can't help it. It has nothing to do with the clock. It's all, you know, in my head and stuff.
All right. Well, divide it up. Actually, even with paying the followers and the archers, we still get 208 silver each, with 2 or 3, give or take, because it says 0.727272727273. So basically 2 or 3 silver pieces left over to put in the emergency money.
Okay, good.
All right. Well, after the city goes through and assesses everything after they confiscate Staun's Deep and Cuts materials.
Oh, I make sure to hand over the tome of strange demon worship and the 2 Dispotter scrolls that we found and didn't know what they were at the time. They're still sealed. I left the wax seals intact. At the time, they weren't that important, so.
And the city awards you 1,250 silvers for the work you've done over the past 6 weeks.
Oh. Okay. Now I have to recalculate.
No, that's after that's split. That's the 7-person split every one of you gets
Oh.
50 silvers.
Gets
Okay.
50 silvers.
1,250 silvers.
Wow.
So you
okay.
get a grand total of 1,408 silvers. No, 1,458 silvers.
God, my pouch big enough to hold that?
Hookers and blow on me.
I think we need to like use the donkey to transport some of that home.
Yeah, we'll need something.
Okay. I'm at the point where I feel like I've done something wrong. And by wrong, I mean incorrectly.
Do you feel guilty about it?
No, I don't feel guilty about it. I just
Then it's perfectly okay.
I don't want to be like, okay, when we first started, or when I first started playing, I don't remember how, but I was told to roll something and multiply it by something else, and that's how much silver I got. Now, I ended up rolling up for 4,000 silver. So I just want to make sure. That would be within the realm of possibility, because I don't remember how to determine what my starting money was.
Well, Bruce, by the amount has given us thus far, if you haven't spent a penny since your character first started venturing, that's not actually far off from what we would have. But we've been spending our money to get potions and other things and crap like that.
Well, I've spent a little bit of it. I'm down to 3,962, and that's not even tallying in the 1,450 that we just got. So,
I'm just saying, by the time you showed up, that's not too far off. Maybe a little more than we would have, but you're a barbarian with simple needs, so
yeah,
it makes
okay.
sense you have
So
that
I
much
mean,
money.
like I said, I don't want to be starting out with like thousands of silver pieces, and I'm only only supposed to have like a couple hundred. Like, made sure I did everything correctly. So if it's within the realm of possibility, if it's not unreasonable, then fine. I'm okay with it. Not going to complain. But if that's like, whoa, that's way too much. You shouldn't have that much. Then okay.
No, if the party had never spent anything we have, like individually, if we had never spent anything we'd have at least 3, maybe even 4,000, at the most 5,000 silver each. But I think that would be stretching it. But that's if we had not spent anything since we started. So no, 4,000 is right on the money, I'd say. You just barbarian life, don't need anything.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Living off grid.
I'm jiggy with it if you're jiggy with it.
The rest of us plebs have been stuck in this damn Federal Reserve banking system for so long.
Oh, you're going to hate my game if you ever play it. I officially put a taxing guild in my game. And you have a chance. You have a chance of being drafted by the taxing guild as well. Though I literally use the word Shanghaied in the book because that's more along the lines of what happens.
Go after the frickin' IRS in your game, and they're like, you know what? I want some of this money too. Where do I sign up?
How do I make this mine?
Stevie Ray Vaughan, Taxman.
Yeah, I'd love to have kept some of those weapons to use for something Kai suggested, which is give stuff to the farmers around you and the landowners around you, like weapons, tools, and things like that. And you'll
What is this wondrous item?
get their trust and things like that. Yeah, but at this particular moment, we're sitting in a little early, I think, to be able to start giving out that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we haven't even discovered gunpowder yet. So how are they going to get AR-15s?
Well, since it's like gunpowder itself would be new tech. Wouldn't that be an AR-1? Then build up from there.
Literal boomsticks.
I don't know if Bruce has them in his game, but the magic system that he showed me actually references to firearms.
We have firearms in this campaign world. It doesn't matter if I have it in my system or not. Firearms are in the world. They're not going away.
That's what I'm reading a series.
Freedom tingles from hearing that.
I'm reading a series, the Ring of Fire series, and basically it's the plot of the story is a small West Virginia coal mining town from the year 2000. It's transported back in time to 1632.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man!
And they tried to teach some of the local population how to work modern firearms. And the local Germans, which is they transport back into the right in the middle of the 30-year war in Germany, and they're like, aim? No, you don't aim. You just point the weapon, and then you pull really hard and close your eyes so you don't get flash burn, And so it's like they just couldn't wrap their heads around, you keep both eyes open, you gently squeeze the trigger. So what they ended up doing is they ended up giving them a bunch of shotguns. That way, aiming was rather a moot point. Yeah. But yeah.
Well, the shotgun actually serves the same exact purpose as a machine gun. It's just earlier in the timeline of guns, which is someone who does not know how to fire a gun can still be deadly.
Right, and that was what they did. It's really funny.
That would be a massive advancement.
One of the guys in the town, he was in Vietnam, and he ended up taking part in M60 and mailing it home. So he had an M60 buried in his backyard with several boxes of ammunition. So, whenever you see a column of enemy soldiers marching towards you, and you got one guy stepping out with an M60, fighting's done.
Sounds about right.
It's a great series. I'd recommend it to anybody.
I've been reading more books lately, so I might check it out. Well, listening to more books would be more appropriate to say.
Yeah, we've got a whole library and a half of books from various flash drives.
Well, it's on YouTube. The audio book is on YouTube. You can look it up. 1633 by Eric Flint. So you can look it up on YouTube and have it playing in the background while you do stuff, drive, do chores. That's what I do.
Hey, Nerdy, have you ever read The Guns of the South by Henry Turtledove?
No, I have not.
It's kind of neat. I'll get you this synopsis here in a second. This guy. This alternate history novel is set in the American Civil War by Harry Turtledove. And there's time traveling members from Afrikaner Weerstand AWB, basically. It's Imagine 21st Century South Africa. and they supply Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia with AK-47s and other advanced technology, medicine, and intelligence. So there's Confederate victory in the war. But then the AWB members discover their ideas for the Confederate states, and Lee's aren't the only ones, and the same as they believed, the general and the men of the South have a violent falling out with the white supremacists from the future. Pretty interesting sci-fi. If you like alternate history sci-fi, I do recommend. It is a very interesting book. And Harry Turtledove rocks.
Harry Turtledove?
Harry Turtledove. The Guns of the South.
Guy's still kicking too.
Mm-hmm.
Should be in his 70s or something.
I think he is. 75. He's still doing conventions. Still does a lot of sci-fi fantasy conventions. He lives in southern. He lives in the southern avocado curtain.
Yeah, he also used was it 2 pen names or something like that?
He has like 5. He's got a lot. That's all I'm going to say.
Not certain why
Matt,
people do that nowadays, but
I had. Oh, go ahead.
I was pretty much done with that comment. Don't understand why authors use pen names anymore. Everything's on the interwebs.
I use a pen name.
That's a fight against the patriarchy, right?
I can understand why you use pen names. Not
Well,
too
I
sure
don't have-
yourself.
Yeah, I don't have a publisher or anything. I just put mine on Booksy, my book that I'm writing. I'm almost finished. I got one more chapter that I'm almost finished with.
And you're not too sure yourself, and you don't want something that's going to be trash under with your name on it. So, you use a.
Well, I don't think mine's that bad. I think it's
Well,
but no,
look,
I use.
I'm not saying. Look, I'm not saying that your stuff is that bad, and I'm not even saying their stuff is. It's just I understand how creative people think.
I can
Creative
think.
people tend to be their own worst critic.
Well, the thing is, I think most people use pen names because they don't want to be harassed, basically,
None of that too.
because that's why I do it. I mean, I use the name so that people can't just walk up to my house. You know what I mean? I don't know how people would want to have that happen because I don't have security and stuff like that. So,
Insert the name of the
people
medical bracelet that says delete my internet history.
Well, the thing is, some of the women that I've talked to, that are, porn actresses or, they're really big on Instagram or whatever else, they get worse stuff than I do. I've gotten, people saying, go to another planet, commit suicide. I know where you live and I'm going to come in and slit your throat when you're sleeping, all kinds of nasty stuff. I've gotten lots of that. So, and I'm nobody, I'm not even monetized or anything. So I can't even imagine what some of these big accounts get. They have to get a lot of hate.
They probably can afford having moderators that peruse that chat section and whatnot too.
Mm-hmm.
I put my real name in my first book. Yeah, I screwed up. I put my name.
That. I hope you can do that. Maybe I should use that name.
You trying to seduce my wife away from me? You're succeeding.
Well, I could say big dick and little tits or something like that. I don't know.
My name is Biggest Dickus.
That's no worse than my character's name, Long Hung Long.
Yeah,
What I lack in length, I make up in girth.
They call me Tuna Can. Okay, so it's okay. We watched Futurama for like 4 seasons straight. I'll go back to it and finish it on the original run. I'm not going to watch the new stuff. I got to get the new stuff.
I'm not
like
going to
10
watch
years.
the new stuff either. The
I
old
gotta
stuff is gold.
Anything new, I got to give it 10 years for it to like get pickled by people that actually watch it and try to put a good, like, it's like any new movie that came out. Like, nobody's talking about movies except for one movie right now, and that's Deadpool versus Wolverine. And I'm happy about that, but at the same time, I'm still tepid about going to see it. I'm just saying that. I gave Guardians.
Yeah, maybe
of the
you
Galaxy
shouldn't go see it because I liked it, and I also like the Dungeons and Dragons movies. So maybe you shouldn't go watch it.
The D&D movie was a movie written by committee, so it was marginally okay by me. It there was a lot of parts of it I would have trimmed, or I would have put different events in. I would not have put the original 6 adventurers getting killed in the arena. I didn't like that. That kind of pissed me off. I thought that we could have skipped over that. If it's going to be quote unquote a 5e movie, make it a 5e movie. There's no 5e in original Dungeons and Dragons. It's fine. But there was parts of it that were really interesting, and there were other parts of it that were like, really? Like I wanted.
I loved it. The fat dragon. Just so many little details in there. That I just thought they did a really good job for somebody that's new to Dungeons and Dragons like me, and people who have never seen it but heard me talk about it. They all of them liked it. So
Yeah.
Oh, nerdy.
I would be inclined to see the Dungeons and Dragons movie if at about halfway through the movie one of the main characters died and they brought in another character played by the same actor.
they did that in the game. That movie Bruce got me to review with them. Darkness Rising. Didn't they do it in that? Yeah, that's the fat dragon right there. Oh, it's great. Why couldn't a dragon be fat?
I would feel that like dragon-wise, that would depend on the species of dragon. Most dragons, I personally would feel, have better self-control. / they have especially like a fire dragon would have a high metabolism. But as for a fat dragon as for a fat dragon in the way of
what is
species, I could see that, like the sumo dragon. Or whatever.
I don't remember what species it was. The thing is that it was so big. You know, it was so had such a big head, basically.
What would that dragon's breath weapon be? Bacon grease?
I don't know, but it breathed a lot of fire, but it was fat. It could barely keep up with everybody. I thought it was funny and adorable.
If that dragon was a hatchling in this household, it would definitely be fat.
Yeah, I don't get it.
This is my,
with the exception of Harley, all the pets are fat here.
Yeah.
This was my first year anniversary gift to my wife, which my wife says when she sees this, she thinks of me, and I worry about that. Like, I'm not that heavy, am I?
Well, you gave it to her, so why wouldn't you think about you?
Nerdy yogurt. A fully I know you said you'll take it okay, but like to fully put your mind at ease at how much money you should have. Bruce, I don't know if he intended to or not, but at the very beginning of the game, gave each of us 1,400 gold, not silver. Now everyone ended up, I forgot why, but everyone ended up losing theirs. Jen and I saved half of our gold in a bank.
Mhm. Yeah.
And Bruce has never said, well, I'm correcting that mistake. Now he's like, okay, mistake or not, that's just the way it is. So
Yeah,
Jen and I
that's the way it is.
both have 7,000 silver stacked away, or 700 gold, in our bank accounts back home.
Mhm.
So you're good.
Okay. I just, like, I'm still
This is
used
not
to.
Dungeons and checkbooks, damn it.
Well, I'm in most, most games that I've played, the starting gold, silver, whatever currency's being used, is like roll 1, maybe 2d6, and multiply by 10, and boom, that's what you got.
Well, Bruce's prices also reflect how much money we get. Like, I wouldn't say anything in this world is super expensive, but it's not also cheap either.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
buying enough alchemy supplies to give us all potions cost me 600 gold, or 600 silver. And that was making it ourselves, not buying them pre-made. So that's still a pretty good-sized chunk of change.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it reflects the realism he's going for.
I mean, yeah, okay, but yeah, I'm okay with it as long as it's fair and legit. I don't want everybody over here counting their little ducats, and I'm Mr. Warbucks over here.
Well, now
There's-
that
there's-
Money, I just have to go get it out of the bank. I'm just not carrying it around with me. You know what I mean? I do
The-
have money.
the terms and conditions for what we just adventured through to set up a trade with a foreign city,
Mhm.
like now that obligation is done and I'm no longer bound to be on my best behavior, I plan on exercising my roguish abilities a little bit more. And I want to rectify the problem of me not having enough money right now. Because one day I want to be Scrooge McDuck and, high dive into a pile of coins. That's my dream.
You'll need hardened body,
It's
otherwise
gonna
you're going to break
hurt.
your neck.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. Is what I was gonna say. Unless you have like some jewels and crowns and some other shit, all just spread it around and make it look not near as dangerous, and maybe you'll be
All
able to dive into it.
So, Matthew Gardner, I've just got you 24-hour removal from here. And no offense, but you're not really a friend of the channel. You just want to come in and post porn and be a nuisance. Go somewhere else. Go fuck yourself.
Well, it's been a while, so there's that.
Yeah.
And then Mac has been playing Pitbull in the chats. Appreciate it.
Appreciate that, Mac. I.
Both his mouse. Now I feel bad.
He's still alive. He could be back in 24. I just don't want somebody that's not affiliated with us to like, I can saunter on
Missed
in.
them damn spam bots, huh?
Yeah.
Those were the days.
So what we have is the journey ahead of us. And you guys, this journey is not a shortcut. This is a trip. And when I say that, you're going on a long road home. You're going back to Gilboath, and then about 150 miles from there, that's where. What's the name of your fortress, Mongoose?
Doragon.
Just between Caradire and Gilboath. By the way, on your way through there, once you get back, actually, yeah, you had to stop through Bearzat first. No, wait, you went to
Bruce,
Bearzat
you're
first.
going to let me
back.
try.
Sir?
You said you were going to let me try to do a diplomacy roll to see if I get at least a chef and a brewer to come with us.
Yeah. Yeah, you have that?
Yeah, I have diplomacy +2, so I presume that is +2 ranks.
Diplomacy plus, yeah, you have 2 ranks, so that's actually 10. What's your charisma modifier?
Charisma? I don't know if I actually have one, but my charisma is 11.
You don't have a modifier. You're like the common everyman. Go ahead, give me a roll +10.
Well,
Percentage roll.
Well, I'm going to do. I don't know if it's going to help any, but my little speech about why is to encourage trade between the different parts of the dwarven kingdoms, and let the dwarves who come with me be the first be the first people to have a chance to get in on that profit.
Okay.
Nope.
Oh.
Nothing. 9.
Well,
It's a
Looks like the dwarves are gonna have to
long run when you're on your own.
you talked
And
to
it hurts.
a couple of guys at the bars.
Carry your dreams far.
You're going to travel from like about right here. There's 200 miles. That's already pretty much like a 12 miles a day, 2 miles a day. Okay, so $16 days to here. The roads, and that. It'll take you about 4 months without taking a whole lot of time off. You do have an inn not too far from Care Dyer, as the little game trail goes off towards that location. You have another stopover point in Dunhavenwood, which has a notable inn. And you get down to Gilboa. Gilboa, they'll probably option you to go to Ream, which is another month of travel to get to Ream. But the reason why is the leveling up and training. Unless you want to go to Gilboa to train. I'll let you guys decide that.
Well, if we have a
Well, by the
better
time
chance of
we
getting
make
good
it to Gilboa, the weather should be okay, right? For travel.
Um,
We're not going to be in the middle of like winter or what have you.
by the time you guys get to Gilboa, you'll be at the start of the 11th month.
Okay. Assuming it's a temperate area, we should be fine then.
Yeah, I see no reason we can't go to the big city where we have a better chance of getting really good teachers. So
I would rather like get some professional training done.
exactly.
I'll say hi to the folks, but I'm going to bounce. I'm my own man, and I do what I want.
Well, when we get to Doragon, I give the dwarves the option. They can either stay with the fort, where they have the option to do their own machinations, basically. You know, do this, do that, and earn money around the area. Or they can come with us, where they'll continue to get a slice of the loot. But that means they're also traveling a lot more. Since I didn't get,
Could you imagine if we were all murder hobos?
Yeah. Since the only homebody one would be the stonesmith, and he might want to come along with us.
The dwarves tell you when you guys travel, you get over to the Go Both Road. About 4 days of travel, they discuss with you. They say, we'll probably, once we pass Donegan, we're probably going to stop there and set up camp, get to know your other employees, the other guards. We understand you have others that are already there. We want to make sure we're on good terms, and we want to put our best foot forward.
Well, at this moment in time, the Coasters and Traders Guild
Mm-hmm.
is paying for the maintenance and maintaining of my fort. In exchange, they get to use it as a rest stop, and if needed, a fortifiable defense. Words. I had no problem with that, but I also understand trade is like water. 100 years from now, it could be on a totally different road. Or it could be just 5 days from now, it's on a totally different road.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to set up my fort just in case trade shifts, and I need to support my fort myself.
Be uncomfortable.
These dwarves tell you, they say, if you want us to be with you, we'll travel with you. If you want us to be at your fort, we'll be at your fort. Either way, we're going to do our best to make your life a little easier to deal with. You brought us on. We're going to take our orders from you, not the guild, even though the guild is where you get your marching orders from. No offense to them, but we'd rather honor somebody that we can talk with and negotiate with in the flesh rather than wait for a missive or messenger.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you'd rather come with me.
If we've never been to we've never been outside our hole before.
Okay. When we have ample time, I'll definitely want to return and spend some time planning out some changes that can be done by look up the names.
You guys are lucky enough to be within the small. It's like a small religious community about 6 hexes south of Verzath on the trade road. And then this puts you there right around the 9th month, which you've had small encounters here and there where you meet other people on the road. Not a lot of signs of goblins or orcs, but you do get into a small religious community of about maybe 12 buildings, and they call it the Respite of Thyr, which is a small community of hardcore Therian worshippers, and that's the brother of Mir, the sister, the paladin god of the world. And Thyr is almost as much revered as Mir in this area, especially much more so in this community where people talk of Thyr and Mir, and there was a third one that they discussed as well, but that name has been lost to time. But they know he's alive because things have happened in the last 2 years where the oracles of both orders of Thyr and Mir have seen a reawakening of the third, which that used to be the Holy Triumvirate, but they don't know the name. But they just know that god is being worshipped and used again. And so somebody's out there has fallen in love with the dead god and given him life support by being a follower or worshiper. It's not normal for that to happen. Usually dead gods don't come back, but this has. And while you're here at the Respite of Thyr, you listen to a lot of the tales over the course of a night. They do have a wonderful wild pig supper, which wild pig is not the tastiest of all animals, but it's enough for you guys to fill your bellies with, and they have a pleasant amount of food, and the corn is good. They just had their harvest of corn. And by the way, over the last 7 weeks, you have met with the son and your friend Lemmy. Every day is outstretched like for about 2 hours a day. He's just there riding bare chested, even in the rain. He's happy to be outdoors. I don't have to touch the cavern wall anymore. I'm not touching the cavern wall anymore. So he's pretty happy.
As he's saying, Bruce, as he's saying, I'm not touching a cavern wall anymore. I tell him, I intend to build a large basement for my fort.
I'm never going in there. Never.
One of our friends from Rumble, Pappy J77, says, Baldmen are beautiful. I should know. I am one. Hello, sir. And yes, the lovely Jackie Blue, the progeny of greatness, is she strides in. Still at it, I see. Yes, dear. So, you guys, while you're here inside or along this road, it's a strange trip that you're on. But the respite of fear, these are some nice people, and they offer you a little bit of food, and they give you they give Isabu time to stand at the pulpit and discuss the lifestyle that Mir has helped her get through as she's looking at, turning 18 in the next month while on the road. And she discusses just the various things, unless Janet wants to take over and just discuss what her life has been like, if you so choose. If not,
No
Janet,
pressure. I'm going to be rooting from the back of the pews. Go Isabu.
Well, I don't really have much to say.
Okay.
I'm simple, and I don't want to live a lavish lifestyle. I just want to fight for what I believe is right, and try to get rid of as much evil in the world as I can while I'm alive.
It's a hell of a way to go about it.
Mm-hmm.
You
all right.
You're and living near the city, or living near the Green Mountains. They call them the Green Mountains because of all the orcs and goblins that used to be there. But lately, a lot of orcs and goblins there's not been a real big attack for
Bruce,
about 20 months. What's up?
as soon as I realized this was a religious community, I made sure to hide my necromancy tools.
That's okay. That you do that, nobody in town even discusses that. They just recognize that you are an arcane user.
Well, most gods of combat or holy gods have a very deep dishatred for the undead. Not all, but most.
Yeah, these people are a religious community. A lot of them just kind of give you a wide berth. Others that they at least know something about spellcasting. They don't try to inquire too much. The fact that you're traveling with a cleric of fear or a cleric of Mir, it tells them that there's something about you that's trustworthy, and they're really happy that you're there. And they also recognize that you can do a lot of things that she can't, where her magic goes for protection and healing. Yours can be for other things.
That reminds me.
You're
the dwarven.
you complement
Sorry,
each
let's
other.
finish.
Go ahead.
Nice. Oh, I just remembered. I need to ask if the dwarven cleric, does he have crafting?
Yeah.
Well, at some point, I want to work together with him to design a. I'm pretty sure the dwarves have something like a sewing machine. Not necessarily as complicated, but
They
Basically-
actually try to use something called a loom. They're variable size looms.
Well, I wanted to make for lack of a better term, a little hand stitcher that can stitch someone's wound closed, but it's basically the equivalent of a multi-use healing scroll for Janet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, mechanically, it's meant to work just like a scroll, but just multiple uses instead of only one.
Stitching
if you go
time
to
saves
the,
lives.
You'd
go
be
to the,
better. You'd be better served to put the silvers towards like a magic wand, because a multiple use scroll would mean like you'd have parchment or you'd have spells on it, but it would like when the spell's read off a scroll, it just burns off, be it divine or arcane. A magic wand is a lot easier to make and craft.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Magic wands, like the crafting in my world, is featless. You don't need a feat to be able to create something magical in nature. You have to have a spellcaster to cast the right spell for it, but you don't need to have the feat craft magic arms and armor, or craft magic wand, or craft wondrous item. There's none of that. You just have to have like the right number of skills. So, like for
Okay.
create magic wand, you just need 3 ranks in craft, crafting for whatever it is, and have a spellcaster. Not even yourself. You don't have to do it. If as long as the spellcaster's on site to make it while you're crafting said item. What's it made out of? Is it craft? Because craft metalwork, craft leather, craft things like that. And if you're doing gem craft, your craft gems or gem item, that would be basically you have to have 3 ranks in that for a magic weapon, for a magic wand.
Okay. Well, I'm not used to stuff like wands. I come
Sure.
from Palladium, where magic items are extremely rare, and usually, if you want one, you kind of have to make it yourself.
I get that, and I kind of appreciate that aspect of it. But I will say in 3.0, 3.5, and Pathfinder, magic wands are kind of a normal thing.
Okay.
And it's I hate to say common magic items, but a magic wand can hold any spell that's like 5th level or lower for our campaign. And so it never weighs more than like a full ounce. Some are made of wood, or some are bone or metal or crystal. But they have a spell trigger activation method. So whenever you craft a magic wand, you have to have a spell trigger for it. And spell trigger is like just a spell completion, but it's simpler than that. You don't do gestures, so don't spell finishing. It's just a knowledge of a spell casting that an appropriate person would know. And a single word is all that has to be spoken while the wand is held. So anybody can use it whose class can cast a corresponding spell. And if they can't cast that spell, then they have to use magic device check to lie to the item to get it to trigger the spell off. But you have to determine what the spell is stored in the item before you can activate it, and knowing the spell trigger is important as well. Otherwise, you're casting inquiry spells to try to figure out what exactly is it, what triggers it, etc. And so you have to hold it, you have to hit the spell trigger, which is a magic word or whatever word it is, and that'll release a spell. But it's funny because magic wands, when you create them, they have trying to find how many uses. They've got 50 charges when they're created. And that allows one use of the spell one time. Or that allows the spell use to be used. That's stored in the wand. So that's really not bad. So if like you were to use welcome back, nerdy. If you're going to cast a spell off of a magic wand, say if you were going to put magic missile in there at 4th level, where you're at, I would recommend wait to 5th level. But the way it would cost is that it's a 1st level spell, and it will only cost you 750 silvers. It's not bad.
Well, I got one more rank to go in the crafting before I can make a wand anyway.
Okay. You have to have 3 ranks to get wands. That's it, though.
Okay.
Does if there's
the first thing I'm doing is make. Sorry.
Okay. Wands are great because, like I said, 50 charges on a 1st level spell at 750 gold. Even if, like, the cool thing is that, like, if you hand it over to if you created a wand with mage armor in it, 50 charges, and you and Lemmy can swap back and forth, hand off to each other between combats or during combat, hand it to Lemmy, and now bitch, I got magic armor. Whew. You know, and suddenly his AC gets 10% better because he already has other armor on, so you can only go so far with it. But you yourself, you get a 20% extra armor boost from mage armor. You can hand it off to somebody who's naked, and they get an extra 20% AC once they trigger it off. That's 50 charges for 750 silvers. That's priceless.
That's a deal and a half, man. Everybody should have a shower wand in their home.
Kept in the prison wallet.
Mage armor.
And you were asking about, like, the 1d4 magic missile. All you need is like a 1st level evoker to get that, because that's basically like a 1st level spell. The magic missile is a 2nd level spell in this campaign. The force missile of D4 is like a 1st level spell, and it would cost very little. Like, you're looking at spending maybe 350 silvers or less, and it would have 3 charges a day. Plus, if the person wants to use more charges, they just sacrifice more mana.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I like about the idea of that is it basically allows me to even though it's one of them will be way low power, 2 spells at once, which is primary use is I need to burn somebody in front of me, but I can see a mage spell getting ready to do another spell in the background.
You continue moving over the course past the respite. I keep wanting to say Kennerith, but I've been playing too much Daggerfall, so I apologize. You make your way into Caer Dire, into the lovely. It's just like an adventurer's rest. Caer Dire is kind of like a cave area that it's kind of interesting. Caer Dire. Trying to get Caer Dire to pop up. Not Dunhaven Wood.
Did you say it's like Bodega Bay?
Yeah.
And drive through, enjoy the wine country, and then take off.
Yeah, Caer Dire.
Maybe do some.
It's just a small settlement, and the joining portion of the road that goes past it that has a game trail going off Caer Dire. It's just a neat area just north of Dunhaven Wood, and it's also known as Caer Dunhaven. You about 3 days later, you bump into some rangers, and it's the Caer Dire is an old castle. It's now tavern and trade meet for 3 tribes of various ogres and orcs, and it's kind of like an adventure spot for people that want to like level up or to get some bump XP, but it's for higher level characters because you've got 3 tribes of orcs and ogres that move in and around that area, and that's kind of where they meet up at. It's kind of weird they would have that so plainly listed on the map, like, oh yeah, let's go check out Caer Dire. Oh my god, we're gonna die. Yeah, TPK. But you have this really dangerous spot, Care Dire, and you meet up with some rangers that they tell you, like, there's probably about 50 of us total that maraud around here, but we try to make sure that we try to keep the normal travelers away from Care Dire and keep the orcs that are in that area away from the road. Dunhaven Wood's not safe either. So when you're riding by that, just be careful, be safe. And they're really nice people. They're kind of like Faramir was in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. They're relatively pleasant to you. They don't offer you a whole lot of grief. Month 3. Janet, you turn 18.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Isabu is already an adult in their world. You turn into an adult at the age 15. It's like a
So
quinceanera.
now I'm gonna become an old spinster at 18.
Yeah. You don't have any kids yet.
I'm
You're
over the hill.
obviously faulty. How dare you?
Time to retire.
Yeah.
Almost time.
This is almost mirroring Janet's real life experience where she was living in a small town growing up. And she's like, I am not marrying any of these guys I went to school with. I know them. I don't want that.
Yep.
It happens. So, Care Dire's not a great place to be. Dunhaven Wood's not safe either. For a few days, you guys are really scared about situations because for a little while, you guys do see some movement out of Dunhaven Wood, but nothing really gets that close to you guys. The size of the caravan you've got, the number of horses, it just suggests strength. And it looks like these things are going to puss out, not fuck with you. And on
First
the
impressions count.
yeah,
But what
You're-
about
you're-
the all the ice coming down towards our town?
that's hundreds of miles away, Janet.
I know, but it doesn't mean it's not going to come.
It's a ways away at this moment.
Janet, Bruce didn't say this, but the impression I got, we should be closer to 8, maybe even 9, 10, or 11 before we try dealing with the ice.
Oh, so higher, more powerful, you mean?
It's
Yeah.
what they call foreshadowing.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you could afford to wait for a minute on that.
I'm just hoping that I don't have any relatives that lived, a few hundred miles away that are now no longer living because they were taken over by ice.
As long as we don't hear about some dude by the name of Necron, I think we'll be okay.
Is he like Moloch?
He's the dude from Fire and Ice who's attacking everybody with the
Giant glacier.
yeah.
Oh,
You remember the giant glacier guy in Fire and Ice, Janet?
no. I
Remember
don't.
the kid?
He was the white-haired emo dude.
Oh, yeah, the creepy son.
Yes.
Okay, that's how I looked at him. Yeah, he was disgusting.
Yeah, that guy.
He was a spoiled brat.
So
Oh, we're topside. We could check out the local newspaper.
yeah, you stop by a couple of places, talk with people over the course of the 4-month trip you're making, and you're going home. You're going home. I don't know how I can
Yay.
impart this to you any other way, but where you're going is home. This is something that you're so excited about.
Because maybe now I can go home and meet a man and have my own family.
Well, that ends the campaign.
Why? Other people have babies and stuff.
I'm just
Jit, you're the mother.
Yeah.
Do you really think you should go adventuring while you're raising your kid?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If we're going back home, and I'm 18, then who knows? Who knows?
I can see it now. Her hair's pulled back in a ponytail. She's got a sword in one hand and a baby in the other, holding the baby on the hip, on the other hip.
Yeah, women used to carry
got a baby carrier with her daughter holding like a buckler or something.
So you want to take your child into places that are demon infested?
No.
Orc infested?
No. But if I got pregnant, well, I'd have to take time off.
If you got
Train them when
pregnant, it's
they're
time to
young.
retire your character.
I would not want.
By the time you were done raising your kid, you'd be too old to adventure.
Yeah, I'd have to get married if I did. That's why I don't sleep around.
Yeah.
So there you go. I might think about it, but I can't because I can't risk it.
Yeah, not until you're ready for your character to go, okay, I'm done adventuring.
Maybe when I get to be very powerful, I'll open a school and teach other people how to use the spells. Then I can have a family.
Are you sure that that's how the social mores are? That if you get pregnant, you have to get married? Because not all societies are like that.
That part I'm not saying anything about. I'm just saying it retires her character because she's going to be very busy for 18 years. Well, 15 years, but still.
Well, statistically, if you have a 2-parent home, children do better.
Yes. Definitely. I think so.
In reality, yes, I agree with that. 2-parent homes are definitely better for the child. However, that being said, in this particular case, this would be like the ending of in 3 Men and a Baby, or at best the sequel to 3 Men and a Baby. I mean, the kid's going to have a mom and 3 uncles right here. And rest assured, I would teach that kid. What?
They don't want to
Don't drag me into your personal hell.
What's wrong with being an uncle?
Unless there is a contract in writing.
Well,
I mean, look, being an uncle is great. You get all the joys of being a parent, but none of the hassle.
Well, I know. In real life, I'm an uncle. But in a fantasy world,
he doesn't want to be one.
With magic and monsters. I've got enough trauma from fucking fire and goblins and meth goblins. I'll throw those bastards in too.
And what are those things called?
Yeah. And that demon gnawing on my neck.
Yeah. Worms.
Like, to worry about my kids being eaten alive in front of me.
Yeah, by worms.
Good God.
No yeah, no thanks.
Well, I'm still waiting for Bruce to pull out the phobia my character has.
I'm not going to do that just yet. I have to remember.
Any would-be adventurers in the chat, stay home.
Okay, Dory, come on. Dory.
Grow your turnips. Live a simple life.
Oh, I gotta look something up real quick.
Your injuries are not service related.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, as you get into your 4th month of being away from home, you start feeling a little happier because you're seeing the first flakes of snow hit the ground around you. This trip has gone on for a while. It's been a lot of the last 4 weeks have been stepping up the horses. You did buy a new horse for an extra 70 gold. One of your horses nagged completely out, just broke the shit out of it. You're pushing them too hard. So you went back to 10 miles a day, trying to just pace the horses, pace yourself. Few way stations you've been to. You think you had fleas for a while. After discovering that in the morning, everybody huddled around Isabu. She cast the get rid of vermin spell. Cleanse, 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 cleanse. You guys know more about each other now than what you ever thought you did.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of your hard trek, which takes you 2 weeks past the start of winter, you make your way into the small town of Gilboath. And in the town of Gilboath, you are reunited with people that you have missed and you've been away from for 4 months. And they're so happy and surprised to see you. So it's not something they were anticipating. The rich fields and vineyards now covered with snow. Farmers and vintners, some of them operating in and around the community. They see you, many of you, of you, like you've changed. A lot of you don't look like you're 17, 18 years old anymore. You've got lines of worry. You've aged. You look like adults. And this location, they sadly, like, on one hand, they're happy to see you. On the other, they're almost sad to see you because you've seen how the world is. You see how evil it can be when it's unrestrained. And the first thing that each of you do is you grab an inn room not too far from where you can stable your horses at, and then you stagger to go grab a shower, because it would be really impolite if you just run into each other's homes. I'm going to grab a shower, Mom and Dad. But first thing you do is you grab that shower, and thank goodness for running water. 1, 2, the dwarves that you brought with you, they're welcomed by the hotel personally. By the way, Fleischmann's is the name of the inn. The inn in town. It's only one inn in town. It's it. Fleischmann's is just the name of it. It's a small town. Aaron Supperon is still the mayor. There's still about 2,300 people here. A lot of Lore Clan people start coming into town at the sunset and noticing that there's something going on at Fleischmann's as people have gathered around. The 4 dwarves that you brought with you are percussionists. They play drums. They play drums really, really well. And as they're given the equipment to beat on skins for a while, you notice that others start bringing their instruments in town into the main square areas. You're reintroduced to the majority of the townsfolk, and your families are summoned. As they bring you in, you notice that some people involved with the Coasters and Traders Guild have appeared, and they take your paperwork and they acknowledge the fact that you've made it back here. And apparently, from what the community of Stoneholm says, you've done them a great service. They couldn't be any happier. These 4 dwarves are a token of goodwill, and they're accompanying you. They're not even part of the Coasters Guild, but representatives from Coasters Guild still appreciate them like they try to appreciate you. And before you know it, there's about 300 people in the center of town playing musical instruments, dancing, reveling, and having an early midwinter festival, which that's not for another 7 weeks. Wine starts to spill. You guys are introduced back to your families, and that's when the celebration truly begins. Each of you, oh, except for Ogre. Ogre's not from here. Sorry, Ogre.
That's all right.
It's okay. You get to see somebody else have their welcome home. Your family is more lore clan. The lore clans are kind of like these roving hunter gatherer types that operate between between the civilized spaces, and they're nomadic. They're kind of warlike, but for the most part, they're at peace with most of the human settlers around this area. But they do their own version of policing amongst themselves and of the wilderness from incursions from bad humanoids or other items. Your clan typically operates north of town, north of Gilboa, but you've been to this town before, so you've been here not 6 years ago, and so you kind of recognize this place. It's not a bad town. It's a lot nicer when there's about 300 people beating on skins and using wind instruments and having a party. This is the first time you've seen this sort of thing happen. And then you realize that the people you've been adventuring with for a while are actually people of means. And that's when the city comes to a halt because they allow silence to take over the crowd, and then the member of the Coasters and Traders Guild announces to the community that you have just done your families a great service and honor for the guild. You've brought commerce to an area that was not receiving any, that was standing on its own and failing miserably. And now you've established a trade route, and you've also done a great moral justice to the people of that community by helping right some wrongs that were at serious fault before. They want to see you back in 4 years over in the community of Stoneholm. But you've got time between now and then. A lot of things could happen. The dwarves of that community love you, and they want you to be able to enjoy yourselves and enjoy your youth as much as possible. It's at this point that most of the action for tonight's game is going to end. There's still some things that I want to get started on. So we're going to have a span of time. There's the winter, you guys are staying in town with your families. Now, you're not going to be with your families every second of the day. Like, there will be a period where all of you will have the opportunity to get better with your chosen weapon of choice. They're also going to have something introduced into this game system called edges. Edges are something that is kind of a step above feats in terms of mechanical power, and it allows you a little bit more variance on things. This game is not a fair rule system at all. This game can get OP. It's not my desire, but it could. For you, all of you are going to learn, like, with your chosen weapon. Even the wizard Mongoose is going to learn how to get better. Is it your dagger or your staff you use more? I know you really don't use either.
My dagger, but I kept the staff with the quartz gem you gave. We found earlier. Not entirely sure should I continue using the dagger since I have the apprentice hand of the apprentice, or maybe a staff since I have a little more blocking ability with that, or not blocking, but reach. I'm used to being able to parry.
Yeah. If you're looking for what do they call that? Let me see if I can find that information for you. Ah, here it is. All right. So page 48. Oh. So, like I said, your ability with your weapons is going to get a little better. Everybody, even if you're not a fighter, you're going to get cool. Okay. With and you're going to see my head twist a little bit here. Okay, so with the staff, if you want to get good with the quarterstaff, you can. Right now, everybody's at basic with their weapons, except for the archers. They've been skilled this whole time, but over the course of like 4 months of winter, you guys are going to have time to practice this stuff because the weapon mastery is it's just something that requires time and a level. So it takes you about a month because it's winter and you actually have a good snowfall. You guys take time out. If you want to get good with your staff, you'll be doing a die 6 plus 2 plus whatever strength modifier you've got. With the staff, your armored class improves by 5% if you choose the staff. Also, your speed factor drops by 1 with the staff if you choose the staff.
I'm talking with my mic off. Sorry. If I want to learn to use the staff, will I still be able to use my sword?
He's talking to me, Janet.
No, if I want a staff too.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, a staff is considered a basic weapon, Janet.
Yeah, see, like if something happens and I get disarmed with my sword, and there's a stick or long stick or something laying around, and I could grab it and be able to have skill to use it, even if it's not expert enough for me to be able to get back to my sword or something.
With the way Bruce is letting me vent things, I might be able to make a folding staff for you, something that you can just pull out. Like, you ever see the Andromeda sticks?
That would be
sticks
great
where it just
too.
opens up to a staff.
I was thinking about that one time when I couldn't get to my sword because I had no mana. I was almost going to be out of mana. So if I'm stuck in that position, I'll be able to defend myself at least long enough to get to my sword again. You see what I mean? Or get someone else's sword. So I was thinking about that. So to me, if I didn't know if we were allowed to ask to use other weapons on top of the one we already have.
You can use whatever weapon you want. You can seriously,
or even daggers.
Being proficient in it adds additional damage and whatnot. But you can theoretically use anything.
The main thing is that most clerics in older editions were restricted. And in Pathfinder, they said all basic weapons everybody knows, even you clerics. And so clerics could pick up crossbows for the first time in the 30 years of the game. Well, now what I'm doing is I'm basically saying that like clerics are still restricted to basic weapons. Basic weapons require like no special training. So daggers, staffs, darts, and blowguns or crossbows require very little training to get good with.
Well, see, I was thinking about a dagger, but the thing is, I would have to be proficient at throwing daggers because I don't want to get that close if I can help it, to where I have to stab them. You know what I mean? Well, staff, at least it'd be farther away from right on me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Staff is good. Sling is good too, because like all that is a length of leather or some sort of textile and a rock.
And I can have that on my belt at any time and use it.
hmm
That's
And if the
good.
guards pat you down, it just feels like a part of your clothing.
Yeah, I want to think about that because that's another really good weapon in case of an emergency if I didn't have a weapon or mana. You see what I mean? So yeah, I'm gonna write that down too, sling. So I was writing down the other one, but yeah, I think it's good.
Until
Yeah,
we
I
come
think
to that magical land where they got a 357 Magnum, then like I would totally go for the 357
Wow, I
Magnum.
haven't done that yet, but okay, I'm
So
sorry. Go ahead and finish with
crafting, if you want to get good with your dagger, if you want to get skilled with your dagger instead, it does
Yeah.
a d6 damage plus your strength modifier, and that's handheld use. Your armor class with that also goes up by 5%. If you get good with dagger, if you want to pick staff instead, you can get staff. The main difference between like mechanically between staff and dagger is basically like as a grandmaster, which like I'm going to be honest, you don't you'll the best you'll get is expert because you're just not a fighter. Fighters get 2 extra levels, but um, as an expert with staff, your AC gets better by 10%, and as a expert with a dagger, you're throwing range increments. You actually get 5 feet added to your range increment for throwing a dagger. Because I'm not going to make any difference between a stabby dagger and a throwing dagger. To me, I'm trying to kind of reduce the amount of weapons out there because I just don't want to have a whole hardcover book dedicated to weapons for my game. I'm kind of a chintzy bastard that way. So you're going to have better throwing, better range on your dagger as you get to be an expert. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But you're going from basic to skilled. If you choose dagger, it goes up to D6 plus your modifiers. If you pick staff, it goes up to D6 plus 2. It was a D6 as a staff wielder. It's your choice. I'm not going to tell you which. Both of them give you a plus 5% to your AC. What other questions do you have about that?
None at the moment. That's kind of a hard decision because I can see how both can be useful in the future.
Yeah. A staff at expert level, it does a D8 plus 2 damage. Whereas a dagger at expert level, expert proficiency, you're doing 2d4 damage. If you ask Bruce, what would you pick, Bruce? Bruce would go with the expert dagger use because go towards dagger because you're rolling 2d4 and that's just 25% chance every throw to get an explosive die.
Yeah. Plus, I also have spells to augment my defenses, so
Yeah,
I think I'll go with dagger.
Okay, you don't have to choose it right now. Next campaign session, we'll do that.
Oh.
Also, with either one you choose, your speed factor goes down by 1 for that weapon. Speed factors are reduced at skilled level and at grandmaster level, so a fighter would have that happen twice, and everybody else just kind of like, no, I'm not a fighter, damn it. Well, you're not supposed to be front lines all the time. You've got other cool things to do. Going from basic to skilled, by the way, there's a training time, and it takes you about 2 weeks to get trained. That's not bad. Anyway, Lemmy,
Yo,
for your weapon mastery, I'm assuming you're wanting to get better at what weapon?
excuse me. Short sword.
The short sword. A short sword. Go from a D6 damage to a D6 plus 2 plus your bonuses. A short sword also gives you a better armor class by 5%. And if you ever go for a disarm maneuver, you get a plus 5% on your disarms if you're going for disarms with a short sword. Your speed factor goes down by 1.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay. Nerdy,
Yes.
you're going to really appreciate this. Your war axe, I'm assuming you want to get better with that.
Yes.
Your speed factor drops to 11 from
Okay.
12. Your damage on your war axe is going to, right now, it's 2 dice 6. Now it bumps up to 2 die 8.
Ooh.
God damn.
It's a chunky weapon. Hell of a weapon, though.
All right.
That's basically everything about that weapon. That's badass. That's what that is. Shit. Okay. Right now we're doing the weapons mastery portion of it.
All right.
That
I'm cool with
completes
it.
everything for the 2 weeks of training you do. That'll help your damage up, and that also, I mean, fuck. No wonder that shit. Sorry, was just thinking about something else there for a second. Fuck. Okay, Janet, with your longsword,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
you graduate from a die 8 to a die 12 on your damage, plus whatever bonuses you get.
12. Okay.
Your armor class improves by 10% when you hold the normal sword, hold your sword.
Mm-hmm.
You also, if you go for a disarm, you get a plus 5% to any attempt you make on a disarm against your foe. So basically, like this, that, and I'm going to have that stack with any sort of like improved disarm, CMB feats, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But that's something we can discuss later, and we probably will, because 5th level is kind of a different animal than what you've dealt with in leveling up before. Your
Okay.
speed factor goes from an 8 to a 7 on your attacks.
Okay.
And that's you.
Okay, I got it written down. So
Yeah,
I can talk to you about it next time.
it's okay. And just for you guys that are wondering, I'm kind of taking the guts out of the weapon mastery table from the original rules cyclopedia for D&D and applying it to my game. For those of you that are wondering about the armor class bonuses, those are considered deflection bonuses because literally when they're wielding their weapon, they're trying to keep harm out of their way. You get disarmed, you lose that deflection bonus because you're not holding your hand anymore. Finally, oh wait, that's all 4 of you, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the weapon mastery portion of leveling up at 5th level. The edges I will have to go through and like I know you guys want to go down to Ream and get trained, but with a particularly harsh winter, probably be better for you guys to stay up in town, at least for the moment, and not get fully quote unquote trained. The 2-week training time that it takes you to get better with your weapons is increased by another 2 weeks because of the crappy weather. And this is stuff that just people in town can help you out with. While you're doing this, the guild is there kind of overseeing, babysitting you. Your dwarven allies that you have with you, those 4, they make themselves pretty popular at the bar because Quinn has adopted them as his percussion buddies. And yeah, he's putting them fuckers to work. Like, we got nothing to do but sit in a snowbound bar and drink and fucking play drums all day. Oh, hell yeah. This is why I became an adult, motherfuckers. And that's exactly the attitude they've got. This is exactly what they've been wanting to do. Over the course of 4 months, like, these guys get some bonuses to their perform because that's all they can do. And it makes a really interesting stop in Gilboa for those people that brave the snowbound trails to and from Varzanth. You only see like maybe 10 or 12 of those people over the course of like 16 weeks. People that are going northbound. Oh, we got to run by Dunhaven. Fuck. We got to go run by the Green Mountain threat, the possible orcs and ogres over there. But you guys, you have 4 months of seeing your family and getting to know your family again. Interesting to note.
Well, I need to see if my fiance is pregnant, given our escapades before I left.
After the first 4 days, I'll rewind things just a minute. After the first 4 days, you go back to Doragon, and your fiance is there, and she's still pregnant. She looks like she's a cute pregnant. She's one of those like little Texas things that she's got like the pregnant boobs, but then she has the basketball under the dress. Like when she turns sideways, it's really pronounced. When she's looking at you straight on, if she's wearing like a something that disguises or hides her body, you don't really note that she's pregnant. But whenever she swivels towards you or swivels away from you to the side, gives that profile shot. She looks like she's got like a road pile on her or a construction under her smock. Like, what happened? Oh my God, you sat on it right. That sort of reaction. And that's like, they're happy to see you. And by the way, like, if you could stack children in the womb, like, she would definitely make sure she drains the balls because she doesn't want to let go of you again. That's what she says the first like 4 or 5 days. After about 7 days, a messenger comes up from Gilboa and asks you, Mongoose, can you come down to town for at least a month?
Yeah, I can do that.
So you go down to town and you stay there for about a month. Your staff are willing to take care of things. One other thing they're going to put into, if you're going to be like this, we're going to install some sort of messaging device on top of Dunnigan, which is pretty much like a shuttered area around the fire pit. so you can send messages whenever you light it all up. Takes about 3 days, about 30 man hours to cut enough wood to get a fire ready so you can do messaging with it. Later on, we'll upgrade that to where you just have to cast a light spell on it. But right now, it's good to have that because it's a way to keep your people that are staffed here in shape and fit by splitting lumber all day. You don't want them to get humble. You don't want them to get big heads. Oh, I don't got to do that. I just cast magic spells. But you have a month where you go down to Gilboath, and for the 4 months of winter, the 1 month you spend in Gilboath, learning things and doing training, and waiting for spring to rear its head is kind of joyous. And at this point,
out of the
go ahead.
Out of the cattle that since I got everybody but Janet's cattle, since everyone's like, we don't really want cattle.
Janet's not sharing her
Did I
cows.
get any? Did I get any males?
Three.
Well, the first thing I do is, since it's definitely the time of year where the farmers will be in the bar, I start making deals with the local farmers for feed for my cows and the potential of getting a little bit larger field for my cows in exchange for breeding rights to my 3 males. Because that's the premium cattle.
Yeah.
I felt lucky just to get 1, but 3? Hell yeah.
So these get three males. Not long after you return back during midwinter celebration, you return back to Dorgon, and you note that it's kind of an odd situation, but you arrive the same night that a traveler is making his way, and looks like they're taking a dozen cows south into the city, but this is really weird because it's midwinter and there's a foot of snow or more on certain parts of the pass. As you're looking at the cows and you allow them within the gated area, some of your staff are standing by waiting for like an ambush or attack or something. This is not normal. And the bedraggled wranglers look at you and they look exhausted and beat. One of them has frostbite all over his hands, and they make a plea to you. They say, "We were going to the community of Gilboath or maybe Ream, but going down south is going to tax us more. If we could just stay in one of your nice warm rooms, that'd be great. If you have some healers here, that'd be wonderful. That'd be absolutely just destined for greatness. We'll give you 75 silvers if you can get his hands restored. Otherwise, I fear he may lose his fingers and use of his hands. But we have an offer for the dozen females we have. If you so choose, we'd like to sell you these for 750 gold, or 750 silver, excuse me.
You gentlemen immediately drive a hard bargain. Besides, I don't like the idea of turning away someone in need.
He turns 75 silvers of his around after he takes your 750 silver, and he says, "If I could have a cleric, that'd be awesome." And you actually do have one. You have one inside the female staff that you have.
Nice.
You have a 16-year-old lady who is basically a level 2 divine. She's not a full-blown cleric, but she knows enough to where she can get a ritual started to get some healing applied, and then she can start the long-term care required. When I say long-term care, I mean she's going to need about 5 days with this guy, and she's got everything ready. She can go to town on him. I just rolled a 95 plus her bonus. Before they leave at the end of the week, he does have use of his hands, and gives it all in thanks to Mir, which it's no surprise that somebody that would be so close to Gilboa would worship Mir, right? It's like, I'm from Salt Lake City. Guess what I do? I bicycle everywhere. I wear a white shirt and a black tie. Would you like to know more about our Lord and Savior? Sorry.
Orgasmo.
So now you have not only the cows you had before, but now you have more. Good luck with that, because your feed bill just went up. You'll be fine. And this is a point where I probably want to wrap up today's game, because I need to get everything set up for next session. I'll be putting information into the Discord in our alpha game or alpha test portion for the edges that will be utilized. For those people that want to know more about that, our players are doing
It's pretty simple. Just Google edging, and it'll tell you everything you need to know.
Everything you need to know. Don't look up edging, kids. Don't look up edging at all, and don't look up thigh jobs either. Does anybody have any questions or any comments about their character so far? Because what you can do, you can maximize your skills up to 5 ranks. Every rank you have is 5%. And that's just based on the rank. That's not the ability score bonus. You can do your skills in the interim between now and next session. Next session is August. August 10th. Janet, are you going to be here for that, or are you gone?
Hold on, I'm gonna look at my calendar and make sure. I think I'll be here, so hold on.
Okay. But kind of convenient how your training time takes place during the winter. Not much else to do. Might as well get better at what you do, right?
On the 10th,
The 10th.
yeah, I'll be here for the 3rd, the 10th, and the 17th. It's gonna be
Okay.
the 24th and the 31st. Those 2 games.
Okay.
And you guys are gonna be doing 100 beavers.
We're yes, we are doing
Not all at the same time. Just we're going to pace ourselves.
Yeah, but it's gonna be funny. It'll be funny.
Our friend Connell has introduced us to this movie we must absolutely watch called Hundreds of Beavers. And if you want to know more, then you have to go Google the trailer and watch it and see
It looks
why
good.
we are obsessed. It looks so good.
Like
Comedy.
was it the last movie that I saw that had beavers in it was Zombie Beavers, and that was pretty decent. It was like a schlocky horror movie, but entertaining. Like everybody knew what was going on. Very tongue in cheek.
Yeah, very funny.
So this ought to be like well entertaining.
Last time I seen anything with a beaver in it was Adam Savage building his box for his beaver named Winston, his stuffed beaver named Winston.
So the plot of this movie is successful 19th century Applejack salesman Gene Kayak has his farm destroyed when a beaver eats a support beam of a giant keg, which rolls into his fireplace and explodes. Gene awakens in the winter, repeatedly failing to catch food. He finds a group of beavers by collecting logs to build a structure and attacks a pair of them, but is easily beaten by them, and he catches a fish by making his fingers bleed using them as lures. When he sells them to a local merchant, he notices a fur trapper, turning them into profit. So this movie is just like one thing after another, and it just sounds like the type of unpredictable festival of laughs. So he's just like, the synopsis is over 6 paragraphs on Wikipedia. That's a twisted movie.
That's a load of info
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
for a synopsis.
and reading the synopsis is quite funny. I don't recommend you see it unless you're in the mood to watch a funny movie. But this movie's got a 96% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. And it's actually got critical praise. It received a wide video-on-demand release on April 15th of this year. It was the budget for it was only $150,000, and they box office was $472,000 for the box office. That's not the sales money from video on demand. The VOD, I don't think the VOD is included with that. Self-distributed and received a huge video on demand release. So I'm thinking this was also released in like 3 or 4 theaters. That's crazy. Let's see, I'm looking at the release of it. It was shown at 14 independent theaters in Great Lakes region, including Music Box Theater, which is where one of mine and Janet's favorite movies of all time, Moonlight, Escanaba and the Moonlight.
Escanaba.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They released that there. The filmmakers rejected distribution offers made after the festival showings, as the plans was only show the film in theaters a week before sending it to video on demand. So they had more control over it. But Hundreds of Beavers looks like a fantastic movie. My parents are wanting to see this film, and my dad doesn't watch new movies. The last new movie my dad watched was Guardians of the Galaxy 11 years ago. It's like, it was good, but it wasn't that good. I'm like, that's probably the best Marvel film we're ever going to see, Dad. Okay. My name is Bruce. This is my crew of friends and family that I've got that are share with me this wild journey of creating a game off the bones of a game which we did like most of it before. A lot of it, like 80% of the extra rules don't need to be used for Pathfinder. Sorry. All those hardcovers you bought, probably you never cracked much. With that being stated, you kids all be well. We're going to be back. If Chimerian wants, we're going to do a stream tonight. Last week we were going to talk about stuff, but we had a fucking political upheaval stream. We had a political upheaval event happen, and the deep state has earned my ire. So I don't want them to make any stupid ideas into fruition. And like I said, we're going to make sure you guys stop. You're done.
Yeah.
You're done.
Deep state could suck my maybe.
Yeah. We're done. We're done with garbage. You're done. All right. May all your hits be crits.